everyone, welcome to our AI Agents full course by Simplilearn. Have you ever wondered how AI agents are quietly taking over the world, one task at a time? From smart assistant to creative bots, they are not just the future, they are here now. And if you're a little curious about how they work and how you can build one, you are in the right place. So in this course, you will learn what AI agents are, how they work with environments, and explore the full agentic AI roadmap. We'll cover generative AI agents, LLMs, and agentic workflow. You'll also build AI and voice agents from scratch using tools like Manus AI, Hugging Face, and Langchain. Key topics include multimodal AI, RAG systems, GANs, NLP, KNN, and Q learning. And finally, we'll also show you how to earn with AI agents and use GenAI tools for job interviews. Now, before we commence, just a quick information. If you're interested in mastering the future of technology, then the professional certificate course in generative AI and machine learning is the perfect opportunity for you. Offered in collaboration with the ENICT Academy, IT Kanpur, this 11-month live and interactive program will provide you hands-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like generative AI, machine learning, and tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, and Hugging Face. You'll also gain practical experience through 15 plus projects, integrated labs, and live masterclasses delivered by esteemed IT Kanpur faculty. So hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link in the description box below.
In this tutorial, we will learn about AI agents. Before that, let's take a quick look at what exactly they are. As AI continues to evolve, there are no longer just chatbots responding to your commands. It's about intelligent systems that can understand objectives, make decisions, and take actions. AI agents are autonomous systems that perceive their environment, process information, and take actions to achieve specific goals. They use machine learning, natural language processing, and reasoning techniques to make decisions. AI agents can be responding to stimuli. They are widely used in virtual assistants, automation, and decision-making systems. Advanced AI agents like conversational AI and autonomous agents can adapt and learn from interactions. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Firstly, let's have a brief discussion about the agenda for today's session. So, these are the following points that we will be discussing in the AI tutorial for beginners. Firstly, we will get started by understanding what exactly is an AI agent. Next, we will learn the critical differences between AI agents and large language models. Followed by that, we will understand how exactly an AI agent works. Then, we will have a brief overview on the future and risks of AI agents. Followed by that, we will have some final thoughts on AI agents, and then we will switch to a live hands-on demonstration on how to build AI agents. I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now, let's get started. Firstly, what exactly is an AI agent? So, at its core, an AI agent is a software program designed to perform tasks autonomously. Unlike traditional software that strictly follows predefined rules, AI agents can make decisions based on understanding, interaction, and real-time data. They leverage cutting-edge AI models like GPT, Claude, Gemini to analyze, process, and execute tasks dynamically. Think of it as a digital assistant that doesn't just follow rigid instructions. Like, try saying, check if Tony is available on Friday and book a meeting. This is a usual approach, right? Instead of following a routine approach where you try to say to your digital assistant this way, check if Tony is available on Friday and book a meeting. This is a routine approach where you say to your digital assistant to check the availability of Tony and book a meeting, which is quite straightforward and simple to understand. But in case if you take it to a much complex version, but if you just change a couple of terms and make it a little more complex, like try saying, schedule a meeting with Tony at the earliest convenient time in the next month, right? It might seem a little similar to the previous one, but here the AI agent will have to follow some steps. Like this one, check the calendar for available slots. The AI agent will log into the recipient's account, which is Tony's account, and checks if there are available slots for the meeting. Then it will determine the ideal time. Followed by that, it will send out invitation, which happens all autonomously. In the previous case, directly the digital assistant will check for a Friday in the calendar and books a meeting for the time that you have provided, regardless if Tony's availability is there or not. This is the difference between a digital assistant and an AI agent. Now, let's move ahead into the next topic of today's session, which is about how are AI agents different from LLMs. While AI agents use large language models like GPT-4, they go beyond simple text generation. Here are the key differences. LLMs generate responses based on trained data but do not actively interact with the real world. Whereas, on the other hand, AI agents can access external data, plan tasks, and execute actions, all in real time. This is one of the critical differences between LLMs and AI agents. Now, for example, if you ask LLM about a sports match that happened yesterday, it may not have an updated knowledge. While on the other hand, AI agents can fetch live data from the web, databases, or APIs to provide an accurate answer. This is how they behave and perform. Also, there is something called hallucinations. You might be wondering if this term is related to humans. Yes, it is related to humans, but for a change, LLMs can also hallucinate. For example, if you ask unrealistic question, let's say there are different types of apples, Fuji, Macintosh, Black Oxford, right? If I write, tell me about watermelon apple or orange mango, which are unrealistic or in a way different fruits, chances are there where an LLM can give you some false or unrealistic information that may sound believable. This is termed as hallucination. And of course, recent LLMs have a scale to measure their hallucinations as well. Now, let's shift to the next point of today's discussion, which is about how do AI agents work. Now, AI agents function as sophisticated problem solvers with four essential capabilities. They start with planning, then interacting with tools, then memory and knowledge access, and lastly, executing the actions. Now, let's go through each one of these steps in a detailed way. Firstly, planning. AI agents begin with a goal, whether it's researching market trends or drafting an email, they break the goal into actionable steps, following a chain of thought process to optimize the execution. This removes the need for predefined human triggers. The next stage is interacting with the tools. Unlike basic AI models, AI agents can interact with tools, browse the internet, query databases, and use APIs. This extends their capabilities beyond static knowledge. Now, the third one is about memory and knowledge access. AI agents can retrieve and store information using techniques like RAG, or also known as the retrieval augmented generation. This allows them to integrate company specific data, market research, or customer support queries to generate up to date responses. Now, the last and important step, execution of actions. Beyond just processing information, AI agents can take actions, writing reports, managing applications, or even communicating with other AI agents. This makes them powerful automation tools capable of independently handling complex workflows. Now, let's move to the next part, which is about the future and risks of using AI agents. AI agents represent a new era in automation and efficiency. However, their autonomous nature comes with risks. Without proper safeguards, an AI agent could misinterpret objectives. For example, if instructed to achieve world peace, an unregulated AI might arrive at extreme solutions. Ensuring human oversight, ethical programming, and responsible deployment will be crucial to leveraging AI agents safely and efficiently. Now let's go through the next point where we will have some final thoughts before getting started with the live demonstration. So, coming to the final thoughts, AI agents are redefining how we work and interact with technology. With their ability to plan, interact with tools, store knowledge, and execute tasks, they are far more advanced than traditional LLMs. Now that we have discussed the theory part of today's session, let's move ahead to the next part where we will have some hands-on demonstration on how to build AI agents. So today we will be building an AI agent that can help you browse through your internet. Now we will be using browser use because of its highest accuracy based upon its competitors. So it has about 89% compared to other competitors, right? So there are three different plans: open source, pro, and enterprise. So for now, we will be going with the open source version, which is readily available on GitHub. So here you'll have the complete repository. So this is the browser use. Here we have an official page of browser use where we have the connection to Quick Start, and all the steps are arranged in learning order. You can just follow the steps and get ready with the environment for building your AI agent. So we have opened up the command prompt. First, we need to check Python if it is available or not. So it's one of the prerequisites. So Python version we have about 3.9. So according to the prerequisites, we need to have anything above 3.10. Not a problem. Let's download Python. So here, just go to Windows. I'm working on Windows 3.13. It should take a couple of moments, and the Playwright is also one of the prerequisites, and UV is also one of the prerequisites. It's a Python package which helps us to create a virtual environment. So if you just follow these steps, you can also create a virtual environment for yourself to run your AI agents. Everything is just follow the steps, right? Let's have a quick look on where exactly we are on the Python installation part. There you go. Python has been successfully downloaded. You just have to run the execution file. And make sure you click on that add python.exe to path so that you don't have to manually create the environment variable for that. It'll automatically create. And everything is as simple as that. Just set up, follow the default methods of setting up Python in your local Windows operating system, and it should be done. Just give it some time. There you go. We are shortly closing the first step, which is adding Python to your Windows operating system with the latest version. There you go. The installation was successful. Now, let's start command prompt and check if we have successfully updated Python version or not. Simple, the same command, Python -- version. Enter. There you go. So we have 3.13. Now, rest of the part will happen on the command prompt. So let's expand it and also have the page open for browser use so that we can proceed with steps and install everything. So we'll go to the GitHub page. So before going to the GitHub page, let's go to the official web page where we need to follow some steps to prepare the environment first. So here we have a command to set up an environment for UV. Okay, UV is not internal. So let's try to go through Stack Overflow to resolve this issue. I think we might have to install UV first, or let's give it another try. Let's run the same command. Okay, the same issue. So I think we have to update UV first. So let's copy paste that particular code from UV website where it showed the. So I think we have to set the UV environment first. So we have an official documentation here which shows some steps to be followed to set up UV. So just copy the code from the official website and run these on the command prompt as mentioned here. Just enter. So the first package has been successfully downloaded, and yeah, everything is installed. Now let's go back to the official web page and try to execute the second command in the row. So that's the one, request a specific version by including the URL. So for a specific version, we need to copy it, and then we have the pip install UV, and lastly, we can proceed with the environment here, Python. So here's the next one. I think we might have copied the wrong code. So let's copy the right code here. Paste it there. Execute the second code as planned. Downloading. It might take a little time for unboxing. Expansion in progress. There you go. Everything is installed. Now we can get started with setting up the environment for Python and AI agents. Go to the quick start for browser use. Oh, we missed one thing. We need to pip install UV first. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I think we are facing an issue again. Let's go with the Windows version. I think this should work. Yeah, collecting and downloading the metadata. It might take a little while. Once we install UV, then we can continue with WenV, which is a virtual environment for Python and our AI agent. We are not having that in here. Let's go to the browser use official page. So yeah, I guess we are all set. I think we can get started with executing the virtual environment. So let's go to the quick start web page. So copy the code, just type it down there and hit enter. Yeah, that's the one. So we have 3.13. Will it execute? Let's give it a try though. Yeah, it is executing. I think it took a little time. There you go. Now we need to activate the virtual environment. For that, you can see activate with when we scripts activate, right? You just need to copy paste that code. Don't forget the dot. It's not copying, don't worry. We can just manually type it down if it doesn't copy. Or you can also go to the web page actually. It is also mentioned in the steps. You can just copy it from the web page and paste it here. Or you can choose to type it down. Yep. So we have successfully in the virtual environment. So you can see the username is present inside the brackets. So that means you are in the virtual environment. Now you can proceed with the further steps of setting up the environment before you build an AI agent. Now we are back on the browser use. So here that was the step that we need to take. Now copy the browser use code which is mentioned here to download the dependencies. Enter. So packages are getting prepared to unbox. I think shortly the download will be finished for browser use. There you go. We're good to go. Now let's proceed with the next command. So the next command is about installing Playwright. Just copy the code and the next part will be about creating your AI agent. So Playwright is the last dependency that you need to install. Again, it might take a little while. Let's wait. There you go. Playwright has been successfully installed. Now, the last and final step is getting started with building the AI agent. Now, talking about the AI agents, you can go to browser use and go to some examples from their repository, or you can choose to copy this code from browser use official documentation and customize your AI agent. So here, if we go back to browser use repository, go to examples, here you already have a lot of examples or AI agents built by browser use. So you can click into use cases and you will find a lot of them. So identifying captcha, shopping, or checking out Wikipedia pages for information, scrolling and searching, using the search bar to search for a specific keyword, right? All of those are readily available in browse use website or repository. You can give it a try and learn things from that. So you can do this by cloning the repository. For that, just click on the code and here copy this code extension and run it on your window. It is running in virtual environment, so it can be cloned by using git space clone space the command. Okay, git is not recognized as an internal or external command. I think we are supposed to install git as well. For that, let's try to open a new command prompt and try to install git in that. So there you go. We have a complete detailed procedure to install and run git in the Windows operating system. So these are the steps to be followed. Let's go to Git official website and download Git first. So I'll go with the 64-bit version for my system. Yeah, let's download it. So basic installation procedures following the default steps. There you go, finish. Now go to a new Windows command prompt and check for the version. Okay, it's not still recognized because I think we might have to set up the environment variables for this. Unlike Python, Git doesn't provide an automatic path. So you can do that by selecting the environment variables. Not for the account. Yeah, not for the account. We might have to go for the system variables here. Let's go back. Yeah, system variables. Create new. You can add the variable name as okay. Let's cross check one last time. Cancel. Yeah, you had to go into system variables and create new. Paste the path from Git, right? So for that, we might want to go into the program folders and then Git folder and CMD. That's the location. I'll just name it as Git, and this is the file path. Let's use this lowest case. Okay, okay, done. Now let's close the earlier command prompt, and yeah, it's not working. So let's close and restart the command prompt as provided here. Verify, close and reopen your command prompt or PowerShell. Okay, let me start a new command prompt. This is a virtual environment. Let's not mess with it. So git hyphen hyphen version. So we have successfully installed Git, and now let's try to clone the repository in the virtual environment. I think we might have to restart yes, there is a requirement where you have to restart the virtual environment as well. Not a big problem. Let's try to do that. So before we restart the virtual environment, let's open a new command prompt and try to clone it there and then replicate the same on the virtual environment. So this is the new command prompt. Let's copy the code and we will use the git clone keyword. So it is getting cloned. So it's working. So now we can retry this on the virtual environment. So I'll close the entire command prompts. So there you go. In the virtual environment, the file already exists. So we have successfully cloned that file. Now we will go back to desktop and create a new folder, empty folder, and rename it as AI agent, right? So far we have used and set up all the environments required by browser use. Now to create our AI agent, we also need an interface. For that, browser use I have already provided a web user interface, web UI. That's the second link, right? So we will be downloading and installing that into this particular file. So let's start the command prompt again and go back to desktop. So you need to just provide cd desktop. So this will change the directory to desktop. And here on the desktop, provide the location of AI agent. So I have user underscore AI underscore agent. You will be inside this folder now. Yes, there you go. Now you will need to execute some commands where you will install web UI or browser UI into this folder. Go to the home page, browser use web UI. This is the link, GitHub link. And here, the same procedure, you will be provided with step-by-step guidance to install web UI, and you'll be ready as soon as you do it. So we'll be cloning it. So we've already installed git clone. So git clone space code run to clone all the repository into this AI agent folder. There you go, it's done. For cross verification, you can open the web UI folder in desktop and you'll have all the dependencies. Now let's continue with the next steps. So in the next step, we will change directory to the web UI folder. We'll be inside the web UI folder now. There you go. So whatever the next steps that we will be executing will be inside the web UI folder. So they say we have to enter into the virtual environment again. So UV. So I think they recommend having UV. So we have already installed UV. But anyways, for safer side, let's try to execute this command prompt. So we have two options, Mac, Linux, Windows. So we'll go with Windows. Select the code, paste it here, run. It should take a couple of moments. So as a second procedure, let's copy the second code segment as well. And let's go back to the command prompt and see what's the status. And there you can see already everything has been installed. Let's also do the second step as well. So we've pasted the second code segment and it's unpacking. So let's paste the third snippet, which is about creating the virtual environment. So for that, we will be installing UV as we have done previously. Yeah, so let's go back to the web UI interface and copy the steps provided here. So we will be creating a virtual environment using this particular code snippet, which is UV when we Python 3. Erase the previous code, enter, and we will be shortly inside the virtual environment. Let's activate when we. So if you're going through Windows, you just have to select scripts. And if you're using Linux and Mac OS, there's a different statement. So we'll be using with scripts. There you go. We are inside a virtual environment and here the username is web UI, right? So according to the next steps, we need to install some dependencies. For that, we need to use uv pip install our requirements.txt. Just copy paste the code. There you go. The dependencies are getting downloaded. It might take a little while. There you go. The dependencies might get downloaded and unpacked shortly. Just give it a little time. I guess it's done. Now, let's go with the next procedure where we will have to install Playwright once again. Go back to the GitHub page. So the code has been copied to install Playwright. And next we will have Docker. I think we'll go with local setup, right? So if you are transferring the AI agent to a different user and making the agent public, then you can go with the Docker application. But if you're creating an AI agent for yourself and your purpose only, then you can go with the local setup where you can go with the local setup and it will be active only in your PC in local environment. So this will be your port. Playwright has been successfully installed, I guess. So here you are creating a user interface for yourself, and once you execute this command, the command prompt will give you an IP address. So it will be in the form of local host, and you just have to copy paste that particular URL in your browser. Just wait for a little while it gives you the URL. There you go. You can see running local on URL. So you need to copy this URL http://127.00.1 double quotes 7788 as your port number. Copy that and enter on any of your local browsers. So I'll open a new window over the browser and I'll paste it over here. There you go. Now you can see web UI is successfully running with an interface for your agent. Now your agent is not completely done yet. You can see you have some maximum run steps and maximum actions per step. If you're providing a command, it runs a certain number of steps, right? You can customize, you can either increase or decrease, right? Those are a few things you can choose to customize. So I'll take the maximum actions per second to 15. Now you can see the LLM settings is the most important part. By default, we have OpenAI here. So I'd like to go with Google, and inside that we have the Model 2.0 Flash. And now we need something called as an API key, which can be created. So you just have to go to Google Studio for that. Let's open a new tab, Google Studio. Select the first link. You might have to sign in here. So don't worry about the pricing. This is open source, free of cost. Let's quickly sign in. So now I've successfully signed in. So here you can just create get API key. So you're using Google AI Studio here. So we'll try Gemini and get API key. You can close this prompt here and accept all the terms and conditions. Now just click on get API, scroll down, create API, and now you will have your API created successfully. Let me remind you, this API will be only for your personal use, so don't share it with anyone. Just copy your API key, and you can see even the window says don't share with anyone. So copy the API key and go back to your browser and paste the API key right there. Now you can choose to run your agent. Here you can type down your steps to follow for your agent. So let me type in, go to google.com and search for simplilearn.com or Simplilearn website. So if you go to the command prompt here, you can see step-by-step execution. So it has started a new window for Google browser, and you can see it is in signed out mode clearly. It's accessing the search prompt, and I'm not typing anything. It's doing everything by itself. Simplilearn.com. Okay. It's selecting the enter button or search button by itself. There you go. It has identified the search results, and now it should identify the page as well, which I think it is already in progress. Yeah, it has already started the Simplilearn's homepage. There you go. And you can also find a course that you are looking for as well. Great. Now let's take a step further. Let's stop this application here, and let's try to take a step further and try to provide an email address and even the login credentials, and ask the AI agent to use that particular credential, login, and send out an email. Since we have already seen this particular step has been executed in signed out mode, right? So let us provide a command for our AI agent with the credentials in such a way that it can open a new window and can log into the Google Gmail account and send out an email, right? Let's try that. So I'll erase the previous prompt, go to google.com, enter step 2, login to Gmail, and let's provide the email address along with the password. Now let's compose an email to, let's also provide a random email address here as well. Subject will be enrolled to AI and ML program. Let's try to run the agent now. I see it has opened a new window, but okay, let's check if it selects the sign in option. Yeah, it is selecting the sign in option. It has recognized it. Okay, it opened the sign in page as well. It is trying to type in. If I'm not wrong, due to some or the other security restrictions, it should not be able to perform it. But still, I can see the cursor highlighting in the window. Let's not lose hope. Let's see what it can do. No, it stopped automatically. So that means it does have some limitations, but it's anyways good. So far, it's so good. So in case if you wanted to, kind of book some credentials or book some items on the online website, or search for the best items with low cost, some pre-verified commands which are not security concerned, then so far so good. This particular agent is very good for you. And if you are taking a step beyond where it's ethically not logical to perform, then the agent is choosing to withdraw itself from that command.
Picture this, you've got a virtual assistant. Let's call it your smart AI buddy. So this assistant doesn't just follow basic commands like setting reminders or sending emails. This AI can think for itself, make decisions based on the situation, and even learn from every interaction it has. It can predict what you might need, solve complex problems, and even adapt to new challenges without any input from you. That's the magic of Agentic AI. And it's not thing of the future, it's happening right now. And the exciting part is you can build it too. So in today's video, we will be taking a deep dive into the roadmap to learn Agentic AI, step by step. So here's what we will cover. First of all, we'll start with the basics of programming, focusing on the most beginner-friendly language, which is Python. Then we'll look into the machine learning and natural language processing to teach your AI to learn and understand human language. The next step is deep learning and transformers, the powerful models behind most modern AI systems. Then we'll get hands-on with generative AI, where we will learn how to build AI that creates text, images, and many more. We'll also see how agentic AI works, how you can create intelligent agents that can interact with the world and make decisions on their own. And we'll wrap it up on how to deploy your AI agents on the cloud to make them live and ready for real-world use. So by the end of this video, you'll exactly know how to create and deploy your own AI agents. So let's dive in and start this exciting journey together. So let's start with the very first step, which is learning Python. Now, before we can build intelligent AI agents, we need to learn how to communicate with our computer. And that's where Python is the language we will use to do that. Python is one of the most easiest programming languages to learn, and it is widely used in the AI development. It's very simple, easy to read, and most importantly, it has got huge community of developers, which makes learning and troubleshooting much more easier. Python also allows you to focus on problem solving rather than worrying about the complex syntax. But what exactly is programming? At its core, programming is just writing a set of instructions to tell a computer what to do. Think of it like teaching your robot how to follow a recipe. You provide the step and it executes them. Now for agentic AI, you won't just need to know the basic Python. You will need to get comfortable with some specific libraries and concepts that are most relevant to AI development. Now these would include libraries from data manipulation, machine learning, and natural language processing (NLP). So let's dive into some of these. Now we'll just check the libraries and use cases relevant to agentic AI. So the very first library you will encounter is NumPy, which will help you to handle and perform calculations on large data sets. Agentic AI often deals with massive amounts of data, and NumPy is great for making these calculations faster and much more easier. Next, we've got Pandas. Think of Pandas as a super-powered Excel for Python, so it will help you to organize, clean, and even analyze data very efficiently. Now, since agentic AI requires handling lots of data to make decisions and learn from its environment, Pandas is a must-know. Then we've got Matplotlib and Seaborn for data visualization. Now, while you might not immediately think of graph when building an AI agent, understanding data trends visually is a huge part of training and refining your model. Now for actual AI development, the key libraries are scikit-learn and TensorFlow. Now, scikit-learn is great for machine learning projects where your AI needs to learn patterns from data. TensorFlow, on the other hand, is a powerful tool for building neural networks, which is exactly what you will use for deep learning models like those that power agentic AI. Finally, we've got NLTK and Spacey, which are popular libraries for natural language processing. Now, since agentic AI needs to interact with humans and understand language, these libraries also help your AI process text, understand sentences, and even generate human-like responses. Now, where should you start learning Python? Now, if you are a complete beginner, Simplilearn offers a great Python for Beginners course that walks you through the basics and builds up the more advanced topics, including machine learning and many more. So, if you want a link, I'll just mention the link in the description box below so you can just directly check it. Now, let's move on and talk about some key Python concepts for agentic AI. Now, to get started with agentic AI, here are the key parts of Python you will need to focus on. First, we've got variables and data types. You would need to understand how to store and manipulate data. Then we've got loops and conditionals. These are very important where you will need your AI to make decisions on repeat tasks, just like a robot performing a task continuously. Then we've got functions and classes. Now, functions will help break down tasks, while classes will allow you to define your own AI object and behaviors, like defining an intelligent agent. Then we've got libraries and modules. So Python's power comes from its libraries. You would need to learn how to import and use them effectively. For agentic AI, you need to focus heavily on understanding data structures such as lists and dictionaries because you will be processing a lot of data. You'll also need to get comfortable with functions, classes to organize your AI behavior and the abilities into neat, reusable pieces. So now that you know how to communicate with computer using Python, it's time to teach our AI agent two major technologies, which is machine learning and natural language processing. So what exactly is machine learning? Machine learning is a type of artificial intelligence that allows computers to learn patterns from data and improve over time, all without having to be told every single step. Think of it like this. Imagine you want to teach a robot how to recognize if a review is positive or negative. Instead of telling it exactly what to look for, you will give it a lot of example positive and negative reviews and then it starts to learn from them. The more examples you give, the better it gets at recognizing them on its own. That's what called machine learning. And here's how it works in Python. Let's say we want our robot to learn whether a review is positive or negative. So based on some example reviews, we feed it to the data and let the model figure out the rest. It's just like teaching it to read between the lines and identify emotions in the text. And this is how exactly agentic AI works. So agentic AI will use the machine learning to learn from the data and make decisions, whether it's making a recommendation, answering a question, or even automating tasks. Machine learning is at the heart of it all. By teaching the AI to recognize pattern, it becomes very important and smarter over time, better at making decisions on its own. Next, let's talk about the natural language processing. Now that our AI agent can understand and interact with us in human language, NLP is the technology that allows computers to read, understand, and even generate text just like a person. Think of it as your Siri or Alexa that can understand what you're saying and respond back to you. That's NLP in action. For example, let's say you ask Alexa, "What's the weather like today?" So the NLP will help Alexa understand that you're asking for weather information and then it responds accordingly. Now, with the help of agentic AI, NLP is very important because AI needs to understand conversation, commands, and questions from humans in natural everyday language. So, whether it's answering customer queries, scheduling appointments, or even writing emails, NLP allows our AI agents to interact with the world in a very meaningful way. For example, you can use these libraries to build an AI agent that can read a customer review and tell whether it's positive or negative, just like we did in our machine learning example. Or you can even create an AI that responds to customer inquiries by understanding their questions and generating appropriate responses. Now that we have covered the basics of machine learning, let's take things up a notch with deep learning, a more advanced form of machine learning. So, deep learning powers some of the most impressive AI applications you see today. Just like self-driving cars, virtual assistant like Siri and Alexa, and even AI-generated text. At the heart of deep learning is something called neural networks. Think of neural networks as a mini brain for your AI. They're designed to process data in a way that mimics how the human brain works. What makes them so powerful is that they have multiple layers that allow them to recognize patterns in data much more accurately than traditional machine learning models. Here's an example. Imagine you are teaching an AI to recognize whether a picture is of a cat or a dog. Now, with the help of neural network, the AI doesn't just look at the whole picture at once. It breaks down the picture into smaller parts, starting from simple features like the edges and the colors, and then building up to more complex features like the ears or fur. Each layer of the neural networks adds another level of the understanding, and that's how deep learning works. And that's why it's so good at tasks like recognizing images, translating languages, and even generating creative content. Let's say we have an AI that can identify objects in images like self-driving car. When the car's AI see an obstacle, it needs to quickly recognize whether it's a pedestrian, a vehicle, or something else. Now, using deep learning, the AI can process this information accurately and in real time, allowing it to react quickly and prevent accidents. But wait, there's more. Let's talk about transformers, a specific way of deep learning model that has completely revolutionized the world of AI. Transformers are game changing because they're incredibly good at handling sequences of data like text or speech. For example, language translation or text generation, these are the things transformers excel at. So, transformers are behind some of the most powerful AI models you've probably heard of, like GPT-3, the model behind ChatGPT, and Google BERT. These models can understand and generate human like text with remarkable accuracy. Now, let's break it down for you. Imagine you want to create a chatbot that can have a real conversation. The challenge is that conversations don't happen in a straight line. People talk in paragraphs, ask questions, reference past comments. So there's a lot of context to keep track of. Transformer solve this problem by looking at the entire sequence of words, not just one word at a time. And understanding the relationship between them, this allows the model to grasp the full context of a conversation, just like how humans communicate. Here's an example. If you were to give a transformer a prompt like once upon a time there was a young prince, it could generate the rest of the story in a coherent, engaging way, just like a human author might do. Now let's talk about transformers in agentic AI. Let's connect all of this to agentic AI. Now, since agentic AI is all about creating intelligent agents that can interact with humans, transformers play a huge role in making these interactions natural and meaningful. So, whether it's like having a chat with a virtual assistant or having an AI solve a problem through text, transformers are what allows these agents to understand complex language and generate responses that make sense. So, after you have understood the deep learning and transformer models, let's move on. And at this point, we are ready to get hands on with generative AI, a type of AI that creates something new like text, images, or even music. So, in this part, we will explore how AI generates human like text, images, and even music all on its own. Frameworks like Langchain and Langgraph are very important and perfect for building Gen AI models. Now let's talk about something really exciting, which is Agentic AI. So this is where things get truly magical because Agentic AI is a special type of AI that goes beyond just following instructions. So you would need to understand what exactly is agentic AI and how AI is different from the other AI systems that has the ability to make decisions, interact with the environment, and learn on its own. For example, an agentic AI could be used to schedule appointments. It could look at your calendar, check availability, and automatically book a meeting without needing to be told every single time. Now, agentic AI can even manage tasks across different platforms. Imagine it handling emails, setting reminders, and organizing your work all at once. It's a really powerful tool for businesses and individuals looking to save time and automate tasks. Now, to build agentic AI, you will need to use frameworks like Data, Crew AI, and even Langchain. Now, these frameworks make it easier to create AI agents that can think, learn, and make decisions on its own. So once you've built your AI agent, the next step is to deploy it in the cloud so that it can scale and work on the user globally. Cloud platforms like AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, and Google Cloud provide powerful tools to host and run your AI models in a way that ensures they can handle large amounts of data and even traffic. So when you deploy an AI agent on a cloud, it's not just running on one computer. It's running on powerful servers that can handle multiple users at the same time globally. And why is it important? Imagine you have built an AI agent to handle customer service questions. Now, if you only want to run it on your personal computer, it won't be able to handle lots of customers all at once. But when you deploy it on the cloud, you can make sure it scales up automatically, handling thousands or even millions of users without crashing or slowing down.
Most of you are already familiar with Alexa, Siri, and Google Assistant. Some of you are used to smart devices, like an air conditioning system that can sense your absence in the room and automatically turn it off. Have you ever wondered who these are, or how do they do all this, and how can they be so human? Don't worry. This video will help you learn everything you need to know about these artificially intelligent devices, also known as AI agent. Agent is a freestanding program or entity that interacts with its surroundings by sensing them with sensors acting with actuators or effectors, and so on. Coming to software agents, this agent acts on sensory inputs such as file contents, keystrokes, and network packets. I repeat, and network packets it has received by acting on those inputs and showing the results on a screen. Coming to human agent, we are all agents of goods. Humans contain sensors like their eyes, hearing, and other organs, as well as actuators like their hands, legs, mouths, and other bodily parts. And third one is robotic agents. Robotic agents feature a variety of high quality motors that serve as actuators, as well as cameras and infrared range finders that serve as sensors. This is all about examples of AI agents. Agents must adhere to certain rules. Let us list them out. Rule number 1. An AI agent needs to have an environmental perception. Rule number 2, decisions must be based on observations of the environment. Rule number 3, action should follow decisions. And coming to rule number 4, the AI agent's action have to be logical. The best possible outcome comes from making rational decisions that maximize performance. Now that we all know the rules to follow, we will understand types of agents. First is learning agents. A learning agent learns from its past experience. It is used in the gaming industry as this industry needs the most reliable and tested agent. Next is reflex agent. These agents focus on the now and forget the past. They answer by applying the evident condition action principle. When a user starts an event, the agent refers to a set of pre-programmed criteria and rules leading to pre-programmed result. You might have heard about tic-tac-toe and the decision regarding that based on reflexive agent. Model-based agent. These agents select their behaviors in a similar manner as reflex agents, but they have a more thorough understanding of their surroundings. The internal system has an environmental model that integrates with the agent's past. Next is goal-based agent. These agents expand on the data that a model-based agent maintains by adding goal information or data describing desired outcomes and circumstances. Next is utility-based agent. They are similar to goal-based agents, but they also provide an additional utility metric. This evaluation ranks each potential consequence in relation to the desired outcome and chooses the course of action that optimizes the result. Examples of rating criteria includes factors like success probability or the quantity of resources needed. Now we know the types of agents. It's time to know its function. So let us learn about structure of an agent. Many agents uses the PEAS model in the structure. PEAS is an acronym for performance, measure, environment, actuators, and sensors. For instance, let us take vacuum cleaner as an example. Performance, cleanliness and efficiency can be considered as performance. Environment, rug, hardwood floor, living room. These can be considered as environment for vacuum cleaner. Actuator, brushes, wheel, and vacuum bag in a vacuum cleaner can be considered as actuators. Sensors, dirt detect sensor, bump sensor. Next, we will see how to improve the performance. We only need to question ourselves. How do we increase our performance in a task? When confronting the problem of how to improve intelligent agent performances, clearly the solution is straightforward. We carry out the task, recall the outcomes, and make adjustments in light of our memories of prior tries. The same manner that humans improve, so do AI agents. By saving its previous responses and attempts, the agent improves and learns how to react more effectively in the future. Artificial intelligence and machine learning converge here.
Today, we will discuss about booming topic of this era, multimodal AI. Let's understand with an example. Imagine you are showing a friend your vacation photos. You might describe the sight you saw, the sounds you heard, and even your emotions. This is how humans naturally understand the world. by combining information from different sources. Multimodal AI aims to do the same thing. Let's break the modal AI first. Multimodal refers to the two different ways of communicating information like text, speech, images, and videos, where AI stands for artificial intelligence, which are systems that can learn and make decisions. So, multimodal AI is a type of AI that can process and understand information from multiple sources, just like you do when you look at your vacation photos. Before delving more into multimodal AI, now that we have understood what is multimodal AI, let's now go a bit further. It is obvious that multimodal AI is not the only AI out there. But what is big deal about multimodal AI that everyone is talking about? That is what we will discuss in this segment. So now let's understand the difference between multimodal AI and the generative AI. While both multimodal AI and generative AI are exciting advancement in AI, they differ in their approach to data and functionality. So generative AI focus creates new data similar to the data it's trained on. And in multimodal AI, focus is to understand and processes information from multiple sources, that is text, speech, images, and videos. Data types of generative AI are primarily works with a single data type like text, writing poems or images, that is generating realistic portraits. Whereas in multimodal AI, data types works with diverse data types, enabling a more comprehensive understanding of the world. The third one is examples like chatbots, text generation models, image editing tools. Whereas multimodal AI example covers virtual assistants, medical diagnosis system, and autonomous vehicles. Strengths are can produce creative and innovative content, automate repetitive tasks, and personalize your experience. Whereas in multimodal AI, strengths are provides a more human-like understanding of the world and improve accuracy. In essence, generative AI excels at creating new data, while multimodal AI excels at understanding and utilizing existing data from diverse sources. They can be complementary with generative models being used to create new data for multimodal AI systems to learn more from and improve their understanding to the world. Next, let's understand what are the benefits of multimodal AI. The benefits of multimodal AI is that it offers developers and users an AI with more advanced reasoning, problem solving, and generation capabilities. These advancements offers endless possibilities for how next generation application can change the way we work and live. For developers looking to start building, Vortex AI Gemini API offers features such as enterprise security, data residency, performance, and technical support. If your existing Google Cloud customers can start prompting with Gemini AI in Vortex AI right now. Next, let's see what are the multimodal AI big challenges. Multimodal AI is powerful but faces hurdles. The first one is data overload. Managing and storing massive, diverse data is expensive and complex. The second one is meaning mystery. Teaching AI to understand subtle difference in between meaning like sarcasm is tricky. The third one is data alignment. Ensuring data points from different sources staying in tune is challenging. The fourth one is data scarcity. Limited and potentially biased datasets hinder effective training. The fifth one is missing data blues. What happens when data is missing, like distorted audio? The last one is black box blues. Understanding how AI makes decisions can be difficult. So these challenges must be addressed to unlock the full potential of model AI. Next, let's see what is the future of multimodal AI and why is it important. Multimodal AI and multimodals are represent a leap forward in how developers build and expand the functionality of AI in the next generation of application. For example, Gemini can understand, explain, and generate high quality code in the world's most popular programming languages like Python, Java, C++, and Go, freeing developers to work on building more featured filled applications. Multimodal's AI potential also bring the world closer to AI that's less like smart software and more like an expert helper or assistant.
Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this tutorial, we will learn about OpenAI's Gen AI agents. So, generative AI agents are advanced AI driven systems designed to autonomously perform tasks, generate content, and assist in decision making by leveraging large language models, or also known as LLMs, and machine learning algorithms. Imagine an AI agent automating repetitive processes, enhancing productivity, and providing personalized recommendations across various domains, including customer support, marketing, and software development. By understanding context and generating human like responses, they improve user engagement and streamline workflows. Businesses benefit from cost savings, faster problem solution, and improved efficiency. Such are a few out of many use cases of AI agents. Today, we will cover the OpenAI Gen AI agents and their facts, their challenges, and future implications. That's it. If these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. OpenAI Gen AI agents. So, first, let's get started with the agenda for today's session. We will have a brief introduction to generative AI agents. Followed by that, we will understand the core components of Gen AI agents, then how generative AI agents work, architectures and deployment, enhancing AI agents with external tools, challenges and limitations of Gen AI agents, future trends and advancements in AI agents will be the last one. So I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now let's get started with the first part, which is Introduction to Generative AI Agents. So basically, what exactly do you mean by the term generative AI agents? So an AI agent is just an LLM that can take actions, and it can do so autonomously without any human supervision, and now also reason about the tasks. An AI agent is software entity that autonomously interact with environments, make decisions, and execute tasks. Generative AI agents extend by leveraging large language models like OpenAI's GPT to generate intelligent responses and perform tasks beyond rule based automation. Now, we will also look into the evolution of AI agents. Traditional rule based AI agents had limited to predefined rules. Like if you define a process and give the steps, it will just perform them and complete it. It will not take a step beyond it. And machine learning based AI agents can learn from data but need structured inputs. And then comes the generative AI agents, which are capable of understanding, reasoning, and generating human like responses autonomously. Like they understand the environment and learn through it and take their steps based on the principle they have been trained for. And also, they will provide the reason for which they have taken a certain step. Now, moving ahead, why generative AI agents matter a lot. So there are three key points to consider. Firstly, efficiency. They automate repetitive tasks with minimal human intervention. Next is high scalability. They handle large volumes of work, example customer support, content generation, and many more. And finally, intelligence. They can adapt to different use cases dynamically. Nobody has to write rules for them. Now let's focus on OpenAI and its latest release of agents. So OpenAI just released two new groundbreaking agents, the Operator Agent and Deep Research Agent. These two releases are absolutely massive for all AI agent developers. So Operator is the first AI agent released by OpenAI, and what it does is it mimics human actions on your browser. So it means it can scroll, type, click, and navigate Google web pages for you just like any other human would. But more importantly, and what many people have missed out is this agent is actually based on a completely new model called CUA, which stands for Computer Using Agent. So, this agent, unlike standard GPT models, wasn't trained to just output text. You like write a prompt and expect an output in the text format. Instead of that, it can go beyond it. This agent was actually trained to output mouse and keyboard clicks, which is exactly what makes this agent so powerful in your browser. But not only that, it can also reason about every single action. This is also something that we haven't seen before. This agent doesn't just perform actions in your browser, it actually reasons about every single step and what it should do next. Just like we discussed before about the generic overview of generative AI agents, same as the OpenAI operator here. It takes the step based on the environment, and also it will give you a particular reason for which or based on which it took a certain action, and it will also asks you what to do next. Let's say if you want to book a ticket, it'll navigate to all the websites. It can go through some better flight options for you. Let's say the low cost ones, the low hours of flight once and best timings, and then finally selects the best one for you based on your recommendations and asks you if it should proceed with booking or not. So that's how it works. Now, of course, there are some limitations as well. The first limitation is it has still a lower bit of accuracy. It's really high compared to other projects that we have seen in the past where people just prompt GPT models to perform actions in the browser that can browse web using GPT-4o vision capabilities, but it often struggles with other models. So whenever there was a model on a web page, like some other random model available working readily on a web page, it would just accidentally pop up and it would not be able to do anything because it would just get confused. It would not be able to close it, and then basically you would have to get involved yourself and close this model manually. And the second limitation is high cost. Right now, this particular operator agent is only available on $200 plus plan. So we can probably guess it's going to be pretty expensive in the API. Also, I do think that if you are focusing on the right thing, then costs are not going to be an issue. Now, let's talk about the second agent that OpenAI deployed. Now, the second agent which was deployed by OpenAI is called as Deep Research. So, this second agent released by OpenAI was trained to perform comprehensive research. It can search the web, it can pull up the necessary resources, and then it can compile all that information into a really comprehensive document or maybe a report as well. The groundbreaking thing about this agent is it's powered by the new O3 model. So again, similar to the operator agent, but it doesn't just search the web and provide you with the results. It actually reasons about every single source and then it thinks about what other information it needs to find out next, and it's really incredibly powerful. Deep research doesn't just output the most average thing on the internet just like some other standard GPT models. It would compile novel insights. Now, let's move on to the real world applications. There are a wide variety of real world applications. First one is customer support AI agents, which helps you in automating help desk responses. Next, powerful AI assistants like copilots for professionals. Third one is research and analysis agents for data summarization, literature reviews, and many more. Fourth one is creative writing and content generation, automating social media posts, emails, etc. And lastly, AI-driven code assistants like GitHub Copilot, OpenAI Codex, and many more. Now, let's go through the next part, which is core components of these generative AI agents. Let's begin with the foundation models. So the foundation models are GPT-4, Dolly, and Whisper. GPT-4 for natural language processing, Dolly for image generation, and Whisper for speech to text conversion. The next one would be prompt engineering and context handling. So here, designing effective prompts for AI agents to generate relevant responses, using few shot and zero shot learning for adaptability, and lastly, implementing context-aware AI agents that remember past interactions from the user. Now, next would be the memory and long-term context storage. AI agents typically process short-term prompts, but memory-based approaches, for example, Langchain's memory module, enable long-term reasoning as well. Now, storing and retrieving user-specific data for personal responses is also one of the priority. Next will be the tool use and API integrations. Using external API to fetch real-time data, for example, weather, stock prices, news, etc., and integrating databases for structured information retrieval. And proceeding further, we have autonomous decision making. AI agents evaluate multiple options before making a decision. Planning and reasoning techniques to enhance responses is a priority for them. Proceeding ahead, we will discuss how generative AI agents work. Starting with the first step, input processing and context awareness. AI agents analyze user input, detect intent, and extract entities. For example, in a travel booking AI agent, it identifies destination, date, and budget from user queries. Just like the example we discussed before, right? You provide the point A and point B, the best time for you to fly, and the best number of hours that you focus on flying, and lastly, the destination, right? All these things will be evaluated in real time. The cost, the number of hours, the flight, the options provided, the amenities provided on the flight, and all those things, and also budget as well. And based on that, they take a decision. Now proceeding ahead, generating intelligent responses. So here, RAG, or also known as Retrieval Augmented Generation. AI searches external databases for responding. Next, we have chain of thoughts reasoning, or also known as COT reasoning, and AI breaks down problems into fine steps. And last step is fine-tuning the models, custom trained AI for specific industries. For example, if you're preparing an AI agent for a dedicated sector like healthcare, legal, customer support, based on that, you will fine-tune your AI agent or model. Now, next is decision trees and multi-step reasoning. AI can simulate a thought process, breaking down complex questions into manageable steps. For example, whenever you open Deepseek or whenever you open OpenAI ChatGPT for the most premium version, you will write a prompt and there will be an option called think, right? If you just click on that, it will explain you the thought process it is going through and how is it planning on giving a reason for you, right? And followed by that, we have handling uncertainty and error correction. AI self corrects through confidence scoring and human feedback loops. Last step in this particular stage is fine tuning and reinforcement learning, or also known as RLHF. Human in the loop training to improve responses, and AI learns from real world interactions and adapts over time. So it's basically called overtime learning, where it adapts to the real world environment and learns things and provides the best feasible solution. Now, the next stage is architecture and deployment of AI agents. So, in the first one, we have standalone versus multi agent systems. So, firstly, the standalone AI agents. They perform tasks independently. For example, ChatGPT. Multi agent systems, on the other hand, work together to achieve complex tasks. For example, one agent for summarization, another for execution. Now, next in this particular stage is agent orchestrator model. A central AI agent coordinates multiple AI sub agents. For example, in an AI powered research assistant, one agent gathers all the data that is required, the second agent summarizes all the information collected, and the third agent formats the output. Followed by that, we have cloud based AI agents and edge based AI agents. Cloud based AI agents compute, for example, OpenAI API, Azure AI, and edge based AI agents run on local devices for faster processing, for example, Tesla's AI in self driving cars. Followed by that, we have using APIs to build AI agents. OpenAI's API for GPT-4, powered by AI agents, Langchain framework for AI agent orchestration, and Lama index for document-based AI agents. The next stage, we will discuss about enhancing AI agents with external tools. In that, the first step is integrating with databases. AI agents can query SQL and non-SQL query databases for structured data retrieval. Proceeding ahead, we have connecting with web scrapers and APIs. AI agents can fetch real-time data using tools like Beautiful Soup, Scrappy, and OpenAI plugins. Next ahead, using vector databases for context recall. FAISS ChromaDB store long-term memory for AI agents. For example, legal AI agents retrieve case law from vector embeddings. Lastly, we have autonomous agents and workflows. AutoGPT and Baby AGI are best examples. These AI agents that self-improve by learning from previous tasks, and True AI, which is a set of multiple AI agents collaborating to solve a complex problem. Now, the main part, challenges and limitations of generative AI agents. In that, the first one will be the ethical considerations. AI bias and fairness concerns are the primary ones. Addressing AI hallucinations, which is false information generation, and then we have computational cost and efficiency, which is a major concern amongst all the industries. Large AI models require significant computational power. Strategies to optimize AI agent efficiency will also considered to be expensive to hire many training models or also human programmers. Followed by that, we have security risks and data privacy. Risk of data leaks or data breaches and AI jailbreaking is one of the highest security threat. Implementing secure AI architecture is one of the primary solutions that you need to focus on. And lastly, we have legal and compliance issues. This would majorly be concerned from the enterprise level. GDPR, HIPAA, and AI regulations compliance is mandatory, and AI liability in decision making is also important. And now, the last stage of today's discussion, which is future trends and advancements in AI agents. Starting with the first one, AI agents with emotional intelligence are also known as affective AI. AI is capable of detecting emotions and adapting responses accordingly. For example, if you have designed a therapeutic AI chatbot for mental health. Now, the next one, self improving AI systems. So, meta learning and auto ML are a few examples. AI agents that learn from new data autonomously, for example, AI adjusting marketing campaigns based on customer responses. And now the next one, AGI and roadmap to superintelligence. Well, this always ends up with question. Will AI agents evolve into AGI, or also known as artificial general intelligence? And are the implications of self-learning AI real? This is the major question. And lastly, the role of AI agents in the future of work. Now we can see there are a lot of AI agents like Copilot, which will assist humans in their day to day tasks, whether it is business, healthcare, or education. And also, you have a lot of automation and transformation happening in the IT industry, which will reduce the work hours and stress on the employees by automating all those mundane tasks by the help of Copilots, also the generative AI agents.
LLMs. If you ever wondered how machine learning can now understand and generate human-like text, you are in the right place. From chatbots like ChatGPT to AI assistant that power search engines, LLMs are transforming how we interact with technology. One of the most exciting advancements in this space is Google's Gemini or OpenAI ChatGPT, a cutting-edge large language model designed to push the boundaries of what AI can achieve. In this video, we will explore what LLMs are, how they work, and why models like Gemini are critical for the future of AI. Google Gemini is part of a new wave of AI models that are smarter, faster, and more efficient. It is designed to understand context better, offer more accurate responses, and integrate deeply into services like Google Search and Google Assistant, providing more human-like interactions. So we will break down the science behind LLMs, including their massive training datasets, transformer architecture, and how models like Gemini use deep learning innovation to change industries. Plus, we will compare Google Gemini to other popular LLMs such as OpenAI ChatGPT models, showing how each of these technologies is used to power chatbots, virtual assistants, and other AI-driven applications. By the end of this video, you will have a clear understanding of how large language models like Gemini work, their key features, and what they mean for their future AI. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon to never miss any update from Simplilearn. So what are the large language models? Large language models like ChatGPT 4, Generative Pre-trained Transformer 4, O, and Google Gemini are sophisticated AI systems designed to comprehend and generate human-like text. These models are built using deep learning techniques and are trained on vast datasets collected from the internet. They leverage self-attention mechanism to analyze relationship between words or tokens, allowing them to capture context and produce coherent, relevant responses. LLMs have significant application, including powering virtual assistant, chatbots, content creation, language translation, and supporting research and decision making. Their ability to generate fluent and contextually appropriate text has advanced natural language processing and improved human-computer interaction. So now let's see what our large language model used for. Large language models are utilized in scenarios with limited or no domain-specific data available for training. These scenarios include both few-shot and zero-shot training approaches, which rely on the model's strong inductive bias and its capability to derive meaningful representation from a small amount of data or even no data at all. So now let's see how our large language model trained. Large language models typically undergo pre-training on a board, all-encompassing dataset that shares statistical similarities with the dataset specific to the target task. The objective of pre-training is to enable the model to acquire high-level features that can later be applied during the fine-tuning phase for specific tasks. So there are some training processes of LLM which involves several steps.
The first one is text preprocessing. The textual data is transformed into a numerical representation that the LLM model can effectively process. This conversion may be involve techniques like tokenization, encoding, and creating input sequences. The second one is random parameter initialization. The model's parameters are initialized randomly before the training process begins. The third one is input numerical data. The numerical representation of the text data is fed into the model of processing. The model's architecture, typically based on transformers, allows it to capture the contextual relationship between the words or tokens in the next. The fourth one is loss function calculation. A loss function calculation measures the discrepancy between the model's prediction and the actual next word or token in a syntax. The LLM model aims to minimize this loss during training. The fifth one is parameter optimization. The model's parameters are adjusted through optimization technique. This involves calculating gradient and updating the parameters accordingly, gradually improving the model's performance. The last one is iterative training. The training process is repeated over multiple iteration or epochs until the model's output achieve a satisfactory level of accuracy on that given task or dataset. By following this training process, large language models learn to capture linguistic patterns, understand context, and generate coherent responses, enabling them to excel at various language-related tasks. The next topic is how do large language models work? So large language models leverage deep neural network to generate output based on patterns learned from the training data. Typically, a large language model adopts a transformer architecture which enables the model to identify relationship between words in a sentence irrespective of their position in the sequence. In contrast to RNNs that rely on recurrence to capture token relationship, transformer neural network employs self-attention as their primary mechanism. Self-attention calculates attention scores that determine the importance of each token with respect to the other token in the text sequence, facilitating the modeling of intricate relationships within the data. Next, let's see application of large language models. Large language models have a wide range of application across various domains. So here are some notable applications. The first one is natural language processing, NLP. Large language models are used to improve natural language understanding tasks such as sentiment analysis, named entity recognition, text classification, and language modeling. The second one is chatbot and virtual assistant. Large language models power conversational agents, chatbots, and virtual assistant, providing more interactive and human-like user interaction. The third one is machine translation. Large language models have been used for automatic language translation, enabling text translation between different languages with improved accuracy. The fourth one is sentiment analysis. LLMs can analyze and classify the sentiment or emotion expressed in a piece of text, which is valuable for market research, brand monitoring, and social media analysis. The fifth one is content recommendation. These models can be employed to provide personalized content recommendations, enhancing user experience and engagement on platforms such as news website or streaming services. So these applications highlight the potential impact of large language models in various domains for improving language understanding automation.
We will begin with the agenda for MCP tutorial for beginners. So firstly, we will have a quick briefing of what exactly is an MCP, or as it is called, Multi-Agent Collaboration Protocol. Followed by that, we will understand some basic protocols and standards in communication. Next, we will try to relate MCP to the understanding of protocols and standards. Followed by that, we will get started with our demonstration on developing a web scraper agent using MCP. And for that, we will be needing Node.js, Cursor AI, and Firecrawl API. So I will be walking you through those demonstration steps one after the other, and this will be a very beginner-friendly tutorial and practical demonstration on MCP. Now that I've made myself clear with the agenda, let's get started with MCP. So what exactly is MCP? As MCP on their webpage says, MCP is a Model Context Protocol or Multi-Agent Collaboration Protocol is an open source protocol that standardizes how applications supply context to large language models. Similar to how USB-C unifies hardware connections, MCP offers a consistent way to integrate AI models with various data sources and tools. Now let's go to the official documentation of MCP to have a broader overview. So, as they say, MCP is one such tool if you remember N8N and all the AI tools and data sources that you used. For example, if you wanted an AI travel agent, as we have an already existing tutorial on our channel, you can go through it for a brief overview. So you might be needing an email writing agent, and you might be needing an airport code searching AI agent, hotel searching AI agent, flight booking AI agent, and a lot of agents connected to one another through a complex network using an ATEN platform, right? Now, in this particular MCP, that will be minimized. So you will have a standardized approach where you just eliminate all those boilerplate coding agents, manual searching for databases, manual search for knowledge bases, manual search for agents which are specifically designed for the purpose. You just explain your initiative, attach the API keys, and MCP takes over and gives you a fully furnished and finished product within no time. That's the main approach of MCP. So here you can see an overview image where we have the parts MCP host, clients, servers, local data sources, remote services, and local data sources. If you wanted to go ahead with local data sources or local knowledge base, you can go ahead with that. But in case if you wanted some open source, then you can also go ahead with that. So here we have all the quick starts and guides, an example, and tutorials to how to begin with that one, and all the explore pages that you want to go ahead with if you wanted to have a deep dive into core architecture, the resources available, prompts, tools, transport samplings, and a lot more. And in case if you wanted to contribute your dedicated resources for the community, you can also go ahead with that. And you can also have some support and feedback for MCP. Now that we have a brief understanding of MCP and still clueless about what exactly is MCP, then let's go ahead with some standards and protocols so that you can get a template and you can relate MCP to that template and understand what's the role or importance of MCP in AI agent development. Now, understanding the standards and protocols. Now, let us imagine that you get a team of people to work on a project and you are the manager that leads and directs this particular team for a purpose, right? Now, the complex problem. No one is friend of anyone. Everyone is new to everyone on the team. And each and every person in this team belongs to a different country and doesn't have a common language in between. For example, person A speaks Mandarin, person B speaks Hindi, person C speaks French, so on. There is no common language between any one of those. Now imagine each and every one of these team members as an AI agent or a tool working for the purpose. In this scenario, you might have to hard code the ports of communication, instructions on how to do, and you need to go on to each and every single AI agent and explain the stuff in a very dedicated and a specific way. This could take a very long time. In the same way, if you relate this to a person, then you might have to reach to every single person and speak to them in their own tongue and explain them the procedures and the steps to be taken to finish the task. Now, how would you do that? It would be a lot complex. Mandarin, you might not even know French or a different language. And in that particular scenario, you might be stuck. What if there was one single language that everyone knew? For example, English. Now you can get all of them together and explain the stuff in one single call and close it. And what might be so wonderful is that you'll not even waste a lot of time and there is no hard coding, there is no manual effort there, right? In the same way, if you relate this to a web server, then you are the client, you have the server, and you just, let's say you're working on Facebook or Instagram, you try to post something, you try to write a comment, you try to like something, right? That is the activity. And these particular activities will go through 4 different types of requests. One is the get request, put request, post request, and last is the delete request, right? Now, if you are connected to a single server, this might not be as tough as possible. But if you are getting connected to multiple servers, then you might be requiring different protocols every single time. Now, this can be a combination of 2 parts, HTTP and the URL that you're trying to get connected to, right? Now, to eliminate the efforts between multiple servers and multiple requests at one go, you have one single tool called as API. And the most popular API is the REST API, which has a standard way of communicating. So here, the REST API works as the language English that we discussed before. In the same way, it has maintained a standard where each and every web client can have his communication to his dedicated server or multiple servers in one go using one single language or medium or standard, that is REST API. Without REST API and the standards and protocols, it might be very confusing and you might end up in a complex situation which might not yield in the type of result you're expecting. Now, if you can relate the development of multiple AI agents for a single purpose to the web communication and a meeting, you also expect if there were a template for development of AI agents which could make the process less complex, just like REST API did in a web service and just like English did in a team meeting, then MCP comes into the picture. MCP is your template for it, right? So just like your REST API and the meetings, you have a MCP. Earlier, without MCP, we used to have one tool called NA10 where you had all the tools connected to it and all the LLMs programmed to it, and you had to do this hard code coding for each and every tool that you have included in the network and each and every agent that you have related to it. You had to specifically instruct, write down steps, develop a persona to your AI agent, right? There was a lot of stuff. But if you eliminate this particular complexity with one tool, then that would be your MCP. You just had to include MCP and tell your purpose, and your job would be done. Now that you have a brief understanding or a general overview of what exactly is MCP, now let's go ahead and build one. Now, the steps would include the following. For the project that we are building, which is a web crawler or web scraper, we might need the help of Node.js. So firstly, we will install and set the environment for Node.js. Followed by that, we will be needing an editor. So for that, we will be choosing the Cursor AI editor. And next, we will use an API. So for that, we will be using the Firecrawl API. And lastly, we can get started with building one once we have all the required resources. So let's get started. So as we discussed before, we will get started by installing Node.js into our operating system. So we're working on Windows operating system. So we might have to go ahead with Windows. So I'll choose Windows and the architecture will be the one which I'm working with. So that would be x64. But in case if you are working with a different operating system, say Mac OS, then you might have to select ARM or any suitable architecture that you can be compatible with. For Linux, you'll have to choose with the same and so on. So since we're working with Windows, so Windows it is and x64 architecture, and click on that Windows installer MSI file. So it will be getting started to install. And you'll have to click on that Windows installer.msi file and it'll get downloaded. While it is getting downloaded, let's go to the next web page and download and install the Cursor AI that we will be needing for this demonstration today. You'll have to log in, create an account and log in. And automatically it will give you the version that suits our operating system. Since we are in Windows, it gave me a Windows operating system. Just sign up or log in. So since you have already an account, just log into your account and confirm it's that you, and followed by that you'll have installed your Cursor AI. Choose your theme. I'll go with the Cursor Dark theme, and here you make sure that you have Cursor tab, Control K agent, and you can also choose the data sharing option. I'll go with the privacy mode in case if you want the other one, go ahead with that. And here you have a few review settings, and there you go. Now you're on the new window for Cursor AI, and meanwhile let's check on the Node.js installation. I think the wizard has already started installing the Node.js setup. So this is the window. Let's quickly go through each and every instance that we have gone through so far in this particular window from the beginning. So it started off with some packages that we would be needing. So yeah, chocolatey and KB299. Yeah, further we have, and the last one is Python 13, right? Version 3.13.3 is approved. So far, so good. I think we can now get started with the next step. So here we are on the Cursor AI. So we might have to get started going through the Cursor AI settings to create our new MCP. So there are quite a few methods that you can try out to reach to settings. One is you can go to the file and there you may have to choose the preferences, and then you have the Cursor settings. You just can use that particular step, or you can go ahead with the search options as well. So you can use that step, or you can also use the other step where you can just go to the search window and search for the settings. Here you can see MCP on the left window. So let me also walk you through a few other steps. So go to the search window and type down cursor AI or cursor settings. I think there has been a discrepancy, but not to worry. We'll go with the regular approach where we go to the file, preferences, and cursor settings. And there you have the options on the left hand side. Go to MCP, and so far you don't have any MCP servers because this is the first time you've logged into Cursor AI. So you just have to add new global MCP server, which is available on the blue color button. Just click on that. And now you'll have a mcp.json file which is completely empty. You'll have to write down a few hard-coded codes here, which are not too complex related to the earlier ones that you have worked on in A10. So you might need a few more tools here. So go to the Firecrawl website. Before that, let's go through some awesome MCP servers GitHub link. So here we have almost all information related to the MCP. So let's open a new window and open all these links. What is MCP, clients, tutorials, community, legend, server implementations, framework, tips and tricks, right? For further information, you can go through all these web pages individually. So back to the home page, here you have everything you needed. The basic information of what exactly is MCP, and further you have some server implementations. Like if you scroll down, so you have awesome MCP services. This is where the beginning is. And next you have server implementations, aggregators, art and culture, coding execution, right? Customer data platforms. So here you have aggregators, art and culture, dedicated to web spaces. So, and you have also cloud platforms that you can work along with. And moving further, you have code executions, coding agents, command lines as well, and communication related stuff. So you can go along and perform your operations, customer data or platforms, data platforms, and much more. Let's close all these windows and get started with the next stage where we need an API, right? So for that, the project that we're working on, which is web crawler, we will be needing an API from one of the providers, which is Firecrawl API. Okay, that's the one, Firecrawl MCP. So that's the one. Click on that particular link. Here, to generate an API, first you might have to sign up with Firecrawl. So before we sign up, let's go through the website of Firecrawl from the beginning. So that's the template code that you'll be working on. And also here we have a wide variety of crawl options, media parsing options, smart weight actions, right? Reliability first and all those things. And also we have the pricing details. For now, we'll go ahead with the free plan. And yeah, let me add down my details, my email address, and you might also have to add a password. So let me type down something. Yeah, so the password is not too strong enough. That's a good thing. They have a really strong website. So that's a sign you need to have strong passwords, and also make sure that you don't share your passwords and the API keys that you generate using Firecrawl. Now that my password is a little too longer, I think it should be access. Yeah, it's accessible and is a successful account generation. Now you need to check your email and confirm that login credentials are right and everything. So once you are signed up, let's go through another website for generating our API keys. So Firecrawl API, scroll a little bit. So API documentation. So here you'll find some documentation related to Firecrawl and all the details that you need to go through for API key generation. So Firecrawl MCP server. Yeah, that's the website that we're looking for. Firecrawl MCP server. That's the one. And here you have overview, content, tools, and other resources that you're looking for. Now, this is the template server configuration that you'll be needing. So make sure that you have an eye on it. And now you will also have the details that you might have to go through. Like basically, it'll have the steps that you need to follow in the content page. Click on content. There you go. So it has all the features and details that you need to go ahead with. And tools, you have the crawling, extraction, scraping tools that you can work along with Firecrawl, and a few comments here. Now, yeah, the email has not been confirmed yet. Let's try to resend and reconfirm the email so that we just sign up or log in and create our API keys as soon as possible. So there you go. I have verified my email in my phone. So I'll just enter the credentials and sign in. Successful, you are signed in. On the left hand side, you can see the overview, playground, extract, activity logs, usage, API keys, and all the settings. So here you can see my API key has been by default hidden, so I'll not visualize it now. So you have two options, either view or copy. So we will be copying it for the first time to be on the safe side. So since we are new to this particular website, so we don't have any activities registered on this particular web page. So now we have the API keys. Now let's go to the content page to verify the steps that we need to follow. So we need to install npm and we need to go to the Cursor AI settings and add a new MCP server, which we already did. So we just need to copy the template code and we just need to place it there. And also, don't worry about where exactly to place your API keys in the template. We have that place. So we are back on the Cursor AI. Now we will replace this template code with the code that we just copied. And remember, if you're using Windows, try cmd/c. Okay. If you're not on Windows, you can eliminate that cmd/c. But if you are working in Windows, then you definitely need that cmd/c. Okay, let's erase this and replace that. So I'll name my tool as Firecrawl. And I'll go to the new line where I'll write down my command, and the command will be the code that I just copied from the Firecrawl window. So let me type down the command in double quotes in the new line, and I'll paste the command here, which is the code that we copied from the Firecrawl window. Control V. There you go. So the white stuff, which is in cmd/c, so that's the one you need to focus on. If you are working on Windows, that you definitely need it. If you're not working on Windows, then you can just omit it. Now, there might be some concerns with the codes, don't worry. Now, to cross-verify, you can just go back to the Firecrawl homepage and cross-verify it with the template for configuration that they have made us available. Let's go back to the Firecrawl window, and at the same time, you can see your API key here. So that's where you need to place your API key. So here we are on the Firecrawl window. You need to copy the API key and place it in the place where they have mentioned your API key. So if you have cross-verified with the configuration code, that's fine. And now you can just check the double quotes. So that's the one you need to focus on. Let me if there is a way to zoom it in, let me try to zoom in. Yeah, that's the one, cmd/c. If you're on Windows, you definitely need this. If you're not on Windows, you can just choose to omit it. Now let me just do one last final check. I think I missed a double quote somewhere. Yeah, I need to remove it from this place and add it to the end. Just a second. Okay, remove the double quote at that place. Now it should be after MCP. And once everything is done, you can just quickly choose to save and close this particular window. Check the distance between the API key and the double ampersand places. That's fine. And saving is really simple. Choose those three dots, close, save. And once that is clicked, it's all done. You get to choose to close this particular mcp.json file and get back to your agent. So once you have closed it, you will have your new server that you've just created in the cursor settings. But in a few times you get no tool connected, no server connected, or there might be some errors. So in that case, you just need to cross-verify the npm installation, Node.js installation, and check all the files that are there or not. But even if everything is installed and you can see the versions available, and if you're still seeing this or watching that particular error, then don't worry, just close the Cursor AI and restart it, or you can also choose the refresh option, which is right available there. So I've closed and restarted it, and the same procedure, go to File, Preferences, Cursor Settings, and there you'll see the MCP models, and there you'll find it right there, correct? Now close it and go to the window where you will find the server. Yeah, that's the one. And here you choose the agent. Make sure that you choose the agent instead of anything else. Not manual, not ask. I choose the agent. And now I'll write down a simple prompt. Search for Simplilearn on Google. Now it should give me results which it finds on Google. Maybe it's a home page, maybe it's a social media handle like LinkedIn or YouTube, or Instagram, anything that it finds related to Simplilearn. Only the term Simplilearn. So here you can see it has given me 3 different results. First one is Simplilearn website. Second one is Simplilearn YouTube channel. And the third one is LinkedIn page. So let's get started with the official web page. So click on the simplilearn.com. Now, it's asking me permission, open. Now we are on Simplilearn homepage. Similarly, let's go back and select for the YouTube page. So that's the one. Open again, get permissions. So you're on the Simplilearn YouTube page. Now I think it might ask for a login for LinkedIn. But anyways, let's try to check if it can open without logging in to LinkedIn or not. So yeah, you can see I've logged into the YouTube. Yeah, it is asking me to log in. So let's quickly log in. It might take a couple of seconds. So there you go, I've logged into LinkedIn. Now open. So I can see Simplilearn's homepage getting loaded in a second. Yeah, there you go. On LinkedIn, we have opened the Simplilearn's homepage successfully.
In this lesson, we are going to explain the concepts of linear algebra, solve a linear system of equations, describe matrix, forms of matrix and matrix operations, and define vectors and list down its properties. Introduction to linear algebra. Linear algebra. Linear algebra refers to study of linear combinations. For linear transformations to be carried out, a study of vector spaces, lines, and planes, as well as some mappings is necessary. It contains linear functions, vectors, and matrices. It is an examination of characteristic of linear set transformations. Linear equations. Linear algebra's major goal is to establish systematic techniques for solving systems of linear equations. A linear equation with n variables can be represented as a1x1 plus a2x2 plus a3x3 and so on till an xn equals to b, where x1, x2, x3 and so on till xn are the unknown quantities that are to be found, while a1, a2, a3 and so on until an are the coefficients. B here is a constant term. A linear equation with 2 variables, x and y, is a linear connection between x and y. The value of one variable, often y, is determined by the value of the other, that is x. The independent variable in this situation is x, while the term dependent variable refers to y. Since it depends on x, let's consider some examples for linear equations. Linear equations in one variable can be written as 3x plus 5 equals 0, or 3 by 2 of x plus 7 equals to 0, or 98x equals to 49. Linear equations in 2 variables. Examples can include y plus 7x equals to 3, or 3a plus 2b equals to 5, 6x plus 9, y minus 12 equals to 0. Linear equations can also be written with 3 variables as x plus y plus z equals to 0, a minus 3b equals to c, 3x plus 12 y equals to half of z. Identifying linear and nonlinear equations. Linear equations present themselves as a straight line on a graph. However, nonlinear equations represent themselves as a non-straight line on the graph. Here, equations like y equals to 8x minus 9 or y plus 3x minus 1 equals to 0 are examples of linear equations. However, y equals to x squared minus 7 is a nonlinear equation because x is raised to the power 2. Hence, denoting a nonlinear relationship or a non-straight line relationship between x and y. Similarly, square root of y plus x equals to 6 or y raised to the power 2 minus x equals to 9 are examples of nonlinear equations, as y is raised to the power half and 2 respectively. Forms of linear equation. Linear equations can be represented in 3 forms: a standard form, a slope-intercept form, or a point-slope form. Linear equation in standard form. A linear equation in standard form for a single variable can be represented as a x plus b equals to 0, where a and b are real integers and x is the variable, while a linear equation in standard form for two variable can be represented as ax plus by equals 2c, where a, b, and c are real integers, while x and y are the variables. To summarize, a linear equation for variables can be written as ax plus by equals to c, where x and y are the variables. C is the constant and a and b are the coefficients of x and y respectively. Linear equation in the slope-intercept form. A linear equation slope can be calculated to see how one variable varies in response to a unit change in another variable. It is represented as y equals to mx plus b, where m is the slope, b is the intercept on the y-axis and x, and y are the line's distance from the x and the y-axis respectively. Consider this example. The line's point x, y represents the distance from the x and the y-axis respectively, while the line intercept on the y-axis is at point 0, b. Linear equation slope. The slope indicates how steep a line is with respect to y-axis. When seen from left to right, it indicates whether the line goes up or down. The slope describes how independent variable has been changed, while the dependent variable is changing. Types of slope. There are 4 types of slopes based on the relationship between the two variables x and y. The first is the positive slope here as x increases. Y is also increasing in a negative slope as x increases. Y decreases. If a line is parallel to x-axis, it is a 0 slope. On the other hand, if the line is parallel to y-axis, then the slope is undefined. Linear equation in point-slope form. A straight line is represented in point-slope form by its slope, and a point on the line. It is represented as y minus y1 equals to m of x minus x1, where x1 and y1 are the coordinates of the point. Linear equation forms, some examples. Consider solving the linear equation given as 2x minus 10 divided by 2 equals to 3x minus 1. First, we will clear the fraction. In this example, we can see only left-hand side we have 2x minus 10 divided by 2. If from the numerator we take 2 as common, we will be left with 2 times x minus 5 divided by 2, hence x minus 5 on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, we still have 3 times x minus 1. Now, as a part of next step, we simplified both sides of the equation, that is, open up the brackets. When we do that on the right side, we end up getting 3x minus 3 by multiplying 3 to x minus 1. Solving further, we can write as x equals to 3x plus 2. Finally, we try to clear the fraction to solve for x. We can rearrange the equation as x minus 3x equals to 2. Solving it further, we get minus 2x equals to 2. And then we solve for x as minus 1. System of linear equation. A system of linear equations is a finite collection of linear equations, usually involving the same variables. It can be represented as a11x1 plus a12x2, and so on equals to b1, a21x1 plus a22x2, so on equals to b2, and so on. Here this example is for n variables. A system of m equations. A linear system can have unlimited number of solutions. One solution or no solution at all. In case of a single linear equation, a consistent linear system has a solution while an inconsistent linear system has no solution. Solving a linear equation. Solving linear system of equations. Various methods can be used to solve linear system of equations, which include graphic method, substitution method, linear combination or elimination method, or a matrix method. Graphing method. Let's try and solve these two linear equations using the graphic method. The first equation is defined as y equals 0.5x plus 2, and the second equation is y equals to minus 2x minus 3. The two equations, as we can see, are in the slope-intercept form. The first line has a slope of 0.5 and a y-intercept of positive 2, while the second line has a slope of negative 2 and a y-intercept of negative 3. Let's have a look at these lines through a plot. Here, the blue line is the first line represented by y equals 2.5x plus 2. And the red line is represented by y equals to negative 2x negative 3. These two lines intersect at a point at negative 2, 1. Hence we can say that x equals to negative 2 and y equals to 1. Solving systems of linear equation using substitution. For substitution, we start by putting one of the equations in the form of variable equals to. We then substitute that variable in the other equation in its place. Take the other equation to solve. If there are more than two variables involved, we repeat the process from steps 1 through 3. Let's consider an example. Let's consider the equation 3x plus 2 y equals to 19 and x plus y equals to 8. We could begin with any equation and variable. In this case, let's look at the second equation with variable y. We start with subtracting x from both sides of x plus y equals to 8. And we end up getting y equals to 8 minus x. The first equation still retains its form. Now we take the value of y, that is 8 minus x, and substitute in the first equation in place of y. We end up getting the equation 3x plus 2 times 8 minus x equals to 19. We further simplify and solve this equation using algebra method to get 3x plus 16 minus 2x equals 290. We solve this equation further, and we end up getting x plus 16 equals to 19, and finally x equals to 3. Now we take the value of x and substitute in the new reformed second equation as y equals to 8 minus x. That gives us y equals to 8 minus 3, hence y equals to 5. The final answer remains x equals to 3 and y equals to 5. Solving systems of linear equation using elimination. In this case, we start by multiplying an equation by a constant anything other than 0. We then add or subtract an equation onto the other equation. Let's consider the same example of 3x plus 2, y equals to 19 and x plus y equals 8. We first start by multiplying the second equation by 2, and we get 2x plus 2, y equals 216. Now we subtract the second equation from the first equation. That is 3x minus 2x. 2y minus 2y and 19 minus 60. On solving this, we end up getting x equals to 3. Now using these steps of substitution, we put the value of x in the original second equation, that is x plus y equals to 8, and achieve a value of y equals to 5. Hence the answer remains x equals to 3 and y equals to 5. We can verify the solution by using the graph. Here again, the blue line represents the point at which 3x plus 2y equals to 19 is true, while the red line represents the point where x plus y equals to 8 is true. The solution is found at the point where x equals to 3 and y equals to 5. This is the point where both lines intersect. Introduction to matrices. Matrix. A matrix is a rectangular array or table with rows and columns of numbers, symbols, expressions used to represent a mathematical object or an attribute. For example, here A is a matrix of 2 rows and 3 columns, as 2, 1, 3, minus 1, 2, and 4. Well, B is a squared matrix with 2 rows and 2 columns given as 2, 1, 3, 4. Matrix size. The matrix size is expressed as M cross N, where M is the number of rows, and N is the number of columns. A matrix with 2 rows and 3 columns can be referred to as 2 by 3 matrix or a 2 cross 3 matrix, or a matrix of dimension 2 cross 3. Notation of a matrix. A matrix with M rows and N columns can be presented as this. Here each element will be identified by its row number and column number. For example, the element over here is in the 3rd row and the 1st column. Hence, it is identified as a 3-1. Forms of matrix. The matrix is termed as a squared matrix. If n equals to m, that is, the number of rows and number of columns are equal. An element's entry in the matrix of from A, I is located on the diagonal. Hay is called a diagonal matrix if Hay ij equals to 0, when I is not equals to j, that is in a square matrix. Apart from diagonal at all places, we have 0 as a value. Matrix operations. Addition. Addition of 2 matrices is adding their corresponding elements, as in A11 plus B11, A12 plus B12, A21 plus B21, A22 plus B22, and so on. Consider the example over here. We have a matrix A as 22, 32, 11, 16, and matrix B as 13, 8, 13, and 16. Matrix A is of the order 2 cross 2, and matrix B is also of the same order, 2 cross 2. Hence, the corresponding elements can be quickly added as 22 plus 13, 32 plus 8, 11 plus 13, and 16 plus 16, giving us the result in matrix of 35, 40, 24, and 32. Addition rules. Only matrices with the same size can be added. That is, the 2 matrices should have same number of rows and same number of columns. Matrix addition follows commutative property. That means A plus B is equals to B plus A. Subtraction. Matrix subtraction is same as matrix addition. It is subtracting the corresponding values. Let's consider the same example of matrix A and B. The result of A minus B can be given as 22 minus 13. That is A11 minus B11. 32 minus 8. That is A12 minus B12. 11 minus 13. A21 minus B21. And 16 minus 16. That is A22 minus B22. Giving us result as 9, 24, -2, and 0. Subtraction rules. Only matrices with the same number of rows and columns can be subtracted. Matrix subtraction does not follow commutative property. That means A minus B is not equals to B minus A. Multiplication. Matrix multiplication results in what is called as a product matrix. In matrix multiplication, each row of the first matrix is multiplied to each column of the second matrix. To compute each of these elements in the matrix, the values are then added. For example, consider the matrix A and B. To get the first element, we will multiply the first row of matrix A to the first column of matrix B, and then add the individual elements, that is 22 multiplied to 13, and 32 multiplied to 13, and then add them up to get this particular element. For the second element, we multiply the first row of A to the second column of B, hence getting 22 multiplied to 8 plus 32 multiplied to 16. Similarly, we compute all the remaining elements, that is the second row multiplied to the first column, and added 11 multiplied to 13 plus 16 multiplied to 13, and the second row now multiplied to the second column, that is 11 multiplied to 8 plus 16 multiplied to 16. This gives us the resulting matrix as 702, 688, 351, and 344 multiplication rules. Let us say C equals to AB. Here, C is our product matrix, which can be computed as summation over A at ij dot bjk. For a matrix of size ij, matrix B of size jk, to calculate the value of each member in the I cross K matrix of C. The matrix product AB is defined only when the number of columns in A equals to the number of rows in B. The matrix product of BA is defined only when the number of columns in B is equals to the number of rows in A dot B is not always equals to B dot A. Transpose. A transpose is a matrix form by turning all the rows of a given matrix into the columns and vice versa. The transpose of a matrix A is denoted as AT. For example, if the matrix A is 22, 32, 11, and 16, the transpose of A would be 22, 11, 32, and 16. Here we can see the row has been converted to column. Inverse, if it is a non-singular square matrix, there exists n cross n matrix, a minus one known as A's inverse, that satisfies A dot A inverse equals to A inverse dot A equals to I, where I is the identity matrix. And identity matrix is characterized as a diagonals 1 and all other elements are 0. Also, AB equals to B dot A equals to IN, where IN denotes the n cross n identity matrix. Special matrix types. Symmetric matrix. A matrix A is set to be symmetric. If A is equals to transpose of A, diagonal matrix, A matrix D is diagonal only if Dij equals to 0. For all I not equals to J. Identity matrix. Identity matrix is denoted as IN, where AIN equals to IN dot A equals to A. Tensors. Tensors are arrays with more than 2 axes. A tensor can have n dimensions. Aijk is the value in the tensor A at coordinates ij and k. The principal component analysis PCA, which is a statistical technique used to reduce the number of dimensions in a given data set while we preserve its variability. So there are different use cases of PCA in real-time scenarios. One of the major use cases is in the healthcare domain, so technically known as the spike-triggered covariance analysis. It uses the principle of PCA in neuroscience to identify the specific properties of a stimulus that increase a neuron's probability of generating an action potential. So it is using reduction techniques, which is going to be really helpful in detecting the coordinated activities of large neuronal ensembles. So it is basically used for identifying a neuron from the shape of its action potential. Then in terms of quantitative finance. So PCA help us in reducing the dimensionality of a complex problem. Let's say a fund manager has 200 stocks in his portfolio. Now to analyze these stocks quantitatively, a stock manager will require a correlational metric of a size 200 by 200, which makes the problem very complex. However, if he has to extract 10 principal components, which best represents the variance in the stock price, this will reduce the complexity of the problem while still explaining the movement of all 200 stocks. So we use it for analyzing the shape of the yield curve in terms of forecasting the portfolio returns, developing the asset allocation algorithms, and so on. And it is also widely used in image compression. So PCA is also used for image compression. So if we go ahead and use any of the PyCharm IDE, so here we can work with Matplotlib, ImagePyPlot, and the NumPy as NP. And here we can also import from sklearn. And we can import the PCA. So basically we are trying to print the shape of the image by reading the image. This is a sample logo.png, which has been placed in the same directory. We are trying to print the image. So if we run this particular code, then we will be able to see the shape of the image. Return to us first the current shape based on the image which has been deducted, which is 156, 94, and 3. So what does this mean? This means image is in the form of 156 rows, and each row containing 194 pixels, and then having 3 channels, which is red, green, and blue. So we had to resize the image so that it is in a format required for PCA input, which is 196 by 3, which is going to be 582. So here we can see we have performed a simple operation as image_r, where we are using the NumPy library for reshaping the image. And then we are printing the shape of the image again. So here we can see 156 and 582 has been returned as a response. Now running the PCA with 32 principal components, we can use this fit for the image that has been reshaped, and then we are trying to train the transform image. So with these 32 components, we are able to express 98.7% of the variance. So inverse transforming the PC output and reshaping the visualization can also be done forward. And that's how PCA is widely used as a part of the medical and the other sciences. For example, is used for object detection model for the healthcare domain for the transportation, aviation, and location-based services. Introduction to vectors. Objects with both magnitude and direction are called as vectors. The magnitude of the vector determines its size. It is represented as a line with an arrow, where the length of the line indicates the vector's magnitude, and the arrow points in the desired direction. Other names for it include Euclidean vector, geometric vector, spatial vector, or simply vector. Its length is indicated by the symbol double bar v double bar, and it begins at the original 0, 0. Notation of a vector. A vector can be represented in a standard form as A equals to AI cap plus BJ cap plus CK cap, where A, B, and C are numeric values. The unit vectors along the x, y, z axis are I, j, and k cap respectively.
Hello all, so welcome to our course on Introduction to Agentic Workflow from Simplilearn. So before moving on to creating the agentic workflow, let's first understand what is AWS Bedrock. So AWS Bedrock is a fully managed AI service that helps developers build and use AI-powered applications without needing to worry about setting up or managing complex infrastructure. So it gives access to pre-trained AI models from top providers like Amazon, Anthropic Claude, Meta, Mistral AI, etc. So with Bedrock, you can create chatbots, text generators, summarization tools, and other AI-driven features without needing to train models from scratch. It also lets you customize AI models using your own data, add guardrails to ensure your safe and appropriate responses, and connect knowledge bases so the AI can provide more accurate answers. So since Bedrock is part of AWS, it also works smoothly with other AWS services, making it easy to integrate AI into your existing applications. So whether you're working to automate customer support, generate content, or enhance decision making, Bedrock provides a simple and scalable way to bring AI into your business. So now let's talk about serverless agentic workflows. So as AI-driven automation continues to evolve, businesses require intelligent agents that can understand user queries, retrieve relevant information, and take meaningful actions. So Amazon Bedrock introduces serverless agentic workflows, enabling organizations to build AI-powered assistants that interact with users, fetch real-time data, and execute business tasks, all without managing infrastructure. So in a traditional AI chatbot, the system typically responds to queries based on predefined answers or static knowledge. However, with serverless agentic workflows in Amazon Bedrock, AI agents can dynamically retrieve information and trigger actions, making them significantly more powerful than basic chatbots. So now let's explore how these workflows function, their key components, and their real-world applications. So when a user interacts with an Amazon Bedrock agent, the following steps takes place. First one is user input processing. So the agent receives a query from the user, such as, I need to return a laptop I purchased last week, can you help me? And the foundation model processes the input, extracts key information, and decides the next step. And the next step is information retrieval from a knowledge base. So if additional details are needed, the agent queries a knowledge base to pull relevant information. And the third step is action execution via AWS Lambda. So if the agent needs to perform an action, it calls an AWS Lambda function to interact with backend systems. So the function retrieves the order details, verifies eligibility, and processes the return request, for example. And number 4 is generating and sending a response. So the agent gathers the information and constructs a natural language response for the user. And finally, the session continuity and follow-up. So if the user asks another question, the agent continues the conversation while maintaining context. So the entire workflow runs on AWS infrastructure, allowing businesses to deploy AI-powered assistants without worrying about managing servers, scaling resources, or handling background execution. So here are some of the key components of serverless agentic workflows. So number 1 is Amazon Bedrock Agent. So the core AI assistant that interacts with users, understands their queries, and determines the best course of action. So it basically uses pre-trained foundation models from providers like Amazon, Mistral, etc. to process and generate response. And then it has foundation models. So these are large language models that power the agent's natural language processing capabilities. So the model helps the agent to understand questions, retrieve information, and generate responses. And then there are action groups. So action group define what the agent can do beyond answering questions. They allow the agent to execute functions, fetch data, and interact with APIs. So for example, retrieving customer orders from a database, processing refunds using an e-commerce system, or creating support tickets in a help desk platform. So each action group is mapped to an AWS Lambda function which handles the actual task execution. And then we have AWS Lambda for business logic execution. So since Bedrock agents are serverless, AWS Lambda is used to execute backend logic without managing infrastructure. So for example, a Lambda function can look up order history, verify eligibility, and initiate a return process. And another Lambda function can check support ticket statuses and provide updates. And fifth, we have knowledge bases for data retrieval. So a knowledge base helps an agent retrieve factual information from structured databases, FAQs, or documents. And then finally, we have guardrails for AI safety and compliance. So guardrails ensure the agent's responses remain safe, ethical, and appropriate by filtering out harmful, sensitive, or restricted content. So here are some of the real-world use cases of agentic workflows. So number 1 is for customer support automation. So a company can deploy a Bedrock-powered AI agent to handle customer service tasks like answering FAQs using a knowledge base, retrieving order details via an action group plus Lambda function, and initiating return requests and processing refunds automatically. It can also be used in IT help desk support. So an internal AI assistant can help employees troubleshoot technical issues such as checking server uptime using AWS Lambda, resetting passwords via an action group request, or submitting IT tickets automatically in support system. And it can also be used in HR virtual assistant. Like for example, a Bedrock agent can be used to assist employers with HR related queries like fetching leave balances, processing leave requests, or providing company policy details. So basically, serverless agentic workflows in Amazon Bedrock unlock a powerful, scalable, and cost-effective way to build AI-driven automation. So these workflows represent a significant step forward in AI-driven automation, like allowing organizations to deploy intelligent, action-oriented AI assistants that go beyond simple conversation. So now in the coming chapters, we will see how to create agent with Amazon Bedrock, how to connect with CRM and perform calculations, and how to read an FAQ manual and a short Amazon Bedrock console walkthrough. So let's get started. Okay, but before we start, in this course, we have used the Claude 3 Haiku model. This is one of the latest AI models, and here is a quick look at its pricing. For Claude 3 Haiku, the cost is $0.25 per 1 million input tokens and $1.25 per 1 million output tokens. So throughout this course, we'll be using Claude 3 Haiku as a primary AI model. So alright, let's proceed with the course. Hello all, welcome to our first chapter. So in this chapter, we are diving into Amazon Bedrock to build a simple cloud-based agent. You'll also learn how to invoke the agent and trace its workflow through traces, giving you a clear view of how it happens. So let's get started. The first step, just like in every chapter, is importing the Bottle3 library. So this is basically AWS official SDK for Python, which we'll be using throughout the chapters. But before we start, we have to set up an environment to run the code. So first, let's set up the environment. Import OS. I'll be explaining you everything shortly. ARM is equal to OS dot environ bedrock agent role. So basically, this code will reset the environment and prepare the resources. So let's just run this. Okay, sorry, there is a syntax error. Let's fix that. Yes, as you can see, it is resetting the environment. So the agent reset process is completed, Lambda reset process is completed, guardrail reset process is completed. We have discussed all these in the introduction chapter. So the environment is set. So now let's start working on it. As I already mentioned before, let's import the Bottle3. Import Bottle3. Now the next step is we have to create a client object. So basically we create a client object to interact with the different AWS services. So let's do that. So Bedrock agent is equal to Bottle3 dot client service name is Bedrock agent, and we'll also provide the region name. So region name is US West 2. Now next we'll use this client to connect to the AWS and set up our agent there. So for your information, this code is configuring in a cloud-based agent that operates at production scale, so it won't be running in our notebook right now. So let's get started. So let's start by creating the agent. So this is actually pretty straightforward. We'll be using the Bedrock agent client and calling the create agent function. So let's write the code. So first, we'll be using the Bedrock agent client and calling the create agent function. So now let's, pass the parameters. Let's set up the parameters. So the first thing is we need to give our agent a name. We should call it something. So one thing to keep in mind is this name isn't something that the agent itself will recognize. It's just for our reference. So for example, I will name this one as laptop customer support agent. So now let's move on to the other parameters. First things first, we need to give our agent a foundation model. So basically this means selecting a specific large language model from Amazon Bedrock, which will handle the language understanding for how agent operates. So we'll paste the model ID over here. So the foundation model is Anthropic Cloud 3 Haiku. So now there are multiple models available, and you can find the full list in the AWS documentation, which I'll be showing in further chapters. So here we have set up with Anthropic's Cloud 3 Haiku. This is very small, fast and highly capable model. So the next step is we need to define the agent's behavior by providing it with instructions. Now these are also known as system prompts. So let's give the instruction. So we have given it the instruction that you are an advanced AI agent acting as a frontline customer support agent. So in this case, the agent is acting as an advanced AI assistant for the frontline customer support, especially for laptop businesses. Now that we have set up the model and instructions, there's just one more thing left for the configuration, that is the resource code. So predefined IAM role has already been created for us in this environment, and we are pulling in its ARN. ARN means Amazon resource name from an environment available. So basically this role defines the security permissions for our agent. Basically dictates which services the agent can access. So in this case, we are keeping the thing secure and minimal, following the principles of least privilege, meaning the agent only has access to necessary language model and nothing else. So let's set up that. And yes, we are good to go. As you can see, we have loaded this into a variable, create agent response. Let's just check it. Yes. So as you can see, our agent is ready, it is created. So now you might have noticed that we haven't assigned any tools yet. So in Amazon Bedrock, these are called actions and they belong to action groups. So for now, we have built a basic AI-powered laptop support agent, and the next step is learning how to invoke and interact with it. So let's see how to do that. So as you can see, our agent status right now is in creating state. We have the agent ID, we have the agent name. So basically what happens next is the agent moves to a state called not prepared. So basically this is the full process the agent goes through. First state is creating, where the agent is being set up, which is happening right now. Then the second state is not prepared, where it exists but isn't ready yet. And the third one is prepared, where it's ready to use. So once it's prepared, we can create an alias for it. Alias is like a stable version of the agent that we can use in production. So because it lets us control updates, instead of changing the agent directly, we can manage different versions and keep things stable. But before doing anything else, we need to wait until the agent reaches the not prepared state, and that's when we can move forward. So now let's go ahead and store the agent ID in a variable. So basically I'm going to pull it from the response we created earlier, from the agent field where the agent ID is located. So let's do that. So agent ID, this is the variable. Create agent response. Agent ID. So this is really going to be very useful for us. Now we have to set up a few helper functions here. So for example, they'll help us wait for certain processes like transitioning to the prepared state, so we don't have to handle everything manually. And since we are working on laptop customer support, these functions will make it easier to manage tasks like checking the laptop's warranty status, troubleshooting hardware issues, and guiding customers through software fixes. So first, let's import the helper function. So from helper, let's first write the helper function and then I will explain the code to you. So wait for agent status. Agent ID is equal to agent ID. A target status is not prepared. So as you can see that the agent has reached the not prepared state, which is actually a good thing. That's exactly what we wanted. So it has basically transitioned from creating state to not prepared state. So now the next step is to prepare the code so it's ready to go. So let's do that. We want it to be in prepared state. So as you can see now the agent is preparing, agent stated is preparing. So we have used the Bedrock agent, which is the client, if you remember we set up earlier, and we have called the prepare agent function. So basically we need to tell it which agent we are working with. So we'll pass in the agent ID also. We have passed the agent ID, which we had already stored in a variable. And thus it has reached in the preparing state. Now our target is for prepared state. So let's just take this code and our target status is prepared. Let's see. So as you can see, the agent has reached the prepared state. But if you have noticed, as I showed you, it did briefly show preparing before it switched to prepared state. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the next step is to create an alias. And that is because we want to invoke the agent and have a conversation with it. So since the agent that we created is now prepared, we can go ahead and set up the alias. So let's do that. So let's move on to creating an agent alias using our Bedrock agent. Let's do that. Create agent alias. Response. Bedrock. Agent. Create agent alias. Yeah. So to do this, we need to provide a few key details. So first, we have to specify the agent ID so that the system knows which agent we are working with. Along with that, we need to assign a name to the alias. So this name can be anything. For simplicity, we'll just call it my agent alias. So let's do that. First, let's specify the agent ID. Then let's set the agent alias name. Which is my agent alias. So now once we have these details, we'll store the response from this operation in a variable, right? So this basically allows us to reference it later when we need it. So the process involves calling the create agent alias function, passing it both the agent ID and the alias name. So let's do that. For that, agent alias ID is equal to create agent alias response. We have given the, we have passed on the agent alias and agent alias ID. So now before executing this, there's an additional step to ensure that everything runs smoothly. So we need to extract the agent alias ID from the response and store it in a variable. So this is important because we'll use it to track the alias status. So to make sure that the alias is properly set up, we'll use a helper function that waits for the alias status to transition to prepared. So let's write the helper function also. Let's include the helper function also. So yes, this is the helper function. So we have already talked about helper functions earlier. So now let's execute the code and see what happens. So as you can see, everything is working as expected. The alias transitions into the prepared state, which is exactly what we were waiting for. Now that the alias is ready, we can actually start using the agent. So with prepared alias, the agent is now in a functional state, meaning that we can interact with it. So let's move on and see how to put it into use. So now to interact with the agent, we need to create a new client specifically for this purpose. So we'll be using bot23 to initialize it. So let's create a new client as we have done earlier. As you can see, we have, specified the service name, and we have specified the region. Then we have stored this client in a variable. So let's run this. Now that we are ready to move forward and actually invoke the agent. So for that, we have to write a few lines of code. So first you have to import UUID. So we'll be calling the invoke agent method for our Bedrock agent runtime client, which is essentially all that's needed to start a conversation with the agent. So let's write the code first and then I'll explain it to you. So as you can see, this is the message that I've given as a customer that, hello, I bought a laptop from your store yesterday. There is an issue with the display and I want to return it. So as you can see, we have specified which agent it is by giving the agent ID. Similarly, we also passed the agent alias ID, which we had saved earlier in the process. And finally, we gave the message also. So at this stage, the agent doesn't have any actions configured, meaning it won't actually be able to troubleshoot the issue. However, it should still generate a response based on whatever logic it has available. So in addition to the message that we have given, we also have given a session ID. We have to establish a session ID to maintain the conversation, right? So you might have experience chatting with a customer support agent, and you might have noticed that there's a session ID and there's a session for each and every conversation. So once you end the conversation, when you're starting a new conversation, it's separately a new session. So similarly here also we need to establish a session ID to maintain the conversation. So we have generated a unique ID using Python's UUID module, and that's why we have imported UUID first. So basically this ensures that each session is uniquely identifiable and the conversation history will be stored in the cloud, so we don't have to manage it ourselves. So here we have kept end session false, which means this keeps the conversation active instead of losing it after one exchange. And enable trace is true, which means this, and enable trace for now, let's keep it as false. Yeah, which means this disables request tracing for now, but we can explore it later. So let's just run this. Agent response. So as you can see, we have run the code over here. And as we print the response, you'll see that it doesn't display like a normal text response. And that's because it comes back as an event stream instead of a simple message. So since we can't just print it directly, we need to extract the actual response from the stream. So to do that, we'll pull the relevant data from the event stream, which will allow us to see what the agent actually said. So let's do that. Let's write a piece of code. Event stream is equal to invoke agent response completion event I event string, just print event. So as you can see, when we do this, we'll see that there's only one main event returned, and this event is called chunk. And inside it, we have some data, specifically bytes and a response from the agent. So basically, the agent has responded that I'm sorry, but I'm unable to assist you with the return process for your laptop at this time. Please contact our customer support team directly and they will be able to help you with it. So this message makes sense because right now the agent doesn't have any actions set up. It knows it's supposed to have some functions, but since we haven't defined any, it simply acknowledges its limitations. But how does the agent figure this out? And how does it do the necessary action? So for that, to get a clear picture, we have to enable the trace mode. So earlier we have disabled the trace mode by keeping it false. So we have to enable it by making it true. So this will start a new session. It will reset everything and allow us to have another conversation with the agent. And this time with more insights into how it generates its response. So let's go ahead and do that. So as you can see here, I have enabled the trace and I've printed it. Here, as you can see, we can find some familiar details like they have given the agent ID, the session ID. They have given so many details. And I'm just finding the final response over here. As you can see, it has given a final response. To initiate the return process for your laptop with the display issue, please gather the following information: date of purchase, order number of receipt, description of issue. So as you can see, first it said that, I'm unable to help and please contact, some customer support agent, like, some human customer support. But as you can see now, it actually, gave us an answer that I want, some details like date of purchase, order number or receipt, etc., so that we can initiate the return process. So with this in place, we are now ready for the next step, which is adding actions to the agent so that it can actually perform some useful tasks. So we'll see that in the next chapter. So now that we have a basic agent set up and running, it's time to take things a step further. So in this chapter, we'll connect the agent to external services, allowing it to interact with the outside world. We'll simulate integrating it with a CRM system where it can retrieve customer details, log support tickets. So this will make our customer support agent more functional and bring it closer to real world use case. So let's see how it works. So first things first, let's set up the environment. Do that. So as you can see, the environment is being set up. This will take some time. Now next we need to import the required libraries. We'll start with module 3 to interact with AWS services. Import module 3. We also bring in UUID, which we discussed in the earlier chapter, which helps us create unique session IDs. And also we'll import some helper functions. So let's do that. Import UUID from helper. Import all. So since our environment variables are already set up, we are all set to go. So the agent from the last chapter, from the last environment, is still running. So we can continue using it. And this time we'll give more detailed instructions because we have added a few extra components. So now let's start testing and see how it works. So firstly, I'll generate a new session ID and set up another message similar to what we used in the previous chapter. Let's set up the session ID first. Session ID equal to and let's give a new message. For example, let's give my name as Via. My laptop has display issue and I want a refund. So once that's defined, we'll use a helper function to check the responses and see what happens. So we'll call invoke agent and use a print helper function to send a message and check responses. So let's do that. Invoke agent and print. Again, we have to specify our agent ID. Agent ID. Input text is the message. Do that as one more thing. Agent alias ID is equal to agent alias ID session ID. So as you can see, this is what our response is. This actually looks like a chat format. We said that my name is Leah, my laptop has display issues and I want a refund, and the agent has responded by saying that it's sorry, but it doesn't have enough information to process our request for a refund at this time and all the details. So now what we need to do is we need to connect our agent to some other tools to make it more useful. And in Amazon Bedrock agents, these tools are called actions and action groups. These allow the agent to perform tasks beyond just responding with text. So the logic behind these actions is handled through AWS Lambda functions. So basically the Lambda function serves as the invocation point where the agent sends requests when an action needs to be performed. So when the agent calls this function, passes an event that contains key details like agent's name, action group name, specific function, and any parameters. So let's do that now. Let's write the code first and then we'll explain. So to connect our agent with tools, we need to define an action group using the Bedrock agent client. So this action group will allow the agent to perform tasks by interacting with an AWS Lambda function. So first let's create the client like before. So we have done that. The service name is Bedrock agent, region name. We're not specifying the region right now. Now next step is to set up the action group. So yeah, now let's see what the code is. So we have started by naming the action group. The action group name is customer support actions, and this is just for our reference. Now the next thing is we link it to our agent by providing the agent ID from our environment variables, and we specify the Lambda function that will handle the logic using the ARN. Now after that we have defined the actions. Like for example, inside the action group we define functions the agent can call. For example, the first one is customer ID lookup. So this function retrieves a customer ID based on details like email, name, or phone number, and the agent must send at least one of these details to proceed. Now the parameters are described in natural language so that the agent understands their purpose. Now the next function, the second function is sent to support. So basically this function escalates the issue to a human support team. Like for example, if the agent that we created is not able to respond, so it will escalate the issue to a human support team. It requires both a customer ID and a support summary, and if the agent doesn't have a customer ID, it will first fetch it using the customer ID lookup function. So this is what these two functions does. Now before sending the request, we have specified the agent version as draft. It means that it applies to the current agent setup. So once everything is set up, we have created the create agent action group response. This is a variable, create agent action group response, and we have stored the response in this variable. So let's look at the output. Create agent action group response. So as you can see, we have executed the request and we have our response. So this includes an action group ID. It has the action group state, which is enabled. And before we proceed further, we need to ensure that the action group is fully enabled. So although it's already enabled, as you can see in this case, we'll add a helper function to wait for the state. So this will ensure that, if we run the entire script from top to bottom, everything works smoothly without any timing issues. So let's add that helper code. Let's do that. So first we need to extract the action group ID. That's what we have done here. We have to extract the action group ID from the response, which will allow us to reference it later. Next we'll give our helper function, like how we have given helper functions before. As you can see, the target status that we want is enabled. So now that we have made a change to the agent, we also need to prepare the agent again to apply the updates and update the alias so it reflects the latest version. So let's do that. Again, we'll be using helper functions for that. It's enabled. Now we, want it in the prepared state. Agent is prepared, and next is we have to update the alias. So let's do that. So the agent alias has also reached the prepared state. So basically we have, as you can see here, we have used the prepare agent function. So now the alias is fully updated and the agent is ready to use. So now we can start performing tasks and we can just test it by giving a message. So again, first, before giving the message, we are going to reset the session ID. So let's reset the session ID and let's give a different message including an email address. So my name is Leah and we'll just give a dummy email ID like Leah at leah.com. My laptop has display issues. And I want a refund. So this time I've also included, as you can see, the email address. Now the thing is, with this email, the agent can confidently match it to the customer ID. So in this case, it will just be a random number, of course. So this helps simulate a real customer support interaction. So now let's run and see what happens. So first I'll give a helper function and call invoke agent to send the message and print the response. So firstly, we'll just write the helper function. Invoke agent and print. We'll pass on the agent ID. Agent alias ID. Just copy paste it because we have already used this function before. And right now we have kept the enable trace as false. So as you can see, it has given the chat, the user, a query and the agent response. So it has said, hello Leah, I'm sorry to hear you are having issues with your laptop display. So to better assist you, could you please provide some more details about the specific problem you're experiencing? So right now, as we gave the email, it might have already got the customer ID. So now it's asking about more issues. And what's the specific problem you are finding and what is the, purchase date and everything. And also at the end, it has asked that please let me know and I'll help you to escalate this to our customer support team if needed. So this is what our agent has responded with. Now let's just keep the enable trace as true and see what happens. So as you can see here, you can see the user query, the final response, and the thing is you can also see the agent's thought process. So this is basically thought process that's going on with the agent, which means, okay, let me give you the details we have so far. It has taken the customer name, customer email, the issue, the request. Issue is that the laptop has display issues. The request is that we want a refund, and it has processed that it still misses some key details to fully process the refund, such as order number or purchase date of the laptop. So without these details, I won't be able to properly escalate this to the support team. So let me ask the user about it, and that's what it has done over here. So as you can see, so far we have built an agent that responds effectively and uses tools to process customer support cases. It can retrieve a customer ID and log a support request, making it much more functional. This chapter will be seeing what are guardrails in AWS Bedrock. Hello, also in this chapter we will talk about what are guardrails in Amazon Bedrock. So what are guardrails? So basically, guardrails in Amazon Bedrock are a set of safety measures that help ensure AI-generated responses are safe, ethical, and appropriate. Act as filters and restrictions that prevent the AI agent from generating harmful, biased, or restricted content. So guardrails are essential for regulating AI behavior, especially in customer support, healthcare, finance, and other sensitive domains, where AI-generated responses must adhere to compliance standards. So now let's see how the guardrails work. So when an AI model generates a response, guardrails analyze the output before sending it to the user. If the response contains restricted, offensive, or policy-violating content, the guardrails block or modify the response. So the guardrails in Amazon Bedrock can be customized based on business requirements. So users can define content filters to block inappropriate language, deny topics that the AI cannot discuss, and harmful category filters to prevent responses related to violence, hate speech, self-harm, or explicit content. So these itself are some of the key features of guardrails. In content filters means it can filter and scan AI responses for profanity, hate speech, or offensive content and block them before they reach the user. In denied topics, predefined topics that the AI is not allowed to discuss. Example, political opinions, personal health advice, financial investment recommendations, etc. And then comes harmful categories where adjustable safety settings for restricting responses related to hate speech, self-harm, violence, harassment, and adult content. And then it has custom word filtering where users can define a list of restricted words or phrases that the AI should not generate in its responses. And then we have custom guardrails via AWS Lambda for advanced use cases. Custom logic can be implemented by using AWS Lambda to validate and modify AI responses dynamically. So now let's see how we can implement guardrails in Amazon Bedrock with some code examples. So there are basically 4 steps. So the first step is to create a guardrail. So this is the code for that. So to create a guardrail in Amazon Bedrock, you have to use the AWS SDK, which is Boto3 for Python, to define the content filtering, restricted topics, and sensitivity levels. So basically, this code creates a guardrail named Customer Support Guardrail, as you can see. And it filters harmful language. It blocks specific words, example, fraud, scam, illegal. It restricts discussions on specific topics like politics, religion, and investments, and it applies different safety levels to content categories. Now the next step is to associate guardrail with an AI agent. So once a guardrail is created, it needs to be attached to an Amazon Bedrock agent to enforce content filtering in AI responses. So this step ensures that the AI agent follows the guardrail rules and does not generate restricted content. And next we have testing guardrails by invoking the AI agent. So we can test if the guardrail works by sending a sample query to the agent and check its response. So as you can see in this code, if the guardrail is applied correctly, the AI agent will refuse to provide investment advice and respond with a safe and predefined answer, such as, I'm sorry, but I cannot provide financial investment advice. And finally, we have step 4, which is fine-tuning guardrails. So if the AI agent still provides undesired responses, you can adjust the guardrail by modifying the sensitivity levels or adding new denied topics. So in this code, the AI agent will not respond to financial or medical related queries, ensuring compliance with regulations. So now, why are guardrails so important? Number 1, to prevent AI misuse. So guardrails restrict AI generated responses, preventing harmful, biased, or unethical replies. Next is to ensure regulatory compliance. So industries like finance, healthcare, and legal services must comply with strict rules. So guardrails help prevent AI from providing unauthorized advice. And then to enhance customer trust. So a well-configured AI assistant maintains brand integrity by ensuring all the responses align with company policies and ethical guidelines. And finally, to reduce AI risks. So guardrails act as a safety net, reducing the risk of AI-generated misinformations, hate speech, or offensive content. So basically, guardrails in Amazon Bedrock are a critical feature for ensuring AI models generate safe, ethical, and policy-compliant responses. By implementing content filters, denied topics, and harmful category restrictions, businesses can control AI-generated output and protect user interactions. And by using AWS Lambda and customizable filters, developers can further fine-tune guardrails based on business needs, whether it's preventing AI from giving financial advisors, blocking offensive language, or ensuring customer support consistency. Guardrails help maintain AI reliability and trustworthiness in real-world applications. So that was it about guardrails. Now in the next chapter, we'll take it a step further by making the agent smarter. So instead of immediately forwarding requests to support, it will perform calculations before sending them. So let's get into it and enhance its decision making. All, welcome to the next chapter where we are going to give our agent a code interpreter. So this means the agent will be able to perform accurate calculations by writing and running temporary Python code to support its responses. So let's dive in and see how it works. And before that, as we mentioned in all the chapters, let's run the code to set up an environment. So let's do that first. Let's set up the environment. So first, I'll load all the necessary libraries. Same as before, we need the bottle 3. We need UUID. And we need to import the helper functions. So once that's done, the next step is to create a client, a Bedrock agent client. Same as before, so let's do that. Done. So right now the agent in our environment is the same that we used in the last chapter. So to enhance its capabilities, we'll update it and integrate the Amazon Bedrock agent with new features. So let's write the code. So let's see what this code is. So this code basically updates an existing action group in Amazon Bedrock by modifying its function schema and adding a new function. So first we have the function called update agent action group. So this function is called to modify the agent's action group. So this ensures the agent can execute the necessary actions when handling customer support requests. And then we have set up the code parameters. As you can see here, we have the action group name, which is customer support action. So this names the action group. We have kept it same as before. The action group state is enabled. So since we are modifying the action group, we explicitly set its state to enabled. So by default, an action group is enabled upon creation, but when updating, we must manually specify the state to keep it active. And then we have given the action ID group, the action agent ID. And as you can see, the agent version is in draft. So this update applies to the draft version of the agent because Bedrock allows multiple agent versions. So changes are first applied in the draft state before being finalized. After that, we have the lambda function, ARN. So the agent will execute actions using a lambda function. So the lambda function ARN is stored in the lambda function ARN variable. Now after that, we have defined the function schema. So inside the function, as you can see, inside the function, we have 3 other functions. The first function is customer ID function. So this function helps the agent identify a customer based on the available details. So as you can see, this is the description just given. Get a customer ID, given available details. At least one parameter must be sent to the function. This is private information and must not be given to the user. So what this means is that the agent can look up a customer ID but must not share it with the user. So at least one parameter is required. It can be email. These are the parameters. It can be email, name or phone number. And then you have the send to support. So if the agent cannot resolve the issue, it can pass the request to your human agent. And then we have a new function, an updated function, which is called purchase search. So here they have given the description that search for and get details of a purchase made. Details can be used for raising support requests. You can confirm you have this data. Like for example, I found the purchase, or I can't find the purchase, so and so. So basically the agent can search for purchases and confirm whether it found the record. So however, private information like order numbers must not be shared. And as you can see, these are the parameters given over here. The first parameter is the customer ID. The second parameter is the product description. And the third parameter is the purchase date. As you can see, the purchase date, the date of purchase should be in this format: year, month and date format. So basically this function helps the agent verify past purchases before escalating the case. Before escalating the case, the agent must verify that, if the query is real or not. So for that, this helps. So now once everything is set, we have stored it to this variable, which is update agent action group response. So basically running this agent ensures that it retains previous functions, adds the new function. As you can see, these customer ID and send to support function we had already used in the previous chapter. So the new function that we have added is a purchase search function. So let's run this. Now let's extract the action group ID from the update response. So let's extract the action group ID. So here the variable update agent action group response contains a response from the update agent action group function, which we used before. So the response has a nested structure where the action group ID is inside the action group. So this line retrieves the action group ID from the response and stores it in an action group ID, which is for later use. So action group is enabled, action group status is enabled. So now let's give it a different message. We can give something like first we'll give the email, and then we'll say I bought a laptop 5 weeks back and now it has a display issue. I want a refund. So as you can see, the message has mentioned the date in weeks. So here we have already mentioned in the function that we need it in this format, year, month and date format, but right now we have given it as 5 weeks back. So as you can see, we have to do something. So we got to update our agent. So next we have to add a code interpreter to deal with date. So let's do that. Okay. So this code enables the agent to execute Python code dynamically by creating a code interpreter action group. As you can see, this is the code interpreter action group. So the process involves 3 key steps. The first one is creating the code interpreter action group. So the function over here, create agent action group, is called to create a new action group named code interpreter action. So an action group defines a set of tasks that an agent can perform, and in this case, it enables the agent to execute Python code using the Amazon Bedrock's code interpreter feature. So now let's just move on to some key parameters over here. As you can see, again, we have the action group name, we have the action group status, agent ID, agent version, which is still in draft. And then we have the parent action group signature, which is Amazon code interpreter. So basically, this links this action group to Amazon Bedrock's pre-built code interpreter. This enables the agent to execute Python code dynamically, supporting use cases such as calculations, data analysis, and automation. So why this is important is because Amazon Bedrock provides built-in action groups like this, like for example, Amazon Code Interpreter to handle common AI tasks. So by referencing Amazon.code interpreter, the agent gains the ability to process and run Python code without needing custom Lambda functions. And after that, we are extracting the action group ID over here. So this ID uniquely identifies a newly created code interpreter action group, and it is stored in the code interpreter action group ID for later use. And then we have given a helper function, which is used to pause execution until the action group is fully ready. So the next step is to prepare agent and alias to add new action group. So let's do that. So first let's prepare the agent. Prepare agent response. Agent. Prepare agent. agent ID equal to agent ID. Now let's just copy the function. The target state is prepared, and let's run this. Okay, there is some error over here. Let me just fix it. As you can see, it is waiting for first. It waited for agent status of prepared. Then finally, it has reached the prepared status. Now, once that's done, our next step is to update the alias. So let's do that. Bedrock agent update agent alias. We are going to update the alias. Agent ID is equal to agent ID. We have to give the agent alias ID. And we'll keep the agent alias name as test. And once that's done, wait, let me just format it. Yeah, once that's done, let's just paste our helper function. And let's run the code. So as you can see, our agent alias has also been updated and reached the prepared state. So now let's set a session ID and write our message again. So first, let's set the session ID. Session ID strUID. Yes. And we'll rewrite our message. Oh, where was our message? Yeah, this is our message. So let's rewrite this. Let's run it. Now let's write a code which prints its response. I'll write the code first and then get into detail. Invoke agent and print. Again, here we have the agent ID, agent alias ID, input text, which is a message, and the session ID. And here we have given enable trace as true. So we've done it. So basically the invoke agent and print function, it sends a message to the agent and retrieves a response. Again, here we have kept the enable trace as true. So this is the response. We have the agent's thought process, invocation input, again agent's thought process, and finally here we have the final response where it has said that I have reviewed your request and found that you purchased a laptop approximately 5 weeks ago. Since this is within the typical refund period, I have routed your request for a refund to our support team. So they will review the details and get back to you shortly. You can also reference support case. They have also given an ID sort of thing for our ticket or our case. So as you can see, what it has done is, let's see the agent's thought process. So the agent's thought process was that the purchase search tool found a purchase for this customer that matches the details provided. So now I need to calculate the purchase date to determine if it is within the refund period. So first, to know that, because we haven't given it the correct date, we have given it 5 weeks ago. So to determine if it is within the refund period, it has to come up with the correct date. So what it has done is it has actually used the Python REPL to calculate the purchase date from 5 weeks ago, and basically it has calculated the date over here, and then it has come up with the conclusion, the final response, that it is within the typical refund period. Now let's look at another code with another session ID. So we'll give it the same message. Where is the message? Yeah. Next, let's set up the client. Basically, now we want to retrieve the response in streaming format. So for that, first we have to invoke agent response. We have that over here. And next we have to create the event stream. So event stream, invoke agent response completion. So for event, in event stream, if the chunk is in the event, print this, else print this. So this kind of looks cluttered. Let me just format it a bit. So as you can see, what happens here is you already know the invoke agent response and the invoke agent function. Here in this particular part of the code, the loop iterates over the event stream and checks for chunk responses. So if the event contains chunk, like for event contains chunk, the response data is stored in bytes. As you can see in this part, the response data is stored in bytes format, so it must be decoded into a readable string. And the decoded text is formatted as JSON and printed. And for other event types, any metadata or function related events are printed as it is for analysis. So tracing provides insights into how the agent processed the request, and the conversation remains open, allowing continued interaction. So now let's move on to the output. As you can see, this is a pretty big output, so you can take time and see what it is. I will just give you a gist about it. I'll just give you a gist about it. So basically the output represents a trace log of the Amazon Bedrock agent's orchestration process while handling this case. So as you can see, it has all the history, like the agent has been acting as a frontline customer support service, and it has taken requests from a customer named Leah who reported a display issue with a laptop 5 weeks ago. So basically the trace shows the agent's step-by-step reasoning and its function calls, beginning with retrieving customer ID using the provided email, then searching for purchase details using purchase search function which we used, and finally escalating the issue to the support team with the send to support function that we used. So the AI adheres to strict guidelines, ensuring accuracy and compliance by leveraging the Python REPL for date calculations and enforcing guardrails to prevent incorrect assumptions. So it also includes model invocation reports, function calls, API responses, and trace logs, confirming that the request was successfully processed. And as you can see, finally, the agent has also given a final response. Like, I have reviewed Leah's purchase details and routed her refund request to our customer support team. The support team will be in touch with Leah shortly to assist her further with the display issue, so and so. And please let me know if you need any further assistance. So as you can see, the last portion of the output confirms that the response has been finalized and delivered, ensuring smooth AI-driven automation customer support workflows. That was it about this chapter. Now in the next chapter, we will see how to connect this agent to a repository of customer support documents. Hello all, welcome to the next chapter. So in this chapter, we will see how to connect the agent to a repository of customer support documents. that discusses simple issues the agent can resolve. So once it is connected, the agent can resolve some issues directly and redirect others to human workflow. So let's start by importing the necessary basic codes and inputs. So the first step, of course, is to run the code to set up the environment. So let's do that. Next, let's import Auto3. Here we also need to import JSON. And let's import the help functions. Next, let's create the client. Rock agent is equal to auto3.client. The service name is Bedrock agent. Region name, we'll keep it as US West 2. Next, let's write the code to retrieve details about the existing agent in Amazon Bedrock. So for that, describe agent response is equal to Bedrock agent dot get agent. Inside, we'll give the agent ID. So basically, the function get agent is used to fetch metadata and configuration details about the specific Bedrock agent. So now let's run the code. For that, let's print the response. So print JSON dumps describe agent response agent is equal to 4 default here that's string. So this is the response. So basically, this code prints the agent details retrieved from the Amazon Bedrock in a structured and a human readable format. The function JSON dumps over here is used to convert the dictionary stored in describe agent response into a JSON formatted string. So since API responses often return nested data structures, formatting them properly helps in analyzing and debugging the output basically. So the ident is equal to 4 parameter ensures that the JSON output is visually structured with proper spacing, making it easier to read. So without indentation, the response would be printed as a single long line, which is difficult to parse manually. And additionally, default is equal to str is included to handle any non-serializable objects such as timestamps or special data types. So by converting them into strings before printing. So this prevents errors that may occur if the response contains complex data structures that cannot be directly serialized into JSON. So when executed, this command provides a clear view of the agent's configuration, including its name, as you can see, including its name, its status, version, associated action groups, and execution settings. So this output is valuable for verifying whether the agent is correctly set up, checking its state before making modifications, or troubleshooting issues related to its configuration. So by displaying all relevant details in an organized manner, this step simplifies debugging and ensures that the agent is functioning as expected. But as you can see here, they have all the informations, including the instructions. So what we can do is let's take that and print it separately. So for that, we'll write another piece of code, which is print describe agent response agent and in instruction. So as you can see, this line of code retrieves and prints the agent's instruction from the API response. So the describe agent response dictionary contains various metadata about the agent, and within it the agent key holds the main details. The instructions field over here specifically stores the system prompt or predefined guidance that tells the agent how to behave and respond to queries. So as you can see, it has an instruction. First, it has an instruction over here. It has just printed an instruction from the previous output, which is you are a frontline customer support agent for a company and your role is to process customer messages and so and so. And also it has given guidelines for processing customer messages. So first you have to analyze the customer's message to understand the issue. Then you have to determine the appropriate action. You have to use appropriate tools. You have to provide a summary, a clear and concise summary of analysis. And then again, for handling issues based on complexity, there are two types. Like if it's complex issues or those requiring human intervention, or then there are simple issues or general product usage questions. So this is just the instruction printed. So if you go through the output, you'll realize there is lack of knowledge base. Okay, so like they have given the instruction, they have given the guidelines, but still there is a lack of knowledge base. So our next step is to add the knowledge base. So let's do that. Let's write that piece of code. So get knowledge base response agent get knowledge base. Sorry, knowledge base ID is equal to knowledge base ID. So as you can see, this code retrieves information about a knowledge base linked to the Amazon Bedrock agent. So knowledge base is basically a collection of stored informations like FAQs or company guidelines that the agent can use to give better responses. So this function over here, get knowledge base of, is called with knowledge base ID, which ensures that the correct knowledge base is assessed. The response is then stored in the get knowledge base response, which contains details such as knowledge base name, status, description, and stored documents. So running this function helps check if the knowledge base exists, is it active and properly linked to the agent. So this is useful for troubleshooting cases where the agent is supposed to retrieve information but isn't responding quickly. So now let's just print this and see. Print JSON dumps get knowledge base response content is 4. So as you can see, we have printed and the response contains a lot of configuration. Now next, let's connect this knowledge base with our agent. So to do that, first let's type the code and then we'll see how it works. Associate agent base response is equal to agent associate agent knowledge base. We have to provide the agent ID, the knowledge base ID, the agent version, which is draft, and the description, which is my knowledge base. We'll give it as my KB. Just format this a bit. So as you can see, this code links a knowledge base to an Amazon Bedrock agent, allowing the agent to use stored information when generating responses. So the function over here, which is associate agent knowledge base, connects a specified knowledge base with knowledge base ID to the given agent ID. And here the agent version is draft, which ensures that the change applies to the agent's draft version before being finalized. And the description, we had given it as myKB, which provides a short reference name for the knowledge base association. So basically, this function allows the agent to access and reference information from the knowledge base when answering queries. And by running this, you ensure that the agent can retrieve stored knowledge, improving accuracy and response quality. And it is useful for customer support, FAQs, and structured document retrieval. Now let's just look at the output. Associate agent knowledge base response. So as you can see, the knowledge base is enabled and we are ready to go. Now next, let's prepare the agent and alias. So I will just take the code and paste it because we have done this multiple times by now. Now let's see the code. So basically, this code prepares the agent for use, updates its alias, and ensures everything is fully activated before proceeding. So it consists of 4 key steps. I'll explain it to you again. So the first function, which is prepare agent, is called with agent ID, instructing Amazon Bedrock to process and activate the latest changes made to the agent, such as updated actions on a newly linked knowledge base. Waiting for the agent to be ready. So since the preparation process takes time, wait for agent status function ensures that the agent reaches the prepared state before moving forward. And this prevents errors from calling an agent that isn't fully activated. And the next one is updating the agent alias. So since the preparation takes time, so the function update agent alias assigns a new alias, like my agent alias, to the agent. So an alias is a version reference that allows different agent versions to be accessed in a structured way. And this step ensures that the alias is correctly linked to the updated agent. And finally, waiting for the alias activation. So wait for agent alias status function ensures that the alias is fully prepared before use. And this guarantees that any request made to the agent will work correctly. So these steps finalize all updates and ensures that the agent is fully functional before invocation. And this approach prevents errors, incomplete updates, or unresponsive behavior, making the agent reliable and ready to process queries. So let's just run this code. Let's wait for it to process. So once it's executed, you can see that we have a fully built customer support agent by now. So now let's just ask it some questions to see how it works. So first, let's give the session ID and our message. Again, we have given this multiple times by now. Creating a session ID. Message is leah@leah.com. I bought a laptop 5 weeks ago and now it has display issues. I want a refund. Now let's give the invoke agent function to print. Here we have disabled the trace. Let's print it. So it has actually given us a response saying that I've reviewed a request for a refund on the laptop you purchased about 5 weeks ago, and that is now having display issues. So I was able to look up the details of your purchase using the information. Based on my research, I've escalated your case to our customer support team for further assistance. So a support agent will get in touch. So you can, continue asking more questions. Like for example, let's try another message which says, let's ask, I am unable to connect my laptop Wi-Fi. What can I do? And let's print this. So we have enabled trace. So as you can see, this is the output, and the guardrail trace is none. It has given the agent's thought process like, okay, let me see how I can assist you with the issue of not being able to connect your laptop to Wi-Fi. And then it has gone to the knowledge base. And then it has come up with a final response, like to troubleshoot the issue of not being able to connect your laptop to Wi-Fi. Here are some steps you can try. And it is given to 5 steps. So similarly, you can prompt more questions and see the response, how the agent responds to your queries. So basically, the agent is now designed to follow the conversation flow and use agentic reasoning to decide how to handle each customer request. And it doesn't just respond blindly, as you have seen. It analyzes the situation and figures out the best course of action. So what makes this agent powerful is its ability to take different paths depending on the problem. So if it's a simple issue, it can resolve it on its own, but when a situation requires human assistance, it knows when to escalate to a support agent. So the way it makes these decisions come down to 3 things. Number 1, the agentic workflow that guides its decision making. Number 2, the instructions we provide to shape its behavior. And the third one, the tools and actions it has access to, like knowledge bases and APIs that you have seen in this example. So together, these elements allow the agent to be efficient, adaptable, and capable of handling a variety of customer interactions smoothly. So that was it. In the next chapter, I will give you a quick walkthrough of the Amazon Bedrock console. So now that we have successfully built a customer support agent using code, it's important to explore how the Amazon Bedrock console provides a visual and interactive way to configure AI models, manage agents, and fine-tune various functionalities such as guardrails and knowledge bases. So while coding provides greater flexibility and control, the console simplifies the process by offering an intuitive interface that allows for quick modifications, testing, and troubleshooting. So Amazon Bedrock is a part of AWS serverless AI infrastructure, which means it can integrate seamlessly with other AWS services while giving users access to pre-trained AI models from multiple providers. So this makes it an ideal tool for companies and developers looking to build and deploy AI-powered solutions without the need for extensive machine learning expertise. So to access Amazon's Bedrock, you first need to log into your AWS account, and once logged in, you have to navigate to the search bar and search for Bedrock and select Amazon Bedrock from the search results. So as you can see on the left-hand menu, you'll see several options that allow you to explore the different components of Bedrock. So these options include model providers, agent management, guardrails, knowledge bases, and playgrounds for testing AI models interactively. So by providing a centralized dashboard, the Bedrock console allows users to easily manage AI-driven workflows, configure the AI assistant's behavior, and enhance their knowledge retrieval capabilities. So one of the most important aspects of Amazon Bedrock is a variety of AI models it provides access to. So Bedrock allows users to choose from models built by leading AI research organizations, offering a range of capabilities such as text generation, reasoning, summarization, and question answering. So as you can see inside the console, the providers section lists the various AI models available in Amazon Bedrock. So some of these include the Amazon AI, Anthropic, Claude models, AI21 Labs, Cohere, Meta, Mistral AI, Stability AI, etc. So as you can see, each of these providers offers different types of large language models, which can be used depending on the specific requirements of a project. Like for example, Anthropic's Claude models are known for their safety-first approach, while Meta's Lama models are designed for high-efficiency reasoning tasks. So if you encounter errors when you're trying to use these certain models, it is likely because they have not been enabled for your AWS region or account. So the Bedrock console allows users to manually enable access to these models by navigating to the model access settings. So here users can agree to end user license agreements to enable specific models, modify access permissions to allow Bedrock to integrate with those models, and select or deselect models based on their respective project needs. So once a model is enabled, it becomes available for use within agents, knowledge bases, and other AI-driven applications. So first, let's have a look at agents for configuring and managing AI assistants. So one of the most powerful features of Amazon Bedrock is its ability to create AI-powered agents that can interact with users, process queries, and provide intelligent responses based on available data. So the agents section in the console provides tools for managing the assistants. So when you open the agent section, you will see a list of existing agents along with their current status. So these agents can be in different states, as we have already seen while coding. So it can be in the prepared state, which means it is ready to use and actively responding to queries. And it can also be in not prepared state, which means that the agent has been created, but it isn't fully configured yet. So to create a new agent, users can click the create agent, enter a name. You'll be having an option to enter a name, a description, and also select the large language model that will power the agent's response. So this step is crucial as the model selection determines the quality, response style, and processing capabilities of the agent. So basically, the agent builder provides a structured interface where users can define detailed agent instructions, choose best suited AI model, enable the code interpreter, which allows the agent to execute Python scripts when needed and customize its workflow and processing logic to suit business requirements. Now, a major part of setting up an agent involves configuring action groups, which define what the agent can actually do. So action groups allow the agent to connect with external tools, databases, and services to perform tasks beyond simple conversation. So within the console, users can link agents to external services using AWS Lambda functions. Amazon Bedrock simplifies the process by providing a quick create Lambda function option, which automatically generates sample Lambda code, configures the necessary AWS permissions for execution, and allows developers to customize Lambda functions for business-specific use cases. So, for example, if a support agent needs to retrieve a customer order details, an action group can be set up to query a database through a Lambda function. So, once the function is triggered, the response is processed by agent and delivered back to the user. And also, after configuring an agent, the console provides an interactive test environment, allowing users to send sample queries, debug unexpected agent behavior, and ensure proper integration with external systems. Now, next over here, we have the guardrails for controlling and filtering AI responses. So AI safety and compliance are critical when deploying automated assistants. So Amazon Bedrock offers guardrails, which we already saw while coding in the previous chapter, which allows users to filter and control an agent's responses to ensure it behaves within set guidelines. So as you can see, unlike action groups, which define what an agent can do, guardrails define what it shouldn't do. So these settings block inappropriate, harmful, or restricted content from being generated. So the console makes it easy to set up and manage guardrails through an intuitive interface, allowing users to specify denied topics that the agent should avoid, define content filters to block inappropriate responses, and adjust AI safety levels using interactive sliders. So, for example, if an organization wants to prevent an AI assistant from providing financial advice, a denied topic can be configured within the guardrail settings. And then there is knowledge bases, which is for expanding the agent's knowledge. So basically, knowledge base enhances an AI agent's ability to provide accurate and informed responses by allowing it to access structured data. So this is particularly useful for customer support, internal documentation, and FAQ systems. So the console simplifies knowledge base creation by guiding users through entering a name and description for the knowledge base, setting up access permissions, and choosing a data source such as Amazon S3, Salesforce, SharePoint, or a web crawler. So once a knowledge base is set up, the data needs to be indexed in a vector base to enable fast and efficient retrieval. So Amazon Bedrock supports multiple vector storage options like Amazon OpenSearch, Serverless, Aurora PostgreSQL, MongoDB, LTAS, and Pinecone. So when users queries the agent, the system retrieves relevant information from the knowledge base and integrates it into the agent's response. So the Amazon Bedrock console provides a comprehensive interface for managing AI agents, configuring workflows, and integrating data sources. While coding gives developers full control over implementation, the console simplifies deployment, testing, and fine-tuning, making it accessible for both technical as well as non-technical users. So by using all this AI model customization, guardrails for safety, and knowledge bases for enhanced understanding, Bedrock ensures that AI-powered solutions remain accurate, efficient, and aligned with the current business needs. So that was it. Congratulations on completing the Introduction to Agentic Workflow course from Simplilearn. Throughout this course, we explored key concepts of agentic workflows and how they can enhance automation. We learned how to create an agent using Amazon Bedrock connected with a CRM to perform calculations and read an FAQ manual for different information retrieval. We also walked through the Amazon Bedrock console, giving you a hands-on understanding of its features. So with these foundational skills, you are now equipped to build intelligent, automated workflows that streamline business processes.
So we will be making use of a couple of tools that are mentioned on the screen, like Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, SUP API, and N8N, right? Now, let's get started with sample, how exactly it looks like. Now, we are on one of the tools called WAPI, where we can generate an AI model which will actually interact with you. So by default, it has a system prompt related to medical purposes. Now I have a document over here which will explain something to the tool about the identity and how it should react, right? So let me take up the name of the AI agent Hazel and drop it here. Thank you for calling AI or travel passenger support. How can I help you, right? And here I have the entire prompt. So you might be wondering, how did I write this whole prompt? So don't worry about it. You can make use of Claude. Let me do that for you. So if you just log into Claude and type it as create me an AI travel agent, include personality, details to be collected, name, from, to, days of travel, like a simple prompt, and it's enough. It'll automatically create a prompt for you. So there you go. Your prompt is almost ready. So similarly, I have created my prompt over here, and now I'll be placing that prompt here, and we can also select the OpenAI provider model. And in case of selective knowledge base that you wanted to give to your assistant, for example, if you're working with a specific company or flight provider like Emirates or something like that, then you have your personalized prompt or knowledge base, and based on that you can provide. But right now we will be using a knowledge base from open source. So that will be our knowledge source, and it will search the web pages for information and then provide your results. Now here you have the transcriber, voice configuration, and additional configurations, tools, etc. Here you can add the tools that we will be using, right? So it's just a demo here, how exactly your assistant works. So we will go into detail of that. For now, just try to check how the agent talks.
Thank you for calling passenger support. This is Hazel, your scheduling assistant. How may I help you today?
Hi Hazel, I wanted to book a flight from Hyderabad to Boston, and my dates of travel will be 15th of May, and it would be a round trip. I'd like to fly back to Hyderabad from Boston on 30th of May. Can you please help me with the travel plan?
Of course, I'd be happy to help you with your travel plans. Let me confirm a few details to get started. You're flying from Hyderabad, HYD, to Boston, BOS, on the 15th of May, and returning from Boston to Hyderabad on the 30th of May. Is this correct so far?
Yes.
How many passengers? Great. Is this trip for one passenger, or will there be others traveling with you?
So,
if so, are there any children?
There are no children. It's just me, one adult traveler.
Thank you for confirming. Do you have a preferred travel class, economy, business, or first class? Also, are your dates flexible if we find better fares on nearby days?
Yes, I'd like to go with first class, and I'm really flexible if you have better options.
Got it. First class it is, and I'll also check for better fares on nearby dates. Just a moment while I look up the available flights for you from Hyderabad to Boston on or around May 15th, and returning on or around May 30th. Let me pull up the options. Okay, here's what I found. Outbound flights. Hyderabad, HYD to Boston, BOS. 1. That's flight 812. Departs May 15th at 3:20 a.m., arrives at 1:45 p.m. One stop. 4. 81502, flight 476. Departs May 16th at 10:10 a.m., arrives at 8:30 p.m., nonstop. 500 Flight 293 departs May 14th at 11:55 p.m., arrives at 11:15 a.m., one stop. 7 Niansiros. Return flights Boston, US to Hyderabad, HYD, that's 1. Flight 921 departs May 30th at 6 p.m.
Yeah, I'd like to go with the last option.
Great choice. Let me summarize your itinerary. You'll be flying from Hyderabad to Boston on flight 293, departing on May 14th at 11:55 p.m. and returning on flight 921 from Boston to Hyderabad on May 30th at 6 p.m., both in first class. Now, I'll need your full name as it appears on your ID and your date of birth to proceed with the booking. Do you have a frequent flyer number you'd like to add as well?
Yeah, I don't have a frequent flyer ID, but you can note down my name. So my name is Tony Stark, and my email address would be tony.stark@gmail.com. So you can process the tickets and share me the details.
Thank you, Tony Stark. I've noted down your details. Now, I'll process your payment. Could you please provide your card number, expiration date, and billing zip code? Once that's done, I'll confirm your booking and send your itinerary to your email.
Yep. My card number would be 1234 5678 9 10 11 and 12, and the expiry date will be December 2026, and the zip code to send the billing would be 583203.
Thank you for providing the payment details. I'll process your booking right now. Just a moment. All set. You're confirmed on flight 213, departing on May 14th at 11:55 p.m. and returning on flight 921 on May 30th at 6 p.m., both in first class. Your confirmation number is BRG3482. I'll send your itinerary to tony.stark@gmail.com. You can check in online 24 hours before departure. Please arrive at the airport at least 2 hours before for domestic flights or 3 hours for international flights. Is there anything else I can assist you with today?
Yep, that'll be all, Hazel. Thank you so much for the call, and have a nice day.
You're welcome, Tony. Thank you for choosing Skybridge Airlines. Have a wonderful trip and a great day ahead.
Yeah, goodbye.
Goodbye. Safe travels.
So there you go. You saw, right? So it was so detailed. It asked me for the destination. It asked me where am I boarding at, including the airport codes, right? For India, HYD, and for US, Boston, it said BOS. And it also asked for card details and email addresses. But now we are not deeply connected to an actual knowledge base. We are not actually connected to an email sender and email recipient. And even the phone number, the credit card details, everything was made up. So for now, since it did not have a knowledge base, it just created all the reports and it shared with us. But what if we created one in real time where it was actually connected to a knowledge base? It was actually connected to a search engine for itinerary, right? The places of visit and the hotel bookings, and also the reservation for hotels. And apart from that, if it actually wanted to pull out the actual airport codes, right? All those things, if you actually wanted to create that in real time, we might need a couple of more tools and keys to run with, right? Now for that, let's switch to conversational AI. But before that, there is no difference, much of a difference between VAPI and conversational AI. So you'll have the same approaches here as well. You'll have a model, and inside that you'll have a transcriber. You can choose the voice. So we chose the voice of Elliot. You can also go with any of the female or male voices according to your preference. And here comes the tools. So remember I told you about the N8N tool and the keys that we are trying to function, and also some APIs and all those things. So those come under the tool section. You will have to create some customized functions and tools and add the API keys and search engines, and go ahead with that. And then you'll have a fully functioning AI assistant which can process your bookings in real time. Now, this is analysis and advanced versions. And if you have a specific prompt that you would like to add here, like understanding the passenger, right? Each and every passenger will not have the same reason to fly. Somebody might be trying to attend a family gathering. Somebody might be traveling for getting medical attention, right? Based on the circumstance or the activity or the reason of travel, the AI agent should modulate the voice. If it is about the holiday, and it should be cheerful. If it is about medical attention, then it should be sympathetic, right? Such things, if you can have here, you can add them here and go into advanced. And you can also have some audio recordings. Let's say if you wanted to have a full conversation recording about the booking, for safer side, you can also have that. You can enable them here, right? All those things. Now that we have a brief idea on how exactly we are going to proceed, let's get started with conversational AI. So here on my screen, we have the 11 Labs conversational AI. And here we have the complete N8N functional module where we have the webhook and details and all those airport codes and API keys connected. So we will go through each and every one of these stages for better clarity. Don't worry. Now let's get started with the conversational AI here. So we have named it as Alexis. So call Alexis.
Hey there, Alexis from Passenger Support. How can I help you today?
Hi Alexis, I need your help with creating a travel plan for me.
Okay, I can definitely help you with that. To start, could you please tell me where you'd like to travel to?
I'd like to travel to Boston.
Great. And where will you be departing from?
I'd like to depart from Hyderabad.
Okay. And when would you like to leave and return?
I'd like to start on 15th of May and I'd like to return by 30th of May.
Got it. And how many people will be traveling?
I'd be a solo traveler. I need your help with planning itinerary for one person, one traveler.
Understood. Are there any specific activities you'd like to do in Boston?
I'd like to visit a wedding in Boston.
Okay. And lastly, could you please provide your email address so I can send you the travel plan?
Yeah, please don't note down my email address. That would be ravi.kiran@simplylearn.net.
Okay. I have all the information I need. To confirm, you'd like a travel plan for one person from Hyderabad to Boston, departing on May 15th and returning on May 30th with the purpose of attending a wedding. Your email is ravi.kiran@simplylearn.net. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect. Please give me a few moments to look into this. Okay, the travel plan has been emailed to you. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
That'll be all, Lexus. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Happy I can help with your travel plan?
There you go. Now we will see how exactly did we program this AI, right? Now, if I go to the home page, here we have all the messages that we need, starting with the agent. We have chosen the language to be English. And if you want some additional languages like Chinese, Italian, or Spanish, French, right, you can also go ahead with that. And if you want Hindi, you have other options as well. You can choose any one of these if you want and provide it for that. Next, you'll have the first message. How would you like to greet your clients? Hey there, I'm Alexis from Passenger Support. How can I help you today? And after that, I have written a simple prompt here. You're Alexis, a travel agent. Your job is to help the caller create a travel plan based on the details they provide. The tool that we will be using is N8N. Use this tool to send the caller travel details, so it will generate a travel plan in real time. And the instructions: extract the required details from the caller. Always send the details to the N8N tool. So this will be the trigger point in the N8N platform. So it will start collecting the data, and once it collects the data, it only sends the details to the N8N tool. After you use the N8N tool, say please give me a few minutes or moments to look into this, so that while it transfers the details, N8N gets into the picture and it collects all the details and runs some tests and searches on the web, and it gets the details suitable to the plan according to the traveler and sends them back. If you are forced to speak in between the process, just say, "Thank you for your patience, I'm almost done." Never say there's an issue with the server or something like that, so that the passenger thinks you're still working on it or taking some time to write down an email, something like that. And once the travel plan has been emailed to the caller, cheerfully let them know. You can also make some modifications to this, like I made in the previous one when we were working in PAPI, considering the requirement of the plan. On what basis is the passenger traveling? Is it because of medical attention, or is it because of a celebration or just a holiday, right? You can also make some modifications to the existing prompt, and you can get ahead with that. And here you can choose the LLM which is responding to you. You can choose with wide variety of options available here. So we have Gemini 2.0 Flash as the latest one, so I'd like to go with that. And the term temperature. So the temperature is a parameter which controls the hallucination of the agent. Let's say if you keep it to the most, the complete one, then it'll give you most random answers. Like it'll be too, kind of the voice modulation would be too extreme, right? Dramatic type of tone, which will make the passenger uncomfortable. If you keep it to lowest 0 or 25, something like that, the modulation of the AI agent would sound too robotic and he'll not be comfortable with that either. So I'd like to go with the default 50% temperature, and here you can also limit the tokens if you're using a paid version of any of the modules you're using, then you can limit the tokens. Let's say you can use only about 10 to 20 tokens per conversation. You can go ahead with that. And after that, here comes the tools. By default, you'll have one tool with the conversational AI, end call. So what this does, it has an ability to end the call after a certain amount of time. Let's say 20-30 seconds of no activity, it'll automatically end the call, or it'll automatically end the call once entire process is done. Since we are involved with working on N8N webhook, which is the trigger for this entire process, we will have to go ahead and choose the custom tool option. So this is my custom tool. So if you get into this, you can see the configuration details. So the name of this tool will be, this is the first block which you need to explain about the tool. So this is the N8N tool, and you'll have a generic description which tells this tool generates a travel plan once the passenger details and all the relevant data is collected. And this is the method working on post. So you will have all the options here. I'd like to go with post. And the URL, you'll get this from here on N8N. Let me show you how. So this is the webhook. This is the trigger. If you would like to expand this, you can expand. And just double click on this. And here you'll have the test URL. Just go ahead and just click on this and hit copy. So if you're working on the production URL, all you do is just eliminate the term test, which is over here. Just copy this and you just need to paste it right here. So I've pasted mine over here. Simply ravi123.app, right? This is the one. And you don't have any headers here and path parameters, query parameters. But the most important one is the body parameters. Remember, the tool was collecting your name, your destination, where are you boarding from, on what date are you traveling, and what are your round trip details, that is the written date, and what is the activity that you're doing, why are you visiting a certain place, right? All those things are collected here, and you need to specify that in terms of body parameters. Firstly, collect the passenger details and send them to the request. The first one, data type, is identify the number of passengers traveling, right? And the total number of travelers is just one by default. And if in case if you have multiple, then you can just provide 1, 2, that you can give a detailed number of travelers traveling with you. And apart from that, proceeding ahead, you have the data type. So you can provide the data type for date, right? By default, it has string. You can provide the return data type, and this will collect the return dates of the passenger, and departure date, from which date is he starting to leave, and activities, what kind of activities participating in. Is it like a conference? Is it like a wedding, a medical attention? The reason for travel, basically. The destination, where is he traveling to, the origin, where is he starting from, and email address, collect the email address. And in case if you have further properties to add, you can also add ahead, and you can just save the changes, or you can also choose to create a tool or add the tool, and your tool will be automatically added here. So far so good. We have added or created the first trigger thing on the N8N platform. So this was the trigger part, the first part. And next is the set fields detail, right? So here you will have all the details. So these are the headers. And if you close the headers, you have the body, which we have recently included, number of travelers, return date, and departure date, activities, destination, origin, email. And you can also go ahead with these departure dates, and then you can also change the data types and everything, right? And here it will collect all the details: Hyderabad, Boston, 13th of May, right? And the next would be the airport codes. So here you will have one of the LLMs. You can choose to have ChatGPT 4.0 or any of the ones available here. You can just create or add one of the details, and you'll have to add the parameters. So far so good. So the thing is, we have already used the quota that we had, so it'll revive after a limited amount of time. All you need to do is create a GPT account, and let me show you. So I've created a GPT account, and here I have named my project as Alexis, and I'll generate a secret key. So you'll need to add that secret key to the parameters here. And just in case if you have any questions or any doubts, you have the option called Ask Assistant, which will walk you through the process and you can add them down. And here you have the location and dates. So this is a code where you'll have all the details of the input that you give. Which date are you traveling, and what is the origin, and what is the departure, and on what date. So you'll have a detailed setup here. You can add those things and connect this to the LLM thing. Langchain, right? And after that, extend this node to the activities part where you'll have all the activities recorded, right? Similarly, you'll have to add a Travely dot search thing here. So this is the Travely search keys that you need to add. You just need to copy this, and here you need to paste them right here. I've already pasted this, so it'll understand what exactly you're searching for. For example, who is Leo Messi, and what is the topic, and what is the search depth basic, right? So you need to just copy paste it here, and you need to add the details. So you just need to paste this URL, which I did from here, and the authentication will be generic. Go for the generic authentication head auth, and just name your head auth account here. You can have a custom name here, and once done with that, you can replicate the same to resorts as well. All you need to do is have the SERP API search. So you'll have the Google search API results right here. All these will be linked to your description. So now you just have to paste this particular link first into this particular section, which I did already. And then you'll have a generic search credential similar to the previous one. And here you need to name your engine and Google Hotels. So it will be using Google Hotels for recognizing or searching your hotel stay. And you just have to scroll a little bit, or you can just do a quick search. There you go, Google Hotels API, and you'll have all the required details. And similarly, you can go for the flights as well. You can create another block, and here you'll have the same SERP API and generic credential type. And here the engine will be the same. And in place of hotels, you'll have to place Google Flights. Same procedure. Here you can just search for flights, and here you have it, Google Flights. Click on that, and you'll have all the details required. And it will also give you the arrival ID, departure ID that we just created, outbound date, return date, adults, number of passengers, and everything. And going back to the canvas, here you have the email agent. Again, you will connect one of the LLMs to write the perfect emails. I'm using Claude here. And if you're using Claude, then you need to create an Anthropic account, which I have created just here, so that you can be able to create one of the API keys which you need to add here. Choose the Claude that you're using so that it will help you in writing an email and sending out the subject. And if you're using an API for email as well, then you need to link your Google Gmail account, and the authentication will be Auth2 API. So I've connected my email here, and that will be my sender. And lastly, the response. So all these details will be collected: the departure date, the arrival date, the destination, reason for traveling, and your hotel details, the flight details. Everything will be in terms of response, and here where your webhook ends. And lastly, the entire process gets done, and you'll receive an actual email in real time. Now, if you want this template, you can let us know. We have already created this, and we'll share this with you if required. Firstly, let's go through the agenda for today's session. Firstly, we will understand the basic theories of AI agent. Then, how are AI agents different from LLMs? How do AI agents work? The future risks of AI agents, thoughts on AI agents, and the last and most important point of today's session, which is how to build an AI voice agent. Now that I've made myself clear with the agenda, let's go through a quick theory session on this front. Firstly, what exactly is an AI agent? So the answer: at its core, an AI agent is a software program designed to perform tasks autonomously. Unlike traditional software that strictly follows predefined rules, AI agents can make decisions based on understanding, interaction, and real time data. They leverage cutting edge models like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, etc. Think of it as a digital assistant that doesn't just follow rigid instructions. Let's say, try saying, check if Tony is available on Friday and book a meeting. Instead of that, you can simply say, schedule a meeting with Tony at the earliest convenient time in the next month. Upon this request, what AI agent will do is it will check your calendar for available slots. After you say that command to the AI agent, what it does is it firstly checks your slots in the calendar. Then it moves to Tony's calendar and finds an available slot which matches with yours. And then determine the ideal time, send out invitations, and all this happens autonomously. So now that we have a brief idea on how does AI agents work, let's understand the difference between AI agents and the LLMs. While AI agents use large language models like GPT-4, they go beyond simple text generation. Here is the key difference. LLMs generate responses based on trained data but do not actively interact with the real world. AI agents, on the other hand, can access external data, plan tasks, and execute actions all in real time. For example, if you ask an LLM about sports match that happened yesterday, it may or may not have an updated knowledge about it. But on the other hand, AI agents can fetch live data from the web, databases, or APIs to provide an accurate answer on the spot. Also, there is something called hallucinations. You might be wondering if this term is related to humans, but for a change, LLM can also hallucinate. For example, if you ask an unrealistic question, let's say there are different types of apples like Fuji, Macintosh, Grammy, etc. But if I write, tell me about a watermelon apple or orange mango, which are completely unrealistic or in a way different fruits altogether, there are chances where an LLM can give you some false and unrealistic information that sounds believable. This is termed as hallucination. And of course, recent LLMs have a scale to measure their hallucinations as well. Now, let's move into the next part where we will understand how do AI agents work. So AI agents function as a sophisticated problem solvers with four essential capabilities. Firstly, planning. Next is interacting with tools. Third one is memory and knowledge access. And lastly, executing actions. Firstly, let's go through planning. AI agents begin with a goal, whether it's researching market trends or drafting an email. They break the goal into actionable steps following a chain of thought approach to optimize execution. This removes the need for predefined human triggers. Next stage is interacting with tools. Unlike basic AI models, AI agents can interact with tools browsing the internet, query databases, or use APIs. This extends their capabilities beyond static knowledge. Now, the third stage, which is about the memory and knowledge access. AI agents can retrieve and store information using techniques like RAG, or also known as retrieval augmented generation. This allows them to integrate company specific data, market research, or customer support queries to generate up to date responses. And now, the last stage, which is about executing the actions. Beyond just processing information, AI agents take action, writing reports, managing applications, or even communicating with other AI agents. This makes them powerful automation tools capable of independently handling complex workflows. Now, the next part of today's session, which is about the future and risks of AI agents. AI agents represent a new era in automation and efficiency. However, their autonomous nature comes with risks. Without prior safeguards, an AI agent could misinterpret objectives. For example, if instructed to achieve world peace, an unregulated AI might arrive at extreme solutions. Ensuring human oversight, ethical programming, and responsible deployment will be critical to leveraging AI agents safely and efficiently. Now, some final thoughts on AI agents. AI agents are redefining how we work and interact with technology. With their ability to plan, interact with tools, store knowledge, and execute tasks, they are far more advanced than traditional LLMs. And now to the most important point of today's session, which is how to build an AI voice agent. So to get started with building an AI voice assistant, we will be using a tool called Vapi. So here on the website, you can see some use cases. You can go through them. And apart from that, you can see some important features about VAPI and some blogs, careers, startups and docs, etc. Now, you can also see an existing VAPI on the dashboard where you can just talk to it. You can give it a try. Let's start with it. Give the permissions.
Welcome to VAPI. I'm an assistant that you can talk to like a person. So, how's your day going?
Hi, VAPI.
Hey there. I'd love to dive into whatever you want to chat about. But before I do, could you tell me how you found out about VAPI?
I was just searching on the websites to, try to build a agentic AI that talks and responds to my emails, calls, and booking some appointments, right? So while I was doing that, I just came across you and I wanted to give you a try.
That's awesome. Sounds like you're on a cool mission to build an AI agent. So you want to create something that talks, responds to emails, calls, and books appointments? That's a solid plan. What specific features are you thinking about?
So I was thinking about a medical based approach. So I want an AI agent who works for a doctor, and I wanted that agent to receive some calls from the patients, check availability of the doctors, and kind of get an appointment, the earliest appointment, and also if he or she, the patient, is an existing patient or existing client of the doctor, then no worries about the paperwork. If he or she is new to the doctor, then they might have to provide some details, something like that. And collecting all the details and checking the calendar of the doctor and get an appointment and send out an acknowledgement to the patients about the appointment, sort of such thing, maybe.
That sounds like a fantastic use case. An AI agent managing patient calls, checking doctor availability, and handling paperwork is super helpful. Plus, it can save a ton of time for both patients and doctors. You've got a clear vision. Can I help you get started with this?
Thanks for that. Thanks for appreciating my idea. So I just wanted to deep dive and explore your options, configurations, specifications, and I want to know the possibilities. Basically, let's try a practical approach, building one. So that was my call.
Sounds like a solid plan. I'd love to help you explore the options and configurations for building your AI agent. You can check out the documentation for all the specs and possibilities. If you want a more practical approach, I can help guide you through the setup or any specific features you're curious about. What do you want to tackle first?
So far, I have a plan of action. I just wanted to go back to your dashboard and getting started. So I think we're good at the point right now. I think I would like to end my conversation or trial conversation with you and get started with the dashboard, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely, that sounds great. You can head to the dashboard and get started. If you need any help later, just come back and chat with me. Good luck with your project.
Sure. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. You can quit the call now.
Thanks. You have a great day too. Catch you later.
So that was really brilliant, right? So I just gave a start, trial approach to getting started with a conversation with Vapi. And it was really great talking to him. You know how realistic that sounded, correct? I almost felt that I'm talking to an actual candidate, the customer care support, or that kind of a candidate who is a real person. So that was brilliant. Now let's get started with building an AI agent for ourselves. So we have model, transcriber, voice, tools, analysis, and advanced. So as we go ahead with stage by stage approach, starting with the model transcriber, right? So we will be going through all of those. You can see here the model. So we can use any of the AI providers. You can go with Google custom LLM if you have any one, or you can go with Grok. You can go with Deepseek, Mistral. You have a ton of providers here who can provide you with the model. And by default, you have OpenAI here. And by default, you have ChatGPT 4o cluster. And you can also provide some specific files if you have written a prompt for yourself, and or if it's a specifically designed prompt, you can just add the prompt over here. And you can see the option which says temperature. So if you go about the information on temperature, this says the temperature is used to control the randomness of the output. When you set it higher, you'll get more random outputs. When you set it lower towards zero, the values are more deterministic. So they kind of kept it so official. Basically, it's hallucination. So if you give a minimum temperature number here, then the voice of the conversation will be most human, and you will feel that you're talking to an actual person. If you nullify it or if you give it to zero, then it totally sounds like a robotic version, which doesn't have any kind of emotions or kind of modulations in the tone. And if you put it too high, then you can expect some over expressive or over enthusiastic tone, which sounds like a made up tone, maybe kind of hallucinating sound, which doesn't seem comfortable or confident enough. So let's keep a minimum 0. 0.5, which makes it sound more human and in senses. So an optimum temperature needs to be provided, and maximum tokens. This is the max number of tokens that an assistant will be allowed to generate in each turn of the conversation. So the minimum number of tokens. So if you initiate a conversation with the AI agent, it will consume a minimum or a maximum of 250 tokens to understand the input or your command and give you a response. So that's about the tokens. And if you come into transcriber here, so you'll have some behavior of the transcriber. You can provide a dgram, and you can provide the language will be English, and the model will be Nova 3, and background denoising enabled, right? So let's say you wanted to have some noise for the background. Let's say you wanted to build an AI agent for hospital, then and you wanted your AI agent to be so realistic that even if your client is talking to your agent, it must never give a simple clue that you're not a human or you're just an AI agent. Then you can go ahead with this background noising, and if you enable it, it will provide you with some background noise which is relevant to the domain. Let's say if you're going with the hospital sound, you might be having some rushing sounds like an ambulance call, or for people roaming around, something like that, which is similar but sensitive. And you can also provide some key words for it, maybe the medical terms like the ICU, the neurosurgeon, surgery options, ICU, oxygen. If you wanted to provide some key terms related to the medical field, you can add it there. And you can also provide the voice configurations. So you have the voices over here. You can go with any of the options. If you wanted some Indian professional, then you can go with this. Basically, the voices you wanted to go ahead with, right? So maybe you can choose Hannah or Paige, white female, deeper tone, calming and professional. You can go with Harry, Lily, right? So many options to go ahead with. So by default we have Elliot here. I think Elliot is the same person or the same AI bot which spoke to us in the beginning. So apart from Elliot, we can go with any other person. Let's go with Lily. So or yeah, let's go with Lily. And you can also have trial of Lily. And proceeding ahead, we have some tools over here which you want to go with. If you want to select a specific tool, you can go ahead and select a specific tool, and some predefined functions, basically all the things here, right? And now we're in the analysis section, which is over here. And if you kind of wanted to collect the data of what exactly is happening with your conversation, or you wanted to collect the information from your clients, what kind of information was conveyed from your client, and what kind of information exchange happened with your AI assistant, how did it respond, you can keep a track on that. And you can also provide a timeout which evaluates the success, right? It takes about 30 seconds to evaluate if it was a successful conversation or not. And you can also have some advanced settings like privacy, voicemail detection, and all those things, and call timeout settings as well. You can choose take some provided amount of time to wait for a response, and if there is no response from the other end, the tool or the agent can automatically choose to end the call, right? So that is something which you want to keep in mind. And if you want to provide multiple options, let's say select one for a specific language, two for a specific language, you can also provide that. Or you can also, since you're building a medical AI agent, you can provide one for neurosurgeon, two for heart surgeon, something like that. If you wanted to input that, enable that input, you can go ahead and do that. And apart from that, you can also enable text messaging configurations, where you can, so here there is already an email or a message that has been inputted here. You can provide, hi, this is which voice did we choose? We chose Lily, right? So what you can do is go to advanced settings, and this is the one. You can write a message. This is Lily from ABC Wellness Partners, right? And this is your appointment. Have a wonderful day. That's one thing you can do. And idle messages as well. Maximum idle messages, maximum idle timeout. And this was the flow for the model, and this was the latency. So this latency will be based on the model that you're choosing and the provider that you're choosing. So I find OpenAI and ChatGPT 4 to be the most optimistic one, since it's the default one. So I'd like to go with this. No changes on that front. And on the left hand side, you can see the assistant workflows, phone numbers, etc. Let's say you provide an option, if you get to hear a specific keyword, transfer the call to me, right? You can have some specific callers, or if the person says it's an emergency, I need to consult someone, a specific set of keywords. You can provide those specific set of keywords and divert the call from the AI agent to yourself. You can also have that option here by providing a phone number and tools and files, right? So here you might be having all those things that you wanted to upload, and you can do that. So let's go back to the original page and workflows. You can understand how the model is doing, and then you can go ahead with the model so far. And he can also create multiple models here. So by default we have Riley over here, so we change Riley to Lily. Let's see what happens if the change is applied or not. We can find it out soon. And if you wanted to create another AI assistant, then you can also do that. You can just have a couple of agents followed by Riley, and here you can test, and you can also talk to the AI assistant. Once you find comfortable with the performance of your AI agent, you can just go ahead and proceed to publish. Now, let's write the prompt here. So I've already got the prompt here. So this is the prompt. I can just copy it and paste it in the place of prompt. And then I can just proceed and try talking to my assistant. Shortly, the mic will be activated and I can hear something from the agent.
Thank you for calling Wellness Partners. This is Riley, your scheduling assistant. How may I help you today?
Yeah, you're Riley. Fine. Hi, Riley. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How can I assist you with scheduling an appointment today?
I wanted to meet a neurosurgeon, and I wanted to get some scans done, and I wanted to know how my brain is doing, and proceed with some medications to solve my migraine problems.
I'd be happy to help you with scheduling an appointment with a neurosurgeon. Have you visited our clinic before, or will this be your first appointment with us?
Yeah, Riley, this is my first visit to the hospital, and I don't have any previous visits to your hospital. This would be my first time.
Great. Since this is your first visit, I'll need to collect some basic information. Could I have your full name, date of birth, and a phone number where we can reach you?
Yeah, my name would be Tony Stark, and you can reach me out at 9988 66 1234.
Thank you, Tony. And could you please provide your date of birth as well?
My date of birth will be 2nd April 1984.
Thank you, Tony. Let me check the availability for a neurosurgeon appointment and any necessary scans. This will take just a moment. Pause for a moment. For a neurosurgeon consultation, we have availability on Wednesday, November 15th at 10 a.m. or Friday, November 17th at 2 p.m. Would either of these times work for you?
Yeah, both of them work for me, but I like to go with the second one.
Great. I've reserved your neurosurgeon consultation on Friday, November 17th at 2 p.m. For this appointment, please arrive 20 minutes early. to complete new patient forms. Also, please bring your insurance card, photo ID, and a list of any current medications you're taking. To confirm, you're scheduled for a neurosurgeon consultation on Friday, November 17th at 2 p.m. The appointment will last approximately 4560 minutes. Would you like to receive a reminder call or text message before your appointment?
Yeah, please. That'll be really helpful.
Of course, Tony. I'll set up a reminder for you. Thank you for scheduling with Wellness Partners. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Yeah, that'll be all, Riley. Thank you so much for your assistance. Have a nice day.
You're welcome, Tony. Have a great day, and we look forward to seeing you on November 17th. Take care.
Thank you. Goodbye. That was brilliant, right? Yeah, we missed to change the name from Riley to Lily, but that's not a big problem, right? So even some girl might also have a name, Riley. So it's not too bad. But yeah, the conversation was really good. So this way, you can create your custom AI voice agents based on your domain. You can create an AI assistant for business purposes. You can build AI assistant for cold calling purposes, for explaining your business and getting a schedule for meeting and explain yourself, right? And maybe you can also build some custom agents for clients who are wishing to have an AI assistant and earn some money out of it, right? And based on the requirement, you can also buy some, so here you can see 1,000 free minutes used. So WAPI is not for free. You'll get 1,000 trial minutes for free, but after that you might have to pay for WAPI services, and also maybe you need to have some paid models for yourself. But again, it's not a huge amount of money. You can just buy some good amount of tokens. You can buy a good amount of good number of models and good amount of minutes from WAPI and create brilliant AI assistants, and that could in turn yield in better earning passive income for you. So right, that's one good use case of building voice AI agents.
Imagine telling an AI just one thing, like create job application dashboard, and then sitting back while it independently searches the web, gathers data, builds dashboard, and deploys it, all without a single follow-up prompt. Sounds like sci-fi? Well, say hello to Manus AI. In today's video, we are diving into Manus AI, which is China's latest autonomous AI agent that's sparking comparisons to Deepseek R1 and shaking up the world of Agentic AI. So guys, watch this video till the end if you want to learn more about it. So let's start with first understanding what exactly is Manus AI. Now, imagine that you have to analyze your monthly expenses and create a nice dashboard showing where your money went. Normally what you do, you'll have to go collect the data from your bank, sort the transactions, create charts, and maybe you can use tools like Excel or Power BI to do that. Now imagine if you tell Manus AI, analyze these expenses and give me a financial dashboard. And believe me guys, it just does it. No follow-ups, no extra steps. Just one instruction and Manus does the rest. From gathering the data, analyzing it, making graphs, and even publishing the dashboard on a public website that you could share it with anyone. That is the magic of Manus AI. Unlike tools like ChatGPT that just gives you answers or code snippets, Manus is built to take actions. It can open websites, click buttons, run scripts, move files, and complete multi-step tasks on your behalf. Think of it as a super smart assistant, not just answering your questions, but actually doing the job for you. That's the beauty of Manus AI. And that's why people are calling it a Deepseek moment. Because it's one of the first tools that shows us what truly autonomous AI might look like in real life. And this is exactly what Manus AI is. Now, let us compare it how Manus AI is different. So guys, most AI tools like ChatGPT or Bard are great at giving you text responses, no doubt about that, like writing an email or answering a question. But if you talk about Manus AI, it goes one step further. It doesn't just talk, it acts. For example, if you ask ChatGPT to build a website, it gives you the code. But if you ask Manus the same thing, it can build and publish the website for you, no extra steps. And this we haven't thought yet. And it's actually possible these days. So instead of being a chatbot, it works like a digital assistant that gets the thing done. Next, it works in loops like a real human. Manus doesn't do everything in one shot. It actually follows a smart process called agent loop to do that. First of all, let's say it thinks about the task, it picks up the right tool, it does the work, it checks if it works or not, it fixes also if something went wrong, and then it moves to the next step. This loop helps it handle complex tasks more reliably, like a human figuring out problems step by step. And finally, it uses real tools like a developer. Manus AI can open a browser and click on real websites. It can run code or scripts in command line terminal. It can move files, create folders, deploy web apps, even host live dashboards on public URL. It's not just pretending to be smart, it's actually using digital tools, like a mini software engineer or automation expert inside your computer. Now, you'll be wondering what Manus AI can do. So guys, here are a few of the things that Manus AI can do. First of all, it can do like building a dashboard. Just like I mentioned earlier, like Manus can analyze large sets of data, create dashboards, including graphs, tables, and insights, all without extra prompts. It could also automate job screening. Suppose if you are an HR person, you can give it a list of resumes and ask Manus to screen the applicants based on criteria like years of experience or skills, and it will compare and give you the shortlisted candidates. Then you could also do tasks like searching rental properties. Give Manus a list of your requirements like 2 BHK near a metro within certain price, and it can search real websites, extract listings, and organize them for you. And this one is most amazing one. It can deploy apps or websites for you. This is wild. Manus can even take your idea and deploy a small website for you. So if you say make a portfolio website with my name, bio, and photos, it can build and host it for you. And these are not just one-click tool. Manus actually uses a loop system, meaning it checks each step, fixes any issues, and continues until the job is complete. It's like having a junior employee who not only understands the goal, but figures out the step and gets the job done. Now, let us discuss how does Manus AI work, or the architecture of Manus AI. So to understand how Manus AI works, imagine you are training a digital assistant, not just to answer questions, but to think, act, and improve on its own. And that's exactly what Manus is built to do. The first concept that we have is called the agent loop, the brain behind the operation. And it runs inside something called sandbox. Now we are going to break down these things one by one, but first let us understand the agent loop operation. Now think of it like a smart checklist that Manus follows over and over again until your task is done. So here is how your loop works exactly. So first it reads your instruction very carefully. For example, like you would say create a dashboard of my weekly expenses, and it's going to analyze that statement. Then the next step would be it plans what to do. It figures out the step needed to complete the task, like collecting data, analyzing it, creating graphs, and publish the results. Then it picks the right tool. Depending on the step, it chooses the best tool, maybe a browser to find data, or it could also use Python to run calculations. Then in the next step, what it does is, guys, it checks the output. It looks at the result and imagine like it would ask like, did the code work or not? Or did the data make sense or not? It's gonna do all by its own. Next step would be fix or move on. If something went wrong, it loops back and tries again. If all is good, it moves to the next step. And finally, it delivers the final results. So once steps are done, it sends you the results maybe as a chart, a document, or live app. This loops keeps repeating until the full job is done. And that's why, guys, Manus is called autonomous, meaning it doesn't just stop after one answer. It keeps working, adjusting, and improving on its own. So guys, we discussed a bit earlier the environment Manus AI works in. So let us discuss a bit about sandbox. Now, all this process, which we have discussed right now, happens in a safe, controlled workspace called Linux Sandbox. And here what it means. It means that Manus runs in an isolated environment like a mini computer inside the cloud. It has its own file system, so it can save files, write code, and organize folders. It uses command line interface just like developers do to install tools or run scripts. And it operates with the strict safety rules so that one user task can't affect someone else's. That's what makes it most powerful tool. but also safe to use, even though it's doing real digital work. Now, let us discuss what tools Manus can use it inside this environment. So, Manus can access several built-in tools. Like, first of all, we have browser control. So, Manus can open websites, scroll, click buttons, fill forms, and even run JavaScript like a virtual person using Chrome. Next is shell and command line. It can run terminal commands to install libraries, move files, run Python code, and do automation tasks. Third one, it could download, upload, rename, and organize files, which is very useful working on documents, images, and datasets. And finally, it has a deployment tools, which is very wild. It can deploy websites, dashboard, and publish them to a live URL. You can visit and share also. So now, what we have discussed, so let us break it down. Okay, so this is what entire core architecture of Manus AI is. First, the Lin sandbox environment, which is actually a secure, isolated space where it cannot affect your system. It can install tools, run shell script, and manage files all safely. Then it has command line access. It can perform system level tasks like creating folders, running cron jobs, managing file structure, or installing dependencies. It can also do browser automation. It can simulate human browsing, clicking buttons, scraping data, filling out web forms, and even running JavaScript. And finally, it has a deployment power. It can push live applications to public URLs, creating dashboards, services, and landing pages without touching GitHub or cloud tools. So this is what is the entire architecture of Manus AI. Now let us discuss how smart actually Manus is. So it was tested using a GAIA benchmark, which actually evaluates how AI agents solve real-world problems, not just trivia or logic puzzles. So there are different levels for it. So level 1, like for basic tasks, so its accuracy counted around 86.5%. When we talk about intermediate tasks, which is level 2, the benchmark rated it as 70.1% accuracy. And for complex tasks, it was rated around 57.7%. It actually outperformed OpenAI's own deep research model in every category, and it beat the previous top model by a solid margin. This is actually a big deal, guys, because most AI agents crumble at multi-step or get messed up doing the real-world task. But Manus, on the other hand, holds at least in benchmark conditions. Now, let us go to the official website of Manus AI and how to access it. Let us discuss about that. So guys, this is the official website of Manus AI, and you could visit it, directly type Manus AI, and it is going to take you to this page. Click on it, and then it is going to ask you to sign in. So click on it. So do the OAuth all over here with the Google, and you could see it is saying that join the waitlist, meaning that it is actually in its beta version. It has not come yet. It is not live. So what it is going to ask you is to join the waitlist. So if you go all over here, then it is going to ask you your email ID and what use case you want to execute, like what is your task, what do you do, your work email, your social media account, and then you could just right click on I'm a human and submit the given request, and you will receive a code on your given mail ID. So this is like still in its process. Now after that, Manus AI will definitely share a mail to you on your given respective mail ID, and from there on you could actually try this given application, which is very amazing, guys. So guys, you all could sign up today as it is.
In this video, we will learn about an important popular deep learning neural network called Generative Adversarial Networks. Yann LeCun, one of the pioneers in the field of machine learning and deep learning, described it as the most interesting idea in the last 10 years in machine learning. In this video, you will learn about what are generative adversarial networks and look in brief at generator and discriminator. Then we'll understand how GANs work and the different types of GANs. Finally, we'll look at some of the applications of GANs. So let's begin. So what are generative adversarial networks? Generative adversarial networks, or GANs, introduced in 2014 by Ian J. Goodfellow and co-authors, became very popular in the field of machine learning. GAN is an unsupervised learning task in machine learning. It consists of two models that automatically discover and learn the patterns in input data. The two models called generator and discriminator compete with each other to analyze, capture and copy the variations within a dataset. GANs can be used to generate new examples that possibly could have been drawn from the original dataset. In the image below, you can see that there is a database that has real 100 rupee notes. The generator, which is basically a neural network, generates fake 100 rupees notes. The discriminator network will identify if the notes are real or fake. Let us now understand in brief about what is a generator. A generator in GANs is a neural network that creates fake data to be trained on the discriminator. It learns to generate plausible data. The generated instances become negative training examples for the discriminator. It takes a fixed length random vector carrying noise as input and generates a sample. Now the main aim of the generator is to make the discriminator classify its output as real. The portion of the GAN that trains the generator includes a noisy input vector, the generator network, which transforms the random input into a data instance, a discriminator network which classifies the generated data, and a generator loss, which penalizes the generator for failing to dolt the discriminator. The backpropagation method is used to adjust each weight in the right direction by calculating the weight's impact on the output. The backpropagation method is used to obtain gradients, and these gradients can help change the generator weights. Now, let us understand in brief what a discriminator is. A discriminator is a neural network model that identifies real data from the fake data generated by the generator. The discriminator's training data comes from two sources. The real data instances such as real pictures of birds, humans, currency notes, etc. are used by the discriminator as positive samples during the training. The fake data instances created by the generator are used as negative examples during the training process. While training the discriminator, it connects with two loss functions. During discriminator training, the discriminator ignores the generator loss and just uses the discriminator loss. In the process of training the discriminator classifies both real data and fake data from the generator. The discriminator loss penalizes the discriminator for misclassifying a real data instance as fake or a fake data instance as real. Now moving ahead, let's understand how GANs work. Now GANs consists of two networks, a generator which is represented as G of x and a discriminator which is represented as D of x. They both play an adversarial game where the generator tries to fool the discriminator by generating data similar to those in the training set. The discriminator tries not to be fooled by identifying fake data from the real data. They both work simultaneously to learn and train complex data like audio, video or image files. Now you are aware that GANs consists of two networks, a generator G of x and discriminator D of x. Now the generator network takes a sample and generates a fake sample of data. The generator is trained to increase the probability of the discriminator network to make mistakes. On the other hand, the discriminator network decides whether the data is generated or taken from the real sample using a binary classification problem with the help of a sigmoid function that gives the output in the range 0 and 1. Here is an example of a generative adversarial network trying to identify if the 100 rupee notes are real or fake. So first, a noise vector or the input vector is fed to the generator network. The generator creates fake 100 rupee notes. The real images of 100 rupee notes stored in a database are passed to the discriminator along with the fake notes. The discriminator then identifies the notes and classifies them as real or fake. We train the model, calculate the loss function at the end of the discriminator network, and backpropagate the loss into both discriminator and generator. Now the mathematical equation of training a GAN can be represented as, you can see here. Now this is the equation and these are the parameters. Here G represents generator, D represents the discriminator. Now P data of x is the probability distribution of real data, P of z is the distribution of generator, x is the sample of probability data of x, z is the sample size from P of z, D of x is the discriminator network, and G of z is the generator network. Now the discriminator focuses to maximize the objective function such that D of x is close to 1 and Z of z is close to 0. It simply means that the discriminator should identify all the images from the training set as real, that is 1, and all the generated images as fake, that is 0. The generator wants to minimize the objective function such that D of Z of z is 1, This means that the generator tries to generate images that are classified as real, that is 1, by the discriminator network. Next, let's see the steps for training a neural network. So we have to first define the problem and collect the data. Then we'll choose the architecture of GAN. Now depending on your problem, choose how your GAN should look like. Then we need to train the discriminator on real data. That will help us predict them as real for n number of times. Next, you need to generate fake inputs for the generator. After that, you need to train the discriminator on fake data to predict the generator data as fake. Finally, train the generator on the output of discriminator. With the discriminator predictions available, train the generator to fool the discriminator. Let us now look at the different types of GANs. So first we have vanilla GANs. Now vanilla GANs have min-max optimization formula that we saw earlier, where the discriminator is a binary classifier and is using sigmoid cross entropy loss during optimization. In vanilla GANs, the generator and the discriminator are simple multi-layer perceptrons. The algorithm tries to optimize the mathematical equation using stochastic gradient descent. Up next, we have deep convolutional GANs or DC GANs. Now DC GANs support convolutional neural networks instead of vanilla neural networks at both discriminator and generator. They are more stable and generate higher quality images. The generator is a set of convolutional layers with fractional strided convolutions or transpose convolutions, so it unsamples the input image at every convolutional layer. The discriminator is a set of convolutional layers with strided convolutions, so it downsamples the input image at every convolutional layer. Moving ahead, the third type we have is conditional GANs or CGANs. Vanilla GANs can be extended into conditional models by using an extra label information to generate better results. In CGAN, an additional parameter called Y is added to the generator for generating the corresponding data. Labels are fed as input to the discriminator to help distinguish the real data from fake data generated. Finally, we have super resolution GANs. Now SR GANs use deep neural networks along with adversarial neural network to produce higher resolution images. Super resolution GANs generate a photorealistic high resolution image when given a low resolution image. Let's look at some of the important applications of GANs. So with the help of DC GANs, you can train images of cartoon characters for generating faces of anime characters and Pokemon characters as well. Next, GANs can be used on the images of humans to generate realistic faces. The faces that you see on your screens have been generated using GANs and do not exist in reality. Third application we have is GANs can be used to build realistic images from textual descriptions of objects like birds, humans, and other animals. We input a sentence and generate multiple images fitting the description. Here is an example of a text-to-image translation using GANs for a bird with a black head, yellow body, and a short beak. The final application we have is creating 3D objects. So GANs can generate 3D models using 2D pictures of objects from multiple perspectives. GANs are very popular in the gaming industry. GANs can help automate the task of creating 3D characters and backgrounds to give them a realistic feel.
Natural language processing, or NLP, is an automated way to understand, analyze human languages, and extract information from such data by applying machine learning algorithms. The data content can be text document, image, audio, or video. Sometimes it's also referred to as a field of computer science or artificial intelligence to extract the linguistics information from the underlying data. NLP enables machines or computers to derive meaning from human or natural language input. The world is now connected globally due to the advancement of technology and devices. This has resulted in the high volume of digital data across the world and has led to a number of challenges in analyzing data, including analyzing the tons of data that is generated in the form of text, image, audios, and videos. Identifying approximately 6,500 languages and dialects followed across the globe. Applying quantitative analysis on huge collections of data. Handling ambiguities while interpreting data and extracting information. This is where natural language processing proves useful. One of the main goals of natural language processing is to understand various languages, process them, and extract information from them. In NLP, Full automation can be easily achieved by modern software libraries, modules, and packages. These software libraries and packages are aware of diverse language and culture and categorize data accordingly, which enables understanding sentiments better. With the help of these libraries, we can also build analytical models and automate the natural language process with minimum or no human interventions. NLP terminology. Now that you have understood why NLP is so important in recent times, it's time to make yourself comfortable with the NLP terminologies. 1. Word boundaries. It determines where one word ends and the other begins. 2. Tokenization. It's a technique to split words, phrases, idioms, etc. present in a document. 3. Stemming. It's a process to map words to their stem or root. It's very useful in finding synonyms and extensively used in search engines. 4. TF-IDF. It's a numerical value which represents how important a word is to a document or corpus. 5. Semantic analytics. It's a technique in vectorial semantics of analyzing relationships between a set of documents and the terms it contains by producing a set of concepts related to the documents and terms. 6. Disambiguation. It's a technique to determine the meaning and sense of words, context versus intent. 7. Topic models. It's a type of statistical model for finding abstract topics which occur in a collection of documents. Now that you are familiar with the various terminologies, let's dive deeper into the NLP approaches to analyze text data. These approaches can be interrelated, or they can be independently applied depending on the type of data to analyze. Basic text processing. It's a way to analyze text and extract keywords that sum up the style or basic context of the text, for example, if the content is religious or fictional. Categorizing and tagging words. This approach is about finding lexical categories and automatically tagging each word with its word class. For example, tag a word using languages such as Chinese, Spanish, etc. Words can also be tagged as adjectives, verbs, nouns, and so on. Classify text. With this approach, you can identify particular features of language and use them to classify it. For example, classify the text as sports, politics, or technology. Extract information. This approach is about identifying the entities and relationships in a text to extract information in a structured way. For example, date, time, money, and direction can be used to establish relationships with other words available in the text. Analyze sentence structure. In this approach, capture formal grammar to describe the structure of a set of sentences. For example, find a well-formed or ill-formed sentence structure. Build feature-based structure. Through this approach, we get an insight into grammatical categories of the text document. For example, detect features of text based on speech tag or some grammar rules. Analyze the meaning. Perform quantitative analysis of the given set of data to extract the information. For example, find entities in the text and try to establish a relationship between them. In this demo, we'll view how to install NLP environment. Let's open the Anaconda prompt. Please ensure that your system is connected to the internet. Let's go ahead and enter conda install scikit-learn. It will install the scikit-learn package. Enter conda install NLTK. It will install the NLTK package into your Python environment. Now type in Python in Anaconda prompt command line. Type in import NLTK here to install the corpus, collections, and models. We are interested in installing stopwords corpus. Select it and then click Download button. It will install the stopwords corpus in your Python environment. Now let's navigate through the other models and all packages. Ensure that stopword status is installed. Now you can close the window and go back to Jupyter Notebook environment. In this demo, you learned how to install the NLP environment. In this demo, you'll learn how to perform sentence analysis. Let's start by importing the required library class string from NLTK corpus. Let's then import stopwords, which we've installed earlier as part of the environment setup. In the world of text analysis, stopwords usually have little lexical meaning. Some examples of stopwords are I, me, myself, we, our, ours, you, yours, and so on. Now let's view the first 10 stopwords present in the stopwords corpus of NLTK library. This is done by passing 0 to 10 index position in the parentheses. Next, let's create a test sequence to analyze. We'll create a variable test sentence and pass the sentence, "This is my first test string." Wow, we are doing just fine. First, we'll use string class punctuation to remove all the punctuation present in each message, as they are also less weighted for text analysis. Then, we'll remove the stopwords. Now we'll use basic Python syntax to display the characters which don't have punctuation. As you can see, we make use of basic string class and its punctuation function. Display the whole sentence with no punctuation. We just completed the first step of the sentence analysis process. Now let's split the sentence into words. Here, we can see that the list contains a lot of stopwords. Let's remove the stopwords. We'll use stopwords corpus .words function with English as an argument and basic Python word and split function to clean each word. With this, we are done with sentence analysis, and our sentence is free of punctuation and stopwords. Following are the major NLP libraries used in Python. NLTK. It's a Python-based library for NLP and widely used in the industry to build programs to work with different human languages. Scikit-learn. It's another powerful open-source Python package and module for NLP. It features various algorithms and is designed for operating with other Python libraries like NumPy and SciPy. TextBlob. This library is used for processing text data. It provides simple APIs for diving into NLP. Spacy. This is another library which provides multiple useful views of textual meaning and linguistic structure. Now let's look at the Scikit-learn approach and its features. It's a powerful library with a set of modules to process and analyze natural language data, such as text and images, and extract information using machine learning algorithms. These are some of the essential features of Scikit-learn approach. Built-in modules. It has built-in modules to load the dataset's content and categories. We'll discuss the modules in detail in the upcoming screen. Feature extraction. It's a way to extract information from data which can be text or images. Scikit-learn's built-in functions and methods help extract features and attributes from text data and image data for the purpose of analysis. Model training. In model training, we analyze the content based on particular categories and then train them according to a specific model. Model training can involve supervised or unsupervised models. Supervised models. In supervised models, the goal is to generate the data and find the right answer. In this model training, the outcome of new observation and dataset is predicted. Unsupervised models. In this unsupervised models, the response, outcome, or the label of the data is not known. The main objective is to first understand the structure of the data and then identify the pattern in the data. In this type of model training, we have to find the predictors that behave in the same fashion or have some familiarity. Pipeline building. This is a technique in scikit-learn approach to streamline the NLP process into stages. Let's take a look at the various stages of pipeline learning. 1. Vectorization. This is a general process of converting a collection of text documents into a numerical feature vector. In vectorization, the documents are split into words or tokens, and each document is assigned a number. 2. Transformation. In transformation, the approach is to extract features around the word of interest. Also, in this stage, you find the occurrence of each word in a document. 3. Model training and application. This is required for accurate predictions. A model is divided into training and test datasets to optimize the overall process. For example, in this stage, different algorithms are used to classify text documents and find the sentiment analysis. Performance optimization. In this stage, we train the models to optimize the overall process. Grid search. A model can have multiple parameters, and it's a powerful way to search parameters affecting the outcome for model training purposes. It's one of the most common ways to adjust the extracted features. Now that you have gone through the scikit-learn approach, let's learn about its built-in modules for loading the dataset contents and categories. The diagram shows you how a dataset is loaded using methods and how the object is structured in terms of the container folder and its categories. To load files, you have to use the main method scikit-learn.datasets.load files. We can load text files with categories as subfolder names. The folder names are used as supervised signal label names. It doesn't try to extract features into a NumPy array or SciPy sparse matrix. In addition, if load content parameter is false, it doesn't try to load the files in memory. To use text files in a scikit-learn classification or clustering algorithm, you'll need to use the sklearn feature extraction.text module to build a feature extraction transformer that suits your problem. A data load object helps load the contents of a dataset. Shown here are the attributes of a data load object. Bunch. It contains fields and can be accessed as dict keys or an object. Target names. It's a list of requested categories. Data. It refers to an attribute in the memory where files are loaded. Let's see how a dataset can be loaded using scikit-learn. There are several datasets that can be loaded. Let's load the digits dataset to view the data using built-in methods. Perform the following steps. 1. Import the desired dataset. Use the syntax from sklearn.datasets import load digits. 2. Load the dataset by creating an object. As we had discussed earlier, a data load object is used to load contents. 3. Describe the dataset using DESCR function. Using this function, you can view all of the information which describes the dataset. Next, let's view the dataset type. Use the syntax type digits dataset. As we can see, the type of the dataset is bunch. To view the data of the digits dataset, apply the function .data. The output displays the actual data which is bound to the dataset. Let's view the target with the function .target. The arrays displayed here are the response data which is present in the dataset. Next, let's talk about feature extraction, another functionality of the scikit-learn approach. This is a technique to convert the content into numerical vectors to perform machine learning. The feature extraction technique is used mostly in machine learning while dealing with text or image data. There are two major types of feature extraction techniques. Text feature extraction. It's used to extract features from text data. Examples include large datasets or documents. Image feature extraction. It's used to extract image features. Examples include patch extraction or connectivity graph of an image, forming contiguous patches, also known as hierarchical clustering. Bag of words. Now let's learn about the bag of words, which is one of the most common text feature extraction techniques. It's used to convert text data into numerical feature vectors with a fixed size. Let's see how it works by considering a document where we need to extract text features. The steps to follow are: assign a fixed integer ID to each word by splitting them into several words, also known as tokenizing. Then count the number of occurrences of each word or token. Finally, store it as the value feature in matrix format. The matrix presentation on the screen shows how multiple documents and tokens are structured. This screen shows how the count vectorizer algorithm works in scikit-learn. The goal is to convert a collection of text documents to a matrix of token counts. There are several parameters which affect the vectorization process. Let's take a look at the components of the signature. Input content. The input content can be a file name of the sequence of strings which needs to be vectorized. Encoding. The default encoding is UTF-8. The encoding is to decode the input. Strip accents. It removes accent present in the code. Tokenizer. It overrides the string tokenizer method, but the default value is none. Stop words. It's a built-in stop words list that is used. Max threshold. It indicates the terms or words that appear more than a given threshold value and should, therefore, be ignored. Min threshold. It indicates the terms or words that appear less than a given threshold value and should, therefore, be ignored. In this demo, you'll learn how to process documents using bag of words. Let's start by importing the required library count vectorizer class. This class helps tokenize the document. It converts the text into vectors by assigning numeric values to each word. Let's create an object vectorizer by instantiating the count vectorizer class. Next, we'll create 3 random documents. Let's add some text to the documents. Document 1 can have, "Hi, how are you?" In document 2, we can add, "Today is a very, very, very pleasant day, and we can have some fun. And in document 3, we can say, "This was an amazing experience." Now, put all 3 documents together as a list. Next comes the interesting part, which is creating the bag of words for the list of documents. This is done by accessing the fit method and fitting the documents into the vectorized object. We'll move on to accessing the transform method and transform the list of documents. Now, let's print the bag of words and look at the details. You can see the properties of vectorized object. As you can see, the first number is the tuple and the second number is the frequency of words. The tuple here indicates the document number and feature indices of each word which belongs to the document. Feature indices are generated from the transform method. This is a feature extraction process, and to extract the features, you have to refer to the indexes, which is assigned to any particular feature. Next, let's check for repeated words in the vocabulary that is built with the get function, and then print it. Finally, check the bag of words type for the documents. The output displays sparse matrix, and it falls under SciPy. In this demo, you learned how to use bag of words technique and transformed documents using the transform method. The next feature of Scikit-learn is model training. An important task in model training is to identify the right model for the given dataset. Scikit-learn provides a range of models to choose from and also trains them by using the extracted features from the dataset. The choice of model completely depends on the type of dataset. The models can be trained as a supervised learning model or unsupervised learning model. Supervised learning model. For a given dataset, we'll have observations, features, and response. In supervised learning, we make use of all three tasks: predict the outcome of new observations and datasets, understand which predictors affect the response or outcome, and generalize the data and find the right answer. Generalization is also known as making predictions. Models can be trained to classify the documents based on the features and response. For example, naive Bayes, SVM, linear regression, and KNN neighbors. Unsupervised learning model. In this type of learning, the response or the outcome of the label of the data is not known. There is no definite or right answer in this model. So here we try to train the model by following a few steps, such as understanding the structure of the data first and identify the pattern in the data, finding predictors that behave in the same fashion or have some familiarity, exploring the dataset, and the goal is representation of the data. Representation is also known as extracting structure. Unsupervised model can also be used to group documents by applying clustering algorithms. For example, clustering text documents using k-means. Naive Bayes is a basic technique for classification of text. It assumes that the probability of each attribute belongs to a given class value and is independent of all other attributes. The advantages of Naive Bayes classifier: it performs the task with limited CPU and memory. Therefore, it's very efficient. It's fast, as the model training time is very less. Naive Bayes is heavily used in sentiment analysis, email spam detection, categorization of documents, and language detection. Multinominal Naive Bayes is used when multiple occurrences of the words matter. Multinominal distribution normally requires integer feature counts. Let's take a quick look at the Scikit multinominal NB model class. There are three major parameters in this class. Alpha. It's also known as a Laplace transform or smoothing parameter and is mainly used for categorical data. Fit prior. It indicates whether to learn class prior probabilities or not. If false, a uniform prior will be used, but as you noticed, the default is true. Class prior. The default is none, but if specified, the prior class is adjusted according to the data. The next feature of Scikit-learn we'll be looking into is grid search. We use a document classifier to predict the category of a document. To try predicting the outcome of a new document, we need to extract the features. A document classifier can have many parameters, and a grid approach helps to search the best parameters for model training and predicting the outcome accurately. When we create a model, it ends up with multiple parameters. It would be too tedious to run through each parameter and tweak it. In such cases, a grid search is useful. The whole dataset can be divided into multiple grids, like a chessboard, and a search can be run on entire grids or a selected combination of grids. So we use a grid search mechanism to perform an exhaustive search on the best parameters which affect the model. However, This approach has some constraint, such as the whole grid search process is subjected to availability of the CPU cores of the system. This is owing to the fact that there can be several parameters, and running an exhaustive search can impact the system performance by taking more of the CPU memory. So far, we have learned that there are three major steps for analyzing text data. 1. Vectorizer. This is a general process of converting a collection of text documents into a numerical feature vector. In vectorization, the documents are split into words or tokens, and each document is assigned a number. 2. Transformer. During transformation, you find the occurrence of each word in a document. This process is primarily used for feature extraction. 3. Classifier or model training. This is required for accurate predictions. A model uses training and testing datasets to optimize its overall performance. For example, different algorithms are used to classify text documents and find the sentiment analysis. This is where scikit-learn becomes more productive by creating the pipeline for the dataset. A pipeline is essentially a combination of these three steps. So using scikit-learn, pipeline can be created and we can train the model using a single command. We just need to put them all together in a single class and create a pipeline to operate on a given dataset. The main purpose of the pipeline is to assemble several steps that can be cross-validated, while setting different parameters. In this demo, we'll learn how to apply pipeline and grid search. Let's start by importing the required library, pandas, string, print, and time. Next, we'll get the spam data collection with the help of the pandas library. Here, the \t indicates that data in the spam dataset is tab separated or tab delimited, and set function takes it as a parameter. Also, message is a feature which refers to the text present in the dataset. Response is the label or the category of the message. Let's view the first 5 records of the spam collection. The head method is used to view the topmost records in a dataset. Let's import scikit-learn specific libraries for text processing and creating the pipeline and performing the grid search. We will import countervectorizer to tokenize the document and convert the text into numeric values. Also, let's import TF-IDF transformer for TF-IDF transformation. Now, import SGD classifier from the linear model. This is to classify the message in the dataset. Next, import grid search from the sklearn grid search class to perform the grid search. Finally, import pipeline from pipeline class. Let's create a pipeline by instantiating the pipeline class and passing vectorize, transformed, and model classifier as argument. The statement you see here helps create the pipeline for the entire text processing. Now, let's define parameters for grid search. We are going to use the TF-IDF parameter to weigh the terms present in the message. Next, let's create an object grid search and pass pipeline, parameters, jobs, and verbose as arguments. The grid search consumes a lot of memory, and njobs equals -1 instructs the process to use all CPUs while processing. We can print the parameters and run the grid search on the dataset for both the message and response after fitting them into the grid search object using the fit method. The grid search is a CPU-intensive process, and it takes a little time since it does an exhaustive search on the entire dataset on the past parameters. This brings us to the end of this demo, where you learned how to apply pipeline and grid search mechanism.
Today we are going to explore k-nearest neighbors or KNN, which is one of the most popular algorithms in data science. Python is a powerful tool for data science, and KNN is great for classifying data by predicting the category of sample base on its closest neighbor. This algorithm is used in many fields like healthcare, finance, and agriculture, helping us make decisions based on data. The best part, it is really easy to use. You just need to pick a number for k and choose a distance function to compare data points. However, KNN has its downsides. It doesn't work well with the large data set, and it requires proper scaling of the data to get accurate result. In this video, we will show you how KNN works with real data set, the IRIS dataset. We'll walk you through simple Python code and demonstrate how to find the best k value to maximize your model's accuracy. So stay tuned to see KNN in action. So welcome to the demo part. So I am here using Google Colab. So you can use any of your favorite IDE like Jupyter Notebook, IntelliJ, Visual Code Studio, anything. Okay. So let me rename this file as KNN classification. Okay, cool. So let me tell you that KNN can be used for the classification, regression, predictive problems. So KNN falls in the supervised learning family of algorithms. Okay, so we will measure the distance between the k neighbors, and the first step will be we'll choose the number of k of neighbors. Then we'll take the k nearest neighbors of the new data point according to your distance metric, and the step 3 will be our among these k neighbors, count the number of data points of each category. Okay, step 4, we will assign the new data points to the category where you counted the most neighbors. Okay, so let's start. First, let's import some library. Import numpy as np, and let's import pandas as pd. So everyone knows what is numpy and the pandas. Okay, so NumPy is a library for the Python programming language, adding support for large multi-dimensional arrays. Okay, along with the large collection of high-level mathematical functions. And whereas Pandas is a software library written for the Python programming language for the data manipulation and analysis. All the data frames and data structure it offers for the manipulating numerical tables. Okay, and the time series, you can say. So moving forward, we'll import our data set. So you can download the data set from the description box below. Okay, data set equals to pd.read underscore csv. The data name is iris.csv. Okay, this is how you read your data in Python. Okay, yeah, data set is loaded. So data set dot shape. Okay, yeah, so data set dot shape is used for how many numbers of rows and columns present in your data set. Okay, 150 rows and 6 columns. So let me tell you brief about data set, this iris data set. So iris data set include 3 iris species with 50 samples each, as well as some properties about each flower. So one flower species is linearly separable from the other two, you can say, but the other two are not linearly separable from each other. Okay, and this shape I told you, we can get a quick idea of how many instances of rows and columns are present in our data set. So let's see our dataset dot head. So head is used for by you can see top 5 rows of your dataset using head, and if you will use tail instead of head, you can see the last 5 rows of your dataset. Cool. Okay, so columns are id, sepal length, sepal width, petal width, and the species. Cool. Then moving forward, let's describe our data sets. So these are the basic function, okay, of Python, you can say. So data set dot describe, what describes do is it will give you count of all the rows, mean value, standard deviation value, minimum value, what is it, 25%, okay, of all the values in the particular row, what is the 50%, what is the 75%, what is the maximum is 150, you can say, okay, and 25% of 150 is 38.25, this, okay, of all the columns. If it is normal character, so it won't give you any data. Okay, cool. Yeah, so moving forward, let's now take a look at the number of instances row belong to each classes. Okay, so we will write data set dot group by species dot size. Okay, species S is capital, that's why it's showing the error. Yeah, so you can see iris setosa are 50, iris versicolor are 50, and virginica is 50. Okay, and the data type is integer. Cool. So as we can see, dataset contains 6 columns like id, sepal length, sepal width, and petal length, petal width, and species. The actual features are described by columns 1 to 4. The last columns labels of samples. Okay, so firstly we need to split data into two arrays like x features and y labels. So how we will do this? By writing code like feature underscore columns equals to sepal length, sepal width, petal length, petal width. Just remember you are writing correct name. Okay, then x equals to dataset feature underscore columns, okay, dot values. Then y equals to dataset species dot values. Cool. Then let me run it. So this is how we can split the data set, okay, into two arrays, x and the y. Okay, in x there are feature columns, these 4 columns are there, and in y species column is there. Okay, and what is the species column? This setosa, virginica, and all this. Cool. Then now we will do label encoding. So as you can see, labels are categorical. K-numbers classifier does not accept string labels. So we need to use label encoder to transform them into numbers. Okay. Then iris setosa correspond to 0, iris versicolor correspond to 1, and iris virginica correspond to 2. Okay. 0, 1, 2. Cool. So how can we write from sklearn dot pre-processing import label encoder. Okay, so what we'll do, label encoder transform them into numbers. Okay, so I will write L equals to label encoder, okay, my bad, label encoder, okay, then y equals to elifate dot transform y. Okay, so now I will run it. Yeah, correct. So splitting data set into training set and the test set now. Okay, so now we'll split data set into training set and test set to check later on whether or not a classifier work correctly or not. Okay, so here I will write from sklearn dot not cross, I will write here sklearn dot model selection import train test split. So what is train test split? Train test split is a model validation procedure that reveals how your model performs on your new data. Okay. And what is xtrain, xtest, ytrain, ytest in Python? Okay. Let me first write it and then I will let you know. Okay. Then I will write here xtrain, comma, xtest, comma, ytrain, comma, ytest. Okay. Equals to train test split, then x comma y comma test size 0.2 and the random is this. Okay. Okay, some error came. Okay, underscore model selection. Yeah, cool. So what is xtrain, xtest, ytrain, ytest? Okay, so xtrain and ytrain sets are used for training and fitting the model. Okay, so the xtest and the ytest are the set used for testing the model and it's predicting the right outputs label. Okay, so here you can see test size is 0.2, means 80% is for testing, 80% is for training and 20% is for testing for the new data. Cool. Yeah, so now we will see some let's do some data visualization. Okay, so here I will write import matplotlib dot pyplot as plt, then import cbon as sns, then here I will write matplotlib inline. So what is matplotlib? Matplotlib is a plotting library for the Python programming language and it's numerical mathematics extension. Okay, so NumPy, it provides an object API for embedding plots into application using generating purpose GUI toolkits like Kinter and Python, Qt or GTK. Okay, whereas cbon is a library for making statistical graph in Python. It builds on the top of matplotlib and integrates closely with pandas data structure. Okay, cbon helps us to explore and understand the data. Okay, so I will run it. Here I will write from pandas dot plotting import parallel coordinates, then plt dot figure size should be 15 comma 10. Okay, then parallel coordinates. Okay, then dataset dot drop, I don't need id, comma axis is 1. Okay, then comma species, then plt dot title and let parallel coordinates plot. Okay, and you can give some font size equals to 20, then font weight equals to, okay, let's say bold only, bold, then plt dot x label, then features comma font size equals to 15, then plt dot y label, then I'll write here features values comma font size equals to 15. Okay, then plt dot legend, then loc equals to 1 comma I will write here frame on equals to true comma shadow equals to true comma face color equals to white, T should be capital, and comma edge color equals to okay, plt dot show. Okay, some error is there. Plt dot figure size. Okay, spelling mistake. Okay, one more error. Plt dot legend. Okay, face color. Okay, some spelling mistake. So yeah, let me make it view output in full screen. Yeah. So parallel coordinates is a plotting technique for plotting, multivariate data. So it allows one to see clusters in the data and to estimate other stat visually. So using parallel coordinate points, are represented as the connected line segments, as you can see. Okay, and each vertical line represent one attribute, and one set of connected line segments represent one data point. Okay, and points that tend to cluster will appear closer together. Okay, so this color is iris setosa, and this is iris versicolor, and this purple one is iris virginica, as you can see in the legend. Okay, cool. So moving forward, let's create another graph, Andrew curves. Okay, so here I will write from pandas dot plotting import scatter. No, it's plotting import Andrew curves. Okay, then plt dot figure. It's AI based, so it's giving me suggestions. Okay, so sometimes suggestions are good, but not always. Yeah, let's carry on. Figure size is 15, 10. Then Andrew curves. Then I will add dataset dot drop id access species and plt Andrew curves plot. Okay, fine. Okay, let me add. We don't need X label and all. Let me add legend. plt dot legend. Then same LOC equals to 1. Then proposition size. Then I will write here size is 15. Frame on equals to 2, comma shadow equals to true. So this is truly based upon you if you want to add legend or not, or you can skip. If you want to skip, you can skip. Okay, face color equals to white, then edge color equals to black. Okay, then plt dot show. Yeah, so no error is there. So let me first view output in full screen. Okay, so Andrew curves, these are the Andrew curves. Okay, you can see the graph in the curve. So Andrew curve allow one to plot multivariate data as a large number of curves, so that are created using the attributes of samples, okay, as coefficient for Fourier series. Okay, so by coloring these curves differently for each class, it is possible to visualize data clustering. So curves belonging to samples of the same class will usually be closer together and they form large structure. Okay, as you can see here. And this is the legend why we are setting the forecolor is should be white, and yeah, and the edge color should be black. Okay, and frame on shadow should be there. You can see the shadow. Okay, like this. If you want to skip, you can skip this part, legend part. Okay, but oh, like it's good to have. It's good practice to have this. Cool. So let's create one small pair plot. Okay, so I will write here plt dot figure. Then I will write SNS dot pair plot. Then I will write dataset dot drop. We'll drop again ID. We don't need. Axis is 1. Then I will write hue equals to species, size equals to 3. Then markers was to OSD. Yeah, cool. Then plt dot show. It's running. Yeah. So first let me make it to full screen. Yeah. So here pairwise is useful when you want to visualize the distribution of the variable or the relationship between the multiple variable separately within subsets of your data set. Okay. So here this blue one is Setosa, versicolor and the Virginica. Okay. So these are some graph you can say, or here you can see sepal length. Okay. So green one is Virginica and versicolor are almost having same sepal length. Okay, and here are the different types of graphs. Okay, if you don't want to, let's say if you don't know how to read this graph, you can use this graph, or you can use this graph. Either you can use this graph. Okay, that's the power of pairwise plots, you can say. And the sepal width centimeter. Okay, Setosa, no, okay, Virginica and versicolor again having almost same sepal width. Okay, and here as well. Okay, this Setosa is in different form. Okay, yeah. So we'll create one small pair of one small graph, then we'll move forward. Okay, I will write here plt dot. So now we are creating box plot figure. Okay, then dataset dot drop, then again id comma axis should be 1 dot box plot. Okay, then figure size I chose this. Yeah, let's run it. Yeah, again see, this is the box plot. Petal length same, petal width, sepal length, sepal width. Okay, according to width it is showing, like from this to this width we have the versicolor, and from this to this width, this length, sorry, sepal length, we have that Virginica lies here, Iris Virginica, and from here to here Iris Setosa lies. Okay, the sepal length. Cool. And like you can use 3D models, you can use different types of charts. Okay, I did 4, and 4 are enough to read the data set. Okay, so now we will do some KNN classification. Okay, we will make prediction and we will see the accuracy of our data set. Okay, so now what I will do, I will write here from sklearn dot neighbors import k neighbors. Okay, right from sklearn dot neighbors import k neighbor classifier. Okay, then I will write here from sklearn dot matrix import confusion matrix comma accuracy score. Okay, then I will write from sklearn dot model selection import cross value score. Okay, so here what I did, we are fitting the classifier to the training set and the loading the libraries basically. Okay, then we'll initiate a learning model k equals to 3. Okay, so here I will write classifier, let me give one space, classifier equals to neighbors classifier and neighbors equals to 3. Okay, then fitting the model, I will write here classifier dot fit xtrain comma ytrain. Okay, then now we will predicting the test set results. Okay, so y prediction equals to classifier dot predict x test. Cool. Okay, spelling mistake. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's fine now. So now let's evaluate the prediction. So here I will build the confusion matrix. Okay, so here I will write CM confusion matrix equals to confusion underscore matrix y test comma y prediction. Okay, then here I will write CM. Okay. So what is confusion matrix basically? So confusion matrix, is a table that shows how well a model performs by comparing its prediction to the actual values. Okay. So what it shows, a confusion matrix displays the number of correct and incorrect prediction of each class in models. Cool. Either it can give you true positive, true negative, false positive, false negative. Either it can give you 0 or 1. Okay, so yeah, moving forward, let's calculate the model accuracy. This is the main part. If the model accuracy is low, it means your analysis of classification is not good. Okay, so accuracy, it should be more than 80 at least. Accuracy equals to accuracy underscore score y test comma y prediction into 100, otherwise it will give me in points. So I will write print model Canon model accuracy is I will write plus str, I will round it. Okay, accuracy I will add the percent. So why I wrote this accuracy to round? So I don't want after points, I need only two numbers. Okay, I don't want like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 like this. Okay, I need only like 80.20 like this. Cool. Let's run it. See, our KNN model accuracy is 96.67. That's why I wrote 2 here and the percent should be there. So 96, which is very, very, very good. Okay, so this is how you can find the accuracy. So now let's find the optimal number of neighbors in K. Okay, basically finding the best K. So we will use using cross validation parameter. Okay, tuning. So first I will create the list of K for KNN. Okay, so here I will write K underscore list equals to list range 1 comma 50 comma 2. Here I will create the list of CV score. Okay, so here I will write CV scores. Okay, I have to give the brackets. Yeah. So we'll here perform the tenfold cross validation. Okay, I will explain you what is cross validation. Don't worry. So first, let me write for K and K list KNN equals to K neighbor classifier, and here I will write N neighbors equals to K. Then scores equals to cross value score KNN, and X train comma Y train. Okay, comma I will write here cross validation equals to 10 comma scoring equals to, I will write here accuracy. Okay, and then here CV underscore scores dot append to scores dot mean. Okay, so now yeah, let me run it. Okay, comma, some error came. Okay, the error is the scoring parameter. Yeah, why? Because here accuracy you can see, and I did the spelling mistake. Okay, so now what is cross validation? Of course, cross validation determines the accuracy of your machine learning model by partitioning the data into two different groups, okay, called training set and testing set. You can see test and the testing set, okay, X and Y. So the data is randomly separated into a certain number of groups or subsets called folds. Okay, you can see the 10 folds we have wrote. Each fold contains about the same amount of, okay. And there is one more thing, validation. So validation is a technique for assessing the accuracy of the model on dataset. Okay, and this cross validation we did on new dataset. Cool. So now let's find the best K. Okay, so here I will write best K equals to K list. Okay, before that I will write one thing. I will write here MSE was changing to misclassification error. Okay, so equals to 1 as X for X in CV scores. Okay, list I will write MSE dot index minimum MSE. I will use this bracket, square bracket. Okay, so then I will write print the best optimal number of neighbors is %d person best underscore k. Okay, let's run it. See, the best optimal number of neighbors, okay, neighbors is 9. Okay, so in the k nearest neighbor KNN algorithms, okay, so k represent the number of neighbors that are considered when classifying a query point. Okay, see, if we'll classify this particular point, you will get the 6. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, and let me show you. If you will classify this portion only, so you will get 1 2 3 4 5 6 points like this. Okay, so the best optimal number of neighbor is 9.
Think about this. You're about to create something amazing. An AI that can think, learn, and grow in ways we only dreamed of. And here's the best part. You don't need to be an AI expert to make it happen. What if you could use Langchain, a tool that connects most advanced language models to real-time data, allowing you to build AI applications that are both smart and flexible? It sounds like something out of science fiction, but with Langchain, it's real. As large language models quickly become the backbone of many applications, Langchain has emerged as a game-changing tool, transforming the way we use these powerful technologies. Today, we are diving into Langchain, the ultimate framework that makes AI development easier for everyone. Whether you want to understand user questions with one LLM, create human-like responses with another, or pull in data insights, Langchain makes it all happen. But Langchain is more than just making AI easy to use. It's about getting these models to work together seamlessly. Langchain simplifies what could be a complex process into a simple, powerful system. From smart chatbots to enhancing data for machine learning, the possibilities with Langchain are endless. So why has Langchain become one of the fastest growing open source projects ever? And how you can use Langchain to get ahead in the world of AI. So let's first start by understanding what is Langchain. Langchain is an open source framework designed to help developers build AI-powered applications using large language models or LLMs, just like GPT-4. But what really sets Langchain apart is its ability to link these powerful models with external data sources and other components. So this allows you to create sophisticated natural language processing NLP applications that can do much more than just understand and generate text. They can interact with live data, databases, and other software tools. Now you might be asking, is Langchain a Python library? Yes, it is. Langchain is available as a Python library, which means you can easily integrate into your existing Python projects. But it doesn't stop there. Langchain is also available in JavaScript and TypeScript, making it accessible to a wide range of developers. Whether you're working on a web app or backend system or a standalone tool, Langchain fits right in. So why should we use Langchain? So why is Langchain such a big deal? Developing AI applications typically requires using multiple tools and writing a lot of complex code. You need to manage data retrieval, processing, integration with language models, and many more. This can be time consuming and complicated, especially if you're not deeply familiar with AI. Langchain simplifies the entire process, allowing you to develop and deploy and even manage AI applications more easily and efficiently. Let's break down this with an example. Imagine you're building a chatbot that needs to provide real-time weather updates. Without Langchain, you would need to manually connect your AI to a weather API, fetch data, process it, and then format the response. But with Langchain, the process becomes much more straightforward. You can focus on what matters the most, building the features and functionalities of your application, while Langchain handles the complex integrations behind the scenes. So let's discuss the key features of Langchain. Langchain is packed with features that make it incredibly powerful and flexible. Let's take a closer look at some of the key components. At first, we have model interaction. Langchain allows you to interact with any language model seamlessly. It manages the inputs and outputs to these data models, ensuring that you can integrate them into your application without a hitch. For example, if you want to use GPT-4 to generate responses to customer inquiries, Langchain makes it easy to plug that model into your workflow. Next, we have data connection and retrieval. One of the Langchain strengths is its ability to connect to external data sources. So whether you need to pull data from a database or web API or even a file system, Langchain simplifies this process. You can retrieve, transform, and use data from almost any source, making your AI applications more robust and versatile. Next, we have chains. Langchain introduces the concept of chains, where you can link multiple models and components together to perform complex tasks. For example, you might have a chain where one component retrieves data and another processes it, and a third generates a human-like response. This chaining ability allows you to build workflows that would otherwise require extensive coding. Next, we have agents. Agents are like the decision makers in Langchain. They can create commands deciding the best course of action based on the input they receive. For example, an agent cloud determines which language model to use based on the type of query it's handling, making your application smarter and more adaptive. Then we have memory. Langchain supports both short-term and long-term memory, making that your AI can remember past interactions. This is particularly useful for applications like chatbots, where maintaining context over multiple interactions are significantly improve the user experience. Imagine you're building a virtual assistant. The assistant needs to remember previous interactions to provide relevant responses. Now, with the help of Langchain, you can easily implement memory so that the assistant knows what you have talked before, making the conversation more natural and engaging. So what are the integrations supported by Langchain? Well, Langchain is designed to work seamlessly with a wide variety of integrations, making it extremely versatile for different use cases. LLM providers. Langchain supports integration with major LLM providers like OpenAI, Hugging Face, and Cohort. This means you can easily incorporate the latest and most powerful language models into your applications. Then we have data sources. Langchain can connect to a variety of data sources such as Google Search, Wikipedia, and cloud platforms like AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure. This makes it easy to retrieve and use the most up-to-date information in your applications. Vector databases are used for handling large volumes of complex data such as images or long text. So Langchain integrates with vector databases like Pinecone, and these databases store data as high-dimensional vectors, which helps in allowing for efficient and accurate retrieval. So this is particularly useful for applications that require searching through large data sets quickly. For example, let's say you're building an application that needs to analyze thousands of documents to find relevant information. With Langchain, you can integrate a vector database like Pinecone, store your documents as vectors, and quickly search through using them powerful language models. This capability can save you a lot of time and make your application much more effective. Now the question arises how to create prompts in Langchain. Creating prompts in Langchain is much easier with something called a prompt template. A prompt template acts as a set of instructions for language model, and these templates can be customized to varying levels of customizations. For example, you might design a prompt template to ask simple questions, or you could create more detailed instructions that guide the language model to produce high-quality responses. Let's walk through how you can create a prompt using Langchain in Python. Step 1 is installing Langchain. First, you'll need to have Python installed in your system. Once that's set up, you can install Langchain by opening your Python shell or terminal and running the following command: pip install Langchain. The next step is adding integrations to Langchain. This often requires at least one integration to function properly. A common choice is OpenAI's Language Model API. To use OpenAI's API, you'll need to create an account on the OpenAI website and obtain your API key. After that, install OpenAI's Python package and input your API key like this. So this is the following command which is inserted below. You can look into that. Next step is importing and using a prompt template. Now that you have Langchain and the necessary integration set up, you can start creating your prompts. Langchain offers a pre-made prompt template that allows you to structure your text in a way that the language model can easily understand. Here's how you can do it through this particular prompt given below. So in this example, the prompt template asks two variables, which is an adjective and a content subject, and uses them to generate a prompt. The output might be something like, tell me an interesting fact about zebras. The language model would then take this prompt and return a relevant fact about zebras based on the given adjective. This is a simple but powerful way to generate dynamic prompt that can be adapted to a wide range of tasks, from answering questions to generating creative content. Let's now talk about how to develop applications with Langchain. So building applications with Langchain is straightforward and involves a few key steps. First, define your application, know exactly what problem it's solving, and identify the necessary components like language models, data sources, and user interaction. The next step is to build the functionality using Langchain's components such as prompt, chains, and agents. This is where you can create the logic that drives your application, like processing user input or retrieving data. Then we have customizing your application to meet specific needs. Langchain's flexibility allows you to tweak prompts, integrate additional data sources, and fine-tune models for optimal performance. Before going live, it's crucial to test and deploy your application. Testing helps catch any issues, and Langchain makes debugging easy, so you can deploy your application with confidence. For example, let's build a chatbot using Langchain. First, we have to define it is a chatbot that answers questions about technology trends. We then create a functionality by setting a prompt and a chain to process input. Next, we have customization. We customize it by integrating a new API to pull in the latest information. And finally, we test and deploy the chatbot to ensure it responds accurately to users. So Langchain offers endless possibilities across various industries. Let's now look into the examples and use cases of Langchain. Langchain offers endless possibilities across various industries. You can create customer service chatbots that manage queries and transaction or coding assistants that suggest code snippets and debug issues. In healthcare, Langchain can assist doctors with diagnosis and patient data management. Then we have marketing and e-commerce. It can analyze consumer behavior, generate product recommendations, and craft compelling product descriptions. So with the help of this AI assistant, it helps doctors make quicker, more informed decisions. So Langchain is a powerful framework that makes AI development accessible and efficient.
Today we are exploring Hugging Face, an amazing tool that makes working with language and AI super easy. If you are curious about using advanced technology to understand or create text, this video is perfect for you. Hugging Face is a company that helps people use AI models for language tasks like translation, text analysis, or even generating new text. They have created a library called Transformer, which comes with pre-trained models, so you don't have to build everything from scratch. It's simple, powerful, and perfect for developers, researchers, or even beginners. So in this video, I will show you 3 cool things you can do with Hugging Face. Speech to text, turn spoken words into written text easily, great for captions or voice apps. Second one is sentiment analysis. Find out if a text is positive, negative, or neutral. Helpful for understanding reviews or comments. The third one is text generation. Create human-like text that sounds natural. Perfect for chatbots or creative writing. I will also explain some important basics like how pipelines make using Hugging Face models super easy and how tokenization helps AI understand text. By end of this video, you will know how to use Hugging Face to start building your own projects. It's simple, fun, and really powerful. So without any further ado, let's get started. So welcome to this demo part of this video. So here, as you know, we will be doing 3 things. First thing, speech to text recognition. The second thing, text generation from a particular sentence or a word. And the third thing, we will do sentiment analysis. Okay, so we will perform this one by one. So let's start with something called speech to text recognition. Okay, using Hugging Face. So first I will rename this. I'll write here Hugging Face speech to text. Okay, yeah. So first I will install transformers library. It is already installed on my system, but again, just for you guys, I'm doing this. Okay, pip install transformer. So now let's see what is transformers. So transformers is a powerful Python library created by Hugging Face. So that allows you to download, manipulate, and run thousands of pre-trained open source AI model. Fine. So as you can see, requirement already satisfied. It means like already installed. So these transformer models cover multiple tasks across modalities like NLP, natural language processing, computer vision, audio, and multimodal learning, like many things. Fine. So now I will do from transformers import pipeline. Okay, so now let's run it. So now what is pipeline? Okay, so a transformer pipeline describes the flow of data from origin system to destination system. Fine, because you already know transformer means you can run or manipulate thousands of pre-trained open source AI model. So pipeline describes the flow of data from origin system to destination system and defines how to transform the data along the way. Okay, so let's check the versions transformers version. Okay, that long tab. Okay, why it is coming? Import transformers. Yeah, so we have currently 4.4 version of the transformer. Okay, so I'm using Google Colab. Okay, so you can use either Jupyter Notebook, Visual Code Studio, or Colab. Okay, so now let's import libraries. Import Librosa. Okay, so what is Librosa? So Librosa is a Python package for audio and music analysis, right? Because we are doing speech to text, so we need this. So it provides various functions to quickly extract key audio features and matrices from the audio files. Okay, and this Librosa can also be used to analyze and manipulate audio files in a variety of formats such as WAV wave, MP3, M4A, and like that. Okay, so next we will import Torch. I hope everyone know Torch. So Torch is nothing PyTorch. It is a machine learning library based on the Torch library used for applications such as computer vision and NLP. And originally it was developed by the Meta AI and now the part of Linux Foundation, umbrella. Let's import one more thing. Import. So now let's import IPython. Okay, capital IPython dot display as display. So now you will be wondering what is this IPython display. Okay, so it is an interactive command line for the terminal for Python, and it can provide a IPython terminal and the web-based notebook platform for Python computing. And this IPython have more advanced features than the Python standard interpreter, and we quickly execute a single line of Python code. Nothing. Okay, for that I'm using this. And the next is from transformers import WAV to vectorizer for CTC and WAV2 vectorizer to tokenizer. Okay, so now what is this? So WAV2 vectorizer for CTC is supported by the notebook on how to fine-tune a speech recognition model. Okay, and this tokenizer. So tokenizer is nothing. Tokenization is a conversion of a text into meaningful lexical tokens belonging to categories defined Alexa program. In case of NLP, so those categories include nouns, verbs, adjective, punctuation, etc. Okay, now, and the last library, let's import NumPy as NP. I hope everyone know NumPy. What is NumPy? Again, NumPy is a Python library used for working with arrays. It also has a function, for working in domain like linear algebra, Fourier transform, and matrices, and many others. Fine. I hope everyone know about these library which we have imported. Okay, so let's move forward. Right, tokenizer equals to 2 2 2 tokenizer dot from pre-trained. This is why I love this Google Colab. You will decide just some words and it will show the suggestions. Facebook. So this is again one pre-trained model. Okay, so we are just importing it. Base 960th. This is nothing, the name. Okay, then model equals to WAV2 for CTC dot from pre-trained, then Facebook WAV2 vectorizer 2, then base 960th. Fine. Now let's run it. So now you can see. So we are loading this. Okay, they are downloading. Okay, so you can ignore these warning. So now let's load the audio file. So here I will write audio sampling rate equals to librosa dot load. Okay, so you know about librosa, right? Then I have v dot m4a. So I have already one speech or one audio, you can say. So I will play it, don't worry. Before the final output, I will show you 16,000. Okay, so now I will write okay, I've already loaded, I guess. Okay, no issues. I will load again. Okay, the file is loaded. I will rename it to V. Yeah, fine. So now the error won't come again. We have v.mp4a. Okay, so now we have to do. Okay, let me try it. We have v.mp4a, but I don't know why it is not coming. Okay, let me copy the path. Now it will run, I guess. It's running. Yeah. So now I will write here audio, comma, sampling rate. Okay. Now listen carefully. Then I will write display dot audio, then path, comma, autoplay equals to true. Okay.
Hello and welcome. This is an AI voice message.
I guess you heard, but again, let me play it again.
Hello and welcome. This is an AI voice message.
Okay. So it is saying ki, hello and welcome. This is an AI voice message. Fine. So now what I will do, I will input some values. Input values equals to tokenizer, then audio, comma, return tensors equals to pt. Fine. Dot input values. Okay. Then here input values. Okay. Input values. Okay. Yeah. So now logits will come here. So we have to now store the logits, which means non-normalized predictions. Okay. So logits equals to model input values dot logits. Okay. Then here I will write logits. Okay, it's running. Done. So now what we will do, we will store predicted IDs, then we will pass the logits to values to softmax to get the predictive value. Okay, so here I will write predicted IDs equals to torch dot arg max. Okay, then logits comma dimension equals to -1. Okay, then I will pass the prediction to the tokenizer decode to the transcription. Okay, so here I will write transcriptions equals to tokenizer dot decode predicted IDs to 0. Running fine. So now let's see our output transcriptions. So now you can see hello and welcome. This is an AI voice message. So now let's play it again.
Hello and welcome. This is an AI voice message.
Amazing, right? So this is how you can use Hugging Face for the speech to text recognition. It's a very small code, line of code, as you can see. Okay, so now let's move forward and do the sentiment analysis, okay, or text generation. So let me open new drive. So yeah, so now I will write here, I will write sentiment slash text generation Hugging Face. Okay, So first of all, let's import the files. So first I will write import warnings, then warnings dot filter warnings. Okay, I will write here ignore, then we'll import numpy. You already know what is numpy, and import pandas. So these are some basic Python library, and I hope everyone knows. And import matplotlib for the plots, matplotlib dot pyplot as plt. Then I will import cbon for the graphs, the statistics graph. Okay, sns, then sns dot set. So now we'll import sklearn model train trace split. So sklearn is nothing. Scikit-learn is probably the most useful library for machine learning Python. So this library contains a lot of efficient tools for machine learning and statistical modeling, including classification you can do, regression you can do, clustering you can do from this sklearn. Okay, from sklearn dot model selection import train dash split from sklearn dot matrix import f1 score comma confusion matrix comma ROC AUC curve or score. So again we'll import teams from transformers, import pipeline. Everyone know what is this. Then import torch. Okay, now let's run it. You have too many active session. Terminate existing to continue if you are interested in using one more session. Okay, wait. Yeah, fine now. Which one is open, bro? Terminate this. Terminate this. Terminate this. No. Okay, fine. So now let's do sentiment analysis. So we will explore sentiment analysis using a pre-trained transform model. Okay. The Hugging Face library provides, convenient pipeline, as you already know, function that allows us to easily perform sentiment on the text. So now let's first import the necessary dependencies and create a sentiments pipeline using this line. So I will write here classifier equals to pipeline sentiment analysis, then type classifier. Okay, so it will download the pre-trained sentiment analysis pipeline. Pipeline is not defined. How? Okay, error is there. I hope it will run now. Yeah. So now we can pass a single sentence or a list of sentence to the classifier and get the predictive sentiment labels and associate confidence score. Fine. So now just for the testing classifier, so let's write this is a great movie. Okay, now let me run it. So now you can see here label positive. So label positive typically refers to the outcome or a class of interest that the model is designed to predict. So here we are just checking the sentiment analysis model. Okay, so this is why I wrote this. Okay, so let's check one more. This was a great course. Then I did not understood any of it. Now let's check this. Yeah, perfect. And the score, you can see the accuracy score 99%, which is almost close to 100%, and which is amazing. So now you have access to a GPU, so you can also utilize it for the faster processing by specifying the device using the parameter. Okay, so now what I will do first, I will, okay, wait, yeah, fine. So now I will import dataset airline tweets equals to pd dot read. PD means pandas library here we are using. Okay, now first import, I will import here itself. So I have twitter dot tweets dot csv. Okay, tweets dot csv. Let it upload. Yeah, done. So now let me airline tweets dot head. Why dot head? Means it will show me the top 5 rows. Okay, 0 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, you can see tweet id, airline sentiment, neutral, positive, neutral, negative, then this. Okay, so now let's do something. Okay, so what I will do, df means data frame airline tweets, then I will write airline sentiment. We have airline sentiment, this column. Okay, comma text. I need these 2 columns. Okay, df dot head 5. So yeah, so airline sentiment is neutral, and this is what this text is all about. Okay, because these 2 are the main things, text and the sentiment. So now let's make plot, count plot. Then I will write df comma x equals to airline sentiment, then palette equals to this. Then here I will write plt dot x label airline sentiment. Okay, then plt dot y label count plt dot show. So it will draw one graph. Okay, spelling is wrong. Yeah, so it will show neutral, positive sentiment and the negative. So as you can see, the negative sentences or the sentiments are the more. Okay, so we have now 3 classes which do not match the 2 class available in the Hugging Face pipeline. So therefore we will filter out all the rows which have been labeled as neutral. Okay, so df equals to df, and again df airline sentiment, fine, was not equals to neutral. Okay, then df target equals to df airline sentiment dot map. Then I will write here positive 1 and the negative 0. Fine, negative will be 0. Okay, then print number of rows comma df dot shape. Okay, so now you can see number of rows are 11,541. Okay, so now I will write predictions 5. It will, okay, predictions is not defined. Okay, so now what I will do, so here I will write text equals to df text and to list dot to list. Then here I will write predictions equals to classifier text. Okay, so here write probabilities equals to predictions, then score if predictions label dot starts with p means positive. Okay, else 1 minus prediction score. Okay, then I will write for prediction and prediction. Why it is not running? This is taking time, too much time. I don't know why. So as you can see, finally we have the output of predictions values. So this depends on system to system. My system took almost 17 minutes 47 seconds to complete. Okay, so now let's run it. Okay, predictions is not defined, bro. Now predictions. Yeah, so now I will write here predictions equals to np dot array. Np means numpy dot array. Then I will write 1 if prediction label is positive dot starts with p. Okay, else 0 for prediction and prediction values. Yep. Okay, fine. So now let's check the accuracy of our model. Print accuracy. Okay, then I will do round up the values. So here I will write np dot mean, then df, then the target, right? Yeah, then I will write equals to predictions, then I will write into 100 comma 2, then I will write percentage. Okay, fine, looks good. Yes. So as you can see, our accuracy is 88.99%, which is very good again. So now let's do some confusion matrix. Confusion matrix, then df target comma predictions comma normalize equals to true. Okay, then I will plot confusion matrix. Okay, df then target comma predictions comma normalize equals to true. Okay, my bad. Right here, confusion matrix comma labels. Okay, so here I will plot a confusion matrix using Seaborn. Okay, so here I will use ARGS, which is confusion matrix np.nArray, so which is labels list. So I will write plt dot figure, then figure size equals to 8,6. That's SNS dot set font scale equals to 1.4. Okay, then let's create the heat map. Confusion matrix comma and not will be true. Okay, then I will write fmt equals to g, then confusion map equals to blues, then x labels equals to labels, then y labels equals to labels. Okay, yes, so now I will write plt dot title will be confusion matrix, then plt dot x label will be predicted values, then plt dot y label will be actual values, then plt dot show. Okay, why the chart is not coming? Okay, so I have to write plot confusion matrix, then I write cm, then negative comma positive. Okay, now the chart will come. Okay, So now you can see here, this is actual, and this is a confusion matrix, and the negative and the positive ratio is there. Okay, so now let's print the now let's check the ROC AUC score. So I will write here print ROC AUC score. Then here I will write ROC AUC score, then TF target, comma, props. Okay, so 94. Okay, so first let me tell you what is this ROC AUC score. So this is the area under the ROC curve. So what it does, it sum up how well a model can produce relative scores to discriminate between positive and the negative instance across all the classification threshold. So with this ROC score of 94, 0.94, which is 94%, we can conclude that a pre-trained sentiment analysis model has achieved a high level of accuracy and effectiveness. So in predicting the sentiment labels. So this indicates that the model is capable of accuracy classifying text into positive or the negative sentiment categories. Okay, so now we'll do text generation. Okay, so text generation involves generating creative and coherent text based thing. So I will write here text. Okay, so text generation involves generating creative and coherent text based on a given prompt or starting point. So what we will do first, we will import the necessary dependencies and load the data set of the poem. Okay, so here I am write poems. Let me write poems equals to pd.read.csv. Don't worry, I will give you these files. Okay, description box below I will add. So here I will write robot frost, okay, .csv. Fine, and then I will write poems dot head 5, or head, just have to write head. Module pandas has, okay, not dot underscore csv. Yeah, okay, it will show the top 5. Stopping by woods on a snowy evening, fire and ice. The aim was song, collection, content, year of publication. Okay, so now what we will do, we will write content equals to poems content dot drop na to list. Okay, so to generate text, we extract individual lines from the poems and use the pipeline text generation function to create a text generation pipeline. Fine, so here I will write lines equals to, then I will write for poem and content, okay, for line in poem dot split into next line. Okay, then lines dot append, then I will add line dot right strip. To the right it will add. Okay, fine. So now lines equals to line for line in lines if length of line 0, then show me the lines 5. Okay, so now you have seen here whose woods these are, I think I know. Then the next line, his house is in the village though. That's the next line, he will not sing. Okay, like this. So now let's import that pipeline text generation module. Okay, gen equals to pipeline. So these are the some pre-trained model. You already know generation. Okay, so now I will write here lines. Let's run it. Yeah, done. So in line 0 we have whose votes these are, I think I know. Okay, so now we can now generate text by providing a prompt and specifying the parameters such as max length and num return sequence. Okay, why? Because we have imported this text generation module. Okay, for example, see gen okay, sorry, lines 0 dot max length equals to 20. So now it will generate this to the maximum 20. Okay, till 20 word maximum length. Okay, check. Okay, okay, gen expression cannot contain perhaps double equals to where? Okay, wait, now it will run. So see, the line was this much only. Whose words these are, I think I know. Whose words these are, think I know. But here, the generated text, I wish to go to church because I feel like. Okay, this is how you can do, text generation. Now let's check for the more. Gen lines 1. Okay, then max length equals to 30, comma, num return sequences equals to 2. Okay, so our first line was this, his house is in the village though. Okay, 0 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so here you can see his house in the village though. However, you might say that the place was the same with the place this. So these are the generated text. Okay, and this is another return sequence second. So there are two, one and the second. Okay, so now let me import text tab. Okay, then creating function wrap x. I don't need this. Then return text wrap dot fill x comma replace white space equals to false comma fix sentence endings equals to true. Okay, so now out equals to generated lines 0 to maximum length equals to 30. Then print wrap out to 0. Then generated text. Okay, so now we are setting the pad tokens to EOS tokens. Okay, so Whose these are, I think I know, and this is the maximum 30 till 30. Okay, so now I will write here, okay, preview equals to, okay. So now what you can do, you can generate a prompt to generate text on a specific topic like this. Prompt equals to transformers have a wide variety of application in NLP. Okay, so this is my prompt. Okay, this I'm not importing from the data set. Okay, so I will write out equals to gen prompt comma max length equals to 100, print zap out. Okay, here I will write, anyways, here I will write generated text prompt. Okay, so it is running. Let's wait. Yeah, so okay, some error is there. Okay, so here the issue is with 100 words. Will go till 50. Yeah, so let me do it again. 100. Yeah, so now you can see we can generate text using by giving a prompt. So we have covered 3 topics in this. First thing is speech to text using Hugging Face. Second thing is sentiment analysis using Hugging Face, and the third is text generation using Hugging Face. Okay, and in this text generation we did with 2 methods, one with the data set and second thing with the by giving prompt like in ChatGPT, you can say.
Welcome to this course of building agentic RAG applications. So initially, we will understand what is an agent. So an agent is an AI assistant that uses a large language model along with the tools to complete tasks. In an agentic workflow, one or more agents can work together to manage and perform tasks. Now moving on, we know how does it work. So the first one is its understanding and action. First, the agent uses its language skills to understand your question. Then it decides which extra tools it needs to use to get the job done. The next is task management. In many systems, one agent can work together with other specialized agents. Think of it as a team where each member has a specific job. Let's see an example. Imagine you want to translate a document into several languages. The main agent is the first step. So a main agent receives your request and breaks down the translation task. Then come specialized agents. It then assigns parts of the work to other agents, each of which is specialized in a specific language. Then is collaboration. These agents work together and then sell all the translated parts back to the main agent who puts everything together for you. In short, an agent is more than just a part of an AI. It's an active helper that uses its own intelligence along the extra tools to manage and complete various tasks, often by working as a team with other agents. Now we will understand what is RAG. So RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. It is a method that helps AI get more accurate answers by using the external knowledge sources. It combines information retrieval with the AI generated responses, allowing AI to access and use the real world data. With RAG, AI doesn't really rely on its built-in knowledge. It looks up relevant information from a database or documents before answering. This knowledge sources can be structured databases like SQL or Postgres, or unstructured ones like the PDFs stored in the vector databases. This helps AI provide more accurate and up-to-date responses. Now moving on, let's understand what is Agentic RAG and why it is even so useful. So instead of relying solely on a single language model to generate answers, Agentic RAG turns these models into smart AI agents. Each agent can use the additional tools, functions, and the external knowledge sources to complete the task. In an agentic system, several agents can work together. For instance, one agent might be in charge of handling data retrieval while another focuses on progressing and generating languages. They effectively form a team where each member has a specialized role. Now moving on, we'll understand why Agentic RAG is useful. It is useful because of its better problem solving. By distributing tasks among specialized agents, Agentic RAG can handle more complex and nuanced problems than a single language model might manage on its own. Then moving on, we have tool integration. Each agent is not limited to just one programming language processing. It can use extra tools like search functions, databases, or the specific APIs to get more accurate and detailed information. For example, in a tax-related system, one agent could focus on creating tax cards, another could handle managing tax collections and returns. A third could deal with translating the tax queries into different languages like the Swedish or Spanish. Now moving on to the next one, we have flexibility and efficiency. So this system adapts to various tasks by assigning them to agents best suited for the job. The collaborative structure means that even if a problem is multifaceted, each part is managed by the most capable agent, leading to more efficient and effective results. Think of Agentic RAG as a team of expert assistants. Instead of one person trying to do everything, each assistant is specialized. They share information, use extra tools, and work together to provide a complete solution, even for the complicated problems. This makes the overall system much more powerful and versatile in solving the real-world issues. Now moving on, let's understand what are the components of the Agentic RAG. So Agentic RAG has 4 key parts that work together to find, enhance, and generate information. So the first one is prompt. So what it is? The prompt is the question or the instruction you provide to the AI. So in simple terms, it's like asking a question or giving a command to start a conversation. So why does it even matter? It matters because the prompt sets the context for what the AI needs to do, guiding the whole process. Then moving on, we have the large language model. So the large language model is a core AI engine that understands your prompt and generates a response. So in simple words, think of it as a very smart text processor that has learned from the lots of examples. It uses its trainings and language skills to create an answer that fits your request. Now the third one is agent. So the agent is an AI assistant that works alongside the large language model. So in simple terms, it's like a helper that knows how to use the extra tools to find more detailed or specific information. So the agent fetches the right data from the various sources to ensure the answer is complete and accurate. Now moving on to the fourth one is knowledge base. The knowledge base is a storage system for different types of information. In simple terms, imagine it as a big digital library that holds structured data organized like a database, for example, tables. Semi-structured data, for example, organized in a less rigid format like the spreadsheets or JSON. It can also be unstructured data that is raw information like the text documents, articles, or even emails. So it provides the content and the facts that the AI can draw on to the answer your prompt accurately. Together, these 4 parts work like a team. You ask a question or give a prompt, the LLM thinks of an answer, the agent gathers any extra details needed, and the knowledge base supplies all the relevant information. So now, the question comes, why do we even need RAG agents and what do they solve? So the traditional RAG systems have knowledge gaps because They can't access multiple knowledge sources. By adding AI agents, these gaps can be filled using the external tools. If the AI doesn't know an answer, it can effectively fetch data from external databases and reliable sources to respond accurately. So using multiple knowledge bases and AI agents helps in several ways. For example, it helps in reducing mistakes. So AI can compare different sources, making answers more reliable. Then moving on, it is important for better understanding. So accessing diverse knowledge helps AI answer complex questions more accurately. Now, it is scalable. The system can handle large amounts of data and serve millions of users efficiently. So this approach makes AI-powered applications smarter, more reliable, and capable of handling the complex queries. So down the line, we'll see a lesson about the router query engine. So let's move on. So let us understand what is a router. So the router is the simplest form of an agentic retrieval augmented generation, that is RAG system. It is responsible for directing user queries to the appropriate retriever or response module based on the predefined logic. Then the question comes, how router works in agentic RAG? So initially it receives the query. It takes the user input or the prompt. Secondly, it classifies the intent, that is, it identifies whether the query requires factual retrieval, summarization, or generative response. Then it routes to the right system, that is, it sends the query. It sends the query to a knowledge-based retriever for factual lookup. It can even send to a specialized large language model for generation if creative or open-ended. It can even send to a combination of both for hybrid responses. Now, let's see all this in action. So regarding the OpenAI API pricing, you can go directly to this openai.com API pricing wala website, and then when you scroll down, you will see and explore the detailed pricing, and you go there and you will basically find all the latest models with the input, the cached input, and the output as well. So in this course, we are using the GPT 3.5 Turbo, and its input is $3 and the training is $8. And if you contact the pricing, you will see it cost $0.5 and the output is $1.50. So basically, you can take up any API that suits well in your project. So the first thing we do is to import our OpenAI key, and to do this, we will use a helper function. So let's run this. Next, we run this Nest Asensio module because Jupyter runs event loop behind scenes, and a lot of modules use async, and to make async play nice with Jupyter Notebook, we need to import this. So let's run. So the next step is the setup is to load the document. So here we are using the Meta GPT, a recently accepted oral paper, Clear 2024, on a new multi-page framework. So we are loading the documents over here, and let's run this. You can run this by even pressing Shift plus Enter. So after we have completed with loading the documents, we will need to import the sentence splitter from Llama index. So we have even mentioned the chunk size over here, and we are splitting the documents. So this step is optional, and this allows to find an outline and embedding model. And you can do this by specifying a global config setting where you specify the alignment and the embedding model, and that you inject as part of the global configuration. So by default, we use the 3.5 Turbo and the text embedding 202 in this course. So this allows you to have the groundwork to basically inject your own large language models and embeddings. So here we are importing settings, we are importing OpenAI, and we are even importing the embedding of OpenAI. We are using the GPT 3.5 Turbo as we have discussed, and we are building on text embedding. So now here we will set up both the summary and the vector index. It's nothing, just we are importing the two simple modules, the summary index and the vector store index, and we are initializing this. Now it's time to turn these indexes into query engines and then query tools. So each query engine represents the overall query interface over the data that's stored in this index and combines the retrieval with the LLM synthesis. So each query engine is good for a certain type of question, and this is a great use case for the router which can route dynamically between these query entrants. So a query tool is just a query engine with metadata, specifically a description of what type of question the tool can answer. So let's run this. So here in this code, we define the summary query engine that equals a summary indexed as query engine, and then also a vector query engine equals the vector index. We can even see that the vector query engine is derived from each of the index. So we will see that for the summary query engine, here the summary query engine, it is also the same. So let's run this. So here basically we are defining the router query engine, and we are importing the router query engine from Lama index core query engine router, and then we are initializing the query engine is equal to router query engine. So we have selected the LLMs single selector from the defaults, and we are using the summary tool and the vector tool that we have built previously, and verbose is equal to 2. So then let's run this. So let's ask a question to the query engine that what is the summary of the document? And then we'll print the response, print str and then response. Okay, so let's run this. So see, it has given the response. The document introduces MetaGPT, a meta programming or framework that enhances the problem solving. It is basically a summary of the MetaGPT document that we have used. So then let's see the length of the response source. So we'll write print length as usual. In the previously we have also seen this, how to write response dot source nodes, and we will run this. So let's see, it's 34. So we have another question ready for the query engine to ask, and we will run this, and then we'll print the response, print str response, and let's run this. So our question was, how do agents share information with other agents? So agents share information with other agents by utilizing a shared message pool where they can publish structured messages and also subscribe to relevant messages based on their profiles. And it has given the correct answer. So let's now put everything together, and we are importing this get router query engine, and we are passing this MetaGPT PDF as before, and we will run this. And now we have one question to ask is, tell me about the ablation study results. So we will run this, and we will now print the response, print str, then again response. So the ablation study results show the MetaGPT effectively addresses challenges related to the context utilization, code hallux and everything. So this is what about the query engine router, and down the line we will see about tool calling. We will discuss how to use an LLM to not only pick up a function to execute but also infer an argument to pass through the function. So let's move on. We will discuss how to use an LLM to not only pick up a function to execute but also infer an argument to pass through the function. So when building agentic retrieval augmented generation, that is RAG applications, tool calling plays a critical role in enabling agents to retrieve, process and generate responses effectively. In this context, the tool calling refers to an agent's ability to invoke external tools, APIs, or databases dynamically to enhance its decision making and the response generation. So in a nutshell, the tool calling allows AI agents in our RAGs pipeline to fetch external data, that is from the web search, databases or APIs. Then it processes the structured information, that is running calculations, querying vector stores and etc. Then interact with other systems, for example calling Python functions, SQL queries or the cloud services. Then it validates responses before generating the final answers. So this ability arguments the model's capabilities beyond what is stored in its training data, making it more adaptive and accurate. Now let us understand how tool calling works in the RAG applications. So a multi-agent RAG can be structured where different agents have specialized roles and tool calling allows them to interact with different sources of knowledge dynamically. So the steps in the typical agentic RAG pipeline with tool calling are as follows. The first one is user query processing. So the pipeline begins when the user submits a query. The system first analyzes the intent and context of the query to determine if additional external information is required. At this stage, the agent decides whether the query can be answered using the model's internal knowledge or if the external data sources such as APIs or databases need to be consulted. So if the query requires real-time data, structured information or enhanced retrieval, the system prepares for the external tool calls. So additionally, the agent may reformat the query to optimize retrieval, such as converting a natural language question into a structured SQL query or search command. So if no external retrieval is needed, the system proceeds to generate a response directly from the language model. Lastly, second, we have the retrieval and the augmentation. So if external data is required, the system selects the most appropriate retrieval mechanism. One of the primary approaches is semantic search through the vector databases like the Pinecone or the FAS or the Vivative, which helps locate the most relevant documents based on embeddings. If structured data is necessary, such as financial reports or customer details, the agent constructs and executes the SQL or the NoSQL queries against the database or the knowledge graph. So when real-time information is needed, such as weather updates, stock prices, or the recent news, the agent makes API calls to external sources like the OpenWeather, Google Search, or other Langchain tools. Additionally, retrievers from frameworks like Langchain can fetch knowledge base entries, FAQs, or reference documents. Once relevant information is retrieved, it is appended to the query, augmenting the model's context for improved response accuracy. Now moving on to the third step, we have processing and validation. Once the retrieval process is complete, the system processes the obtained data to ensure its accuracy and relevance before using it in the final response. So if multiple documents or data points are retrieved, the system ranks them based on the relevance and may apply summarization techniques to condense large amounts of text into digestible insights. In cases where numerical calculations or complex logical reasoning are required, the agent may execute Python functions to compute the required values. For example, if a user asks what is 15% of $1,200, the system calls a function to perform the calculation. Additionally, when fetching the real-time information such as the stock prices or the news update, the system verifies the timestamps to ensure the response reflects the most recent data available. If redundant or conflicting information is retrieved from the multiple sources, the system filters and deduplicates the content before proceeding. Now moving on to the fourth step, we have the final response generation. So once the information has been processed and validated, the system generates the final response. That is, the language model integrates its internal knowledge with the retrieved and the computed data to produce a coherent, well-structured answer. The response is formatted in a user-friendly manner, ensuring clarity and consciousness. If multiple sources provide different insights, the agent may cite references or present multiple perspectives. The system also refines the language to enhance readability, simplifying complex data if needed. If the user requires further details, a feedback loop may be initiated, allowing for query refinements or additional retrieval. By intelligently synthesizing all available information, the system delivers an accurate and context-aware response. So this structured pipeline ensures that an agentic RAG system effectively determines when and how to retrieve external knowledge, process information, and generate reliable responses. Tool calling significantly enhances AI capabilities by allowing it to access real-time data, execute computations, and validate information dynamically. As a result, the system becomes more autonomous, context-aware, and capable of handling complex, information-rich queries across various domains, including the research, customer support, and business intelligence. Now, let us see everything in action. So, initially we will begin with the setting of the API key. Then we will run this. So now, after we have set up the Open API key, it's now time to set up and import our Nest Agentic IO model, and we will run this. So next, here, we will give you a basic understanding of the tool calling. We will show you how to find out a tool interface from a Python function, and the large language model will automatically infer the parameters from the signatures of the Python function using LLaMA index abstractions. To elaborate this, let's first define two toy calculator functions and show how tool calling actually works. So we will define an add function and also a mystery function. The core abstraction in the LLaMA index is a function tool. So this function wraps any given Python function to feed it. And you can see that the function takes both the add functions defined here as well as the mystery function, which is just x plus y times x plus y. Here, you can see that both the add and the mystery functions have type annotations for x and y variables, as well as the docstring. So, it also integrates natively with the function calling capabilities of many of the large language models, including the OpenAI. To pass these tools to an LLM, you have to interpret and import the LLM module and then call and predict. So, this code imports the OpenAI module explicitly, and you can see the module is 3.5 turbo. And then we can call the predict and call function on the top of the large language model. So what predict and the call does is they take a set of tools as well as the input prompt series of chat messages, and then it's able to both make a decision of the tool to call as well as call the tool itself and get back the final response. So let's see the output. Print str response. And we'll see the. So here we see the intermediate steps calling function here with arguments. You know, x equals 2, y equals 9. So we can see that at least I call the right tools and also infer the right parameters, and the output is 1 to 1, and is 11 times 11 is 1 to 1. So we get back the right answer. So here, after running this, we will use the same paper's MetaGPT as before, and here we'll pay attention to the chunks. We will use LLaMA index and the sentence splitter as before to split these documents with the chunk size is almost equal to 1024. So let's run this. So here you can see that the chunk size is mentioned as 1024, and we are using one sentence splitter as planned, and we'll run this. Here, each node here represents a chunk. So let's take a look at the content of the first chunk. So we can print the content by the node.getContent, and here we want all the metadata attached with the content. So that's what metadata mode is equal to all. So let's run this, and we get the output. We not only got back a parse representation of the front page of the paper, we can also see the metadata attached at the very top. So this includes the page label equal to 1. It also includes the file name, file path, the PDF file, the file size, and credit and dates. We will put special attention to the page labels because for instance, if we go in and try out a different node, we can see that it will return a different page number. So let's see. So next we are defining a vector store index over these nodes. This will build the RAG indexing pipeline over these nodes. It will add an embedding for each node and it will get back a query node. So basically we can actually try querying this RAG pipeline via metadata filters just to show you how metadata filters work. So here we are importing the metadata filters and then we specify a filter where the page level is equal to 2 and then we have a query. So what are some high level results of MetaGPT? Then let's run this and take a look at the response. So we'll again do print str response. So MetaGPT achieves a new state-of-the-art in code generation benchmarks with 85.9% and 87.7% in the pass at the rate 1, surpassing other popular frameworks like AutoGPT, Langchain, and it has given the right answer. So after we have this response printed, we can iterate to the source nodes. We can actually print out the metadata attached to these source nodes, and I'm very curious. So let's run this. So the file path, the file type, the file size, creation date, and the last modified date, everything is given. So this is awesome. So here we will define the Python function that encapsulates this. So it has given the key page level value p in the page numbers. We have even initialized the query engine, created a vector index, and then we want a return response. Then we have even initialized the vector query tool. So we will define a function called the vector query which takes in the query as well as the page numbers. It allows us to perform a vector search over an index basically. So we'll run this. So let's try calling this tool with an LLM, specifically 3.5 Turbo GPT. We do product and call on the vector query tool and ask the same question, high level results of MetaGPT as page 2. So we'll run this. And as an output, it's a calling function vector tool with arguments query high level, and we will print the response of the source nodes as well as the metadata. So as before, we will verify the source nodes and we see that the page level of the source nodes, there is one source node return and it has a page level of 2. So we'll move on and create the summary index. So here we are importing the summary index from the Lama index core, importing query engine tool, and basically we are building one small other tools. So finally we can bring in the summary tool from the router. Example, in the first lesson we have already passed it, and we can combine that with the vector tool to create other tools. So now let's try calling the tool again. We asked for whatever comparisons with chapter 5 on page 8. So we see that it calls a vector tool actually with page number equal to 8 and is able to still give the right answer maybe. Yeah, it has given the right answer. So now we can verify by printing out the metadata and of the source nodes. So let's run this. So it is given a page level of 8, file name, and all the details necessary for verifying. So lastly, we can ask a question like, what is the summary of the paper? To prove that, LLM can still pick the summary tool while necessary. So it can actually still give the right answer. So down the line, we'll see how to build an agent reasoning loop, and let's move on. Now let's see the two key important components of an agent. So the first is agent task orchestrator. So the task orchestrator acts like the conductor of an orchestra, ensuring that every part of the system plays its role at the right time and in harmony. So here is how it functions. It acts as a central coordinator. It manages the overall flow of the task within the agent. Just as a project manager assigns work to the team members, the orchestrator assigns tasks to different parts of the system. The next comes scheduling and prioritizing. It determines the order in which the task should be performed. Tasks may be queued based on importance, deadlines, or dependencies. This helps in handling multiple tasks efficiently without causing delays or conflicts. So, secondly, the thing is resource management. It keeps track of the system resources like processing, power, and memory and allocates them to the task as needed. By doing so, it ensures that each task gets the necessary resources to execute properly. Next comes task monitoring. The orchestrator monitors the progress of the task in real time. It detects any issues or delays and can reassign or adjust tasks to maintain the smooth operations. This monitoring helps in quickly identifying the bottlenecks or the failures. Now moving on, we have coordination among subsystems. In complex systems, multiple subsystems might be involved. The orchestrator ensures that communication and data exchange between these subsystems occur seamlessly. It manages dependencies between tasks so that the one task output is correctly passed as input to another. Now moving on, we have error handling and recovery. If a task fails or encounters an error, the orchestrator can trigger corrective measures. It may reschedule tasks or notify other parts of the system to take over, ensuring reliability and robustness. Now moving on, the second key important component is task reasoning and execution. This component is where the actual thinking and the doing happen. It is responsible for making decisions and performing the actions necessary to complete a task. So, the first one is task analysis and understanding. It starts by breaking down a complex task into smaller, more manageable steps. The module analyzes the requirements and context of the task, much like planning out steps to solve a problem. Now moving on, we have decision making. Using built-in logic and reasoning algorithms, it decides on the best course of action. This may involve evaluating different strategies or paths to determine which is more efficient or effective. It can adapt based on new data or changes in the environment. Now moving on, we have action execution. Once a plan is in place, the module carries out the necessary actions. This involves directly interfacing with hardware, software, or external systems to perform the task. The execution is dynamic, meaning the module can adjust actions in real time if unexpected issues arise. Now moving on, we have feedback logo. After performing actions, it gathers feedback on the results. This feedback is used to refine the future decisions and improve the task handling. Continuous learning from successes and failures is a key feature over here. Now moving on, we have integration with the orchestrator. While the orchestrator assigns and monitors tasks, the reasoning and execution component does the actual work. The two components work in tandem. The orchestrator provides the task and the reasoning module processes and completes them. This collaboration ensures that the agent operates both intelligently through reasoning and efficiently through coordinated execution. So together, these two components empower an agent to perform complex tasks reliably and intelligently. The orchestrator ensures that everything runs smoothly, while the reasoning and the execution model handles the actual problem solving and the action taking, making the agent both organized and smart in its own operations. So after we know all these, let's understand about controlling an agent. So let's see, what does controlling an agent mean? So it means guiding the behavior. It means directing and managing how an agent, like a smart robot or a software program, acts in different situations. The second one is setting goals. You establish clear objectives and rules for the agent to follow. Now moving on to the third one, we have monitoring actions. You keep an eye on what the agent does to ensure it stays on track. Now let us see why controlling an agent is so important. It is important because of the safety. It prevents the agent from taking harmful or unattended actions. Then comes reliability. It ensures the agent consistently performs its task correctly. Then comes efficiency. It helps the agent adapt and improve by providing feedback and adjustments. Now moving on, we have alignment. Make sure the agent's actions match the desired goal or task. So this process of controlling an agent is crucial for maintaining order, safety, and efficiency in systems that operate autonomously. So now let's see all this in action and in practical. So far, our queries have been done in a single forward pass. Given the query, call the right tool with the right parameters and getting back the response. So what if the user asks a complex question consisting of multiple steps or a question that needs to be answered in detail? So in this lesson, you will learn how to define a complete agent reasoning loop. Instead of the tool calling in a single short setting, an agent is able to reason over tools and multiple steps. You will use the function calling agent implementation, which is an agent that natively integrates with the function calling capabilities of large language models. So we will start and begin with setting up the API key. So after we have completed importing this open API key, we'll import nest SNCO and we'll run this. So for now we are using the MetaGPT paper as the two previous lessons. So we will now set up the function calling agent, and we are using GPT 3.5 Turbo as discussed before, and we are mentioning the temperature is equal to 0. So let's run this. So here, then we import the function calling agent worker from Lambda index and also the agent runner. And for the function calling agent worker, we pass two tools, the vector tools as well as the summary tool. We also pass the LLM and set the verbose equal to true to look at the intermediate outputs. So here basically we are going to ask the first question. Tell me about the agent roles in MetaGPT and then how they communicate with each other. So let's give this as a question. So if we look at the output now, we see that the agent is able to break down this overall question into steps. The first part is asking about the agent roles and the MetaGPT, and it calls the summary tools to answer this question. So now let's look at the content of the first page. So this is the printing the first source model, and we are taking the metadata mode is equal to 1 because we want metadata from each of the responses. So this allows you to, for instance, inspect the content of the first source node that's retrieved. This is the first paper we have given, and here we are using the agent.chat for the first time. The question is about the evaluation of the datasets used. So we will run this. It may take some time to generate. So here if you see, it is basically added user memory about the message, tell me about the evaluation datasets used, and it is calling the function, the summary tool MetaGPT with arguments input it is taking. The evaluation datasets used in MetaGPT include the human eval, it is giving the correct response, and even the LLM responses. The evaluation datasets used in MetaGPT include the human eval, MVP, and software development. So we are going to see the next question. So instead of query, we will do agent.chat. The first question was about evaluation. It is about the results over the above datasets. So let's run this. Now basically you will see an example of this ability to maintain the conversational history because we will ask a follow-up question. So these are basically separated: calling function, function output, and the LLM response. The function output and the LLM response must be same. So we will start by defining our agent again through the function calling agent and as well as the agent runner setup. So then we started using the low level API. We'll create a task object over here and user query. Then we'll start running through steps for even injecting our own. So here we are even passing the agent worker through this agent runner function. So now let's start with executing a particular step of this task. We are using the same lesson as we have used in MetaGPT, and let's see this. The question is, tell me about the agent roles in MetaGPT and then how they communicate with each other. So I'll give this input. And then let's try a single step of the task. We'll call a .run step task .task_id and we'll run this. So it is basically executing and it has added user memory, and there's one calling function that is summary tool MetaGPT with the arguments. It is basically taking one input and the agent roles in the MetaGPT. The function output is the agent roles in MetaGPT include the product manager. It is basically giving the output and it is even correct. So previously we can see that it calls the summary tool with the input agent roles and MetaGPT, which is the very first part of this question, and then it stops there. So here in the completed steps, when we inspect the logs and the output of the agent, we see that the first part was actually executed. So we call the agent that completed steps of the task ID, and we are able to look at the number completed for the task. So let's now move on to see the upcoming steps of the task. So now we can also look at the upcoming steps. We can do this through agent to get upcoming steps. Again, if we see the output, we pass the task, that task ID, and to the agent, and we are able to print out the number of upcoming steps for the task. Now basically we will move on to run the next two steps and actually try and drafting the user input. And here are the next two steps. We can see that we have added that to our user memory, and the next call is how agents actually share information and they can actually give back the response. So the function output is agents in MetaGPT share information through a structured communication protocol. This is basically taken as an input how agents share information in MetaGPT, and this is basically what they have returned as a response. So this is basically the last step and we will run this. So here we are directly getting the LLM response, and it is basically agents in MetaGPT share information through a structured communication protocol. So the overall work is done over here and we just need to return one final step to synthesize the answer. Now to double check that, we can see that we are able to get back the answer about how agents in MetaGPT share information, and it is the last step. Now the last step is finalizing this agent and passing the task ID through this, and we'll run and then print the response. And we'll run this. Now to finalize it, we will perform the final step, and in the next lesson we will show you how to build an agent over multiple documents. So we'll start with setting up the OpenAPI key. We'll run this. And the next, here we will import the nest SNCO, and then the first task is to set up our function calling agent over the 3 papers. So we do this by combining the vector summary tools by each document into a list and passing it to the agent so that the agent actually has 6 tools in total. So here we have downloaded 3 papers from the Clear. This includes MetaGPT for the last time, and it also includes the Langloader as well as Self-RAG. Next, we'll convert each paper into a tool. So this is basically a helper function, gap-doc tools, which automatically builds both a vector and an index tool as well as a summary index tool over a given paper, and the vector tool performs the vector search and the summary tool performs summarization of the entire document. So for each paper we are getting back both vectors and summary tools. So see, it's generated and we got the 3 tools for 3 papers. Then next we will simplify get these tools in a flat list. So we'll run this. Next here, we are defining 3.5 Turbo from OpenAI and LLM as of our own choice. We'll run this. So now, if we quickly take a look at the number of the tools that are going to be passed to the agent, we will get 6. Because we have 3 papers and 2 tools for each paper, a factory and a summary tool. So let's check. Length of the initial tools. Yeah, 6. So it's giving the right answer. So the next step is to construct our overall agent worker, and it includes all the 6 tools as well as the LLM that we pass out. And we are able to ask questions across these documents or within a single document. So here now we run the code. So for now, let's ask a question about give me a summary of both the self-RAG and the Langgraph. So let's run this. So it's given added user message to the memory, given a summary of both self-RAG and Langgraph. Calling function of the output, it is about self-RAG. Function output is about Langgraph. So it's nice. So we have got the answer that one of the evil data sets used is feature 19 test plate. We are able to look at the evil results for our long haul models. So see the response, okay? We'll print it. Print str and response. Run this. Here are the summaries of the self-RAG and the Langgraph. It is given a summary. So let's move on to the next question. So here, this code defines the URLs and the papers. The URLs list contains about 11 links to the research papers in the PDF format from the Open Review website, while the papers list consists of corresponding file names that likely represent the downloaded versions of these papers. So each URL in the URLs list maps to a specific file name in the papers list, suggesting that these names might be used to save the downloaded files. So this setup can be useful for automating the downloading process, keeping track of the files, or referencing papers by their assigned names. So we'll run this. Now, this is here to process a list of research papers by actually extracting the specific tools for each document using the getDoc tools function. It begins by importing the getDoc tools from the utils module and the path from the pathlib for the handling file names. An empty directory, the paper to tools directory, is initialized to store the mapping of each paper to its respective tools. The code then iterates through the papers list, printing a message to indicate which paper is being processed. For each paper, it calls the getDoc tools, passing the paper's file's name and its file name without .pdf extension, that would be so this function returns 2 tools: a vector tool likely for converting into embeddings for the NLP task and everything, and the summary tool which might generate the summaries of the paper. So these tools are then stored in the dictionary with the paper file name as the key and the tools as the value. So this setup enables efficient document processing, allowing for easy access to the vectorized representations and summaries of each research paper. So it's generating all the outputs. So now we'll move on. So this code creates a list called the all tools that collects all the tools from the paper to tools dictionary for every paper in the papers list. So it uses a nested list comprehension, which means it goes through each paper in the papers, retrieves its associated tools, a list of the 2 tools stored in the paper to 2 tools dictionary paper, and adds each tool to all the tools. So as a result, all tools become a single list containing all the vector and the summary tools from every paper, rather than keeping them grouped by paper. So this approach makes it easy to access and process all the tools together instead of dealing with them paper by paper. Now, after that is done, this code actually creates an object-based index and retriever for the tools stored in all tools using the vector store index from the LLaMA index code library that is imported from. So the object index from objects function takes all the tools and organizes them in a searchable index. The index, the index underscore CLS is equal to vector store index. This argument specifies that the indexing method should use the vector based retrieval only, meaning each tool will be converted into a vector representation for efficient searching. So this setup allows quick retrieval of relevant tools based on similarity searches, making it useful for the tasks like finding related tools based on the user queries. So we'll run this. So now this code, that's object retriever is equal to object index as retriever, similarity top k is equal to 3, is creating a retriever object from the object index, which likely represents an index collection of data such as the documents or embeddings. So the asRetriever method converts this index into a retriever, allowing it to fetch relevant results based on similarity. The parameter of similarity top k equal to 3 ensures that when a query is made, the retriever will return the top 3 most similar results based on their relevance. So this is useful in applications like the search engines, chatbots, or recommendation systems, where retrieving the most relevant information is very important. So here the tools equal to object retriever dot retrieve is asking the retriever, that is object retriever, to find the relevant information related to the given query. So the retriever searches through the index data and retrieves the most relevant results based on the similarity. Since object retriever was configured to return the top 3 similar matches, it will return up to the 3 pieces of relevant information. The retrieved results are then stored in the tools variable, which can be used for further processing, such as displaying the information to the user or using it as an AI model. So this process is commonly used in the AI-driven search systems, chatbots, and question answering applications to fetch the relevant data efficiently. Now, let's access the metadata of the third retrieved result from the tools. So we'll write tools, and within third bracket we'll write to and dot metadata, and we'll run this. So this code tools.metadata is accessing the metadata of the third retrieved result from the tools list. Since stores the results returned by the object retriever, each item in the tools contains both the retriever content and the additional metadata. So metadata typically includes the extra information such as the source, timestamp, author, or document ID, or other attributes that describe the retrieved data. So as we have known, we'll move on. So now we are setting up an AI-powered agent that can answer questions based on the retrieval information from a collection of papers. So first it imports the function calling agent worker and the agent runner from Llama index core agent. Then it creates an agent worker using the function calling agent worker from the tools, which takes the object retriever as a tool for retrieving relevant information, and LLM to process and generate responses. The system prompt ensures that the agent relies on the retrieved data instead of the prior knowledge. The verbose is equal to true. Setting enables detailed logging, helping to debug or track how the agent retrieves and processes data. So finally, agent is equal to agent runner, wraps the worker inside the agent runner, making it easier to manage and execute the agent's task. So this setup basically allows the agent to intelligently retrieve and generate answers based on the predefined knowledge base, making it useful for research, document analysis, and question answering applications. So we'll better run this. So this code is making the AI agent answer a query about the evaluation dataset used in the MetaGPT and how it compares to the SWE bench. So the query function sends this question to the agent, which then retrieves relevant information using the object retriever and processes the response using the large language model. The retrieved and the generated response is stored in the response variable. Finally, we are printing the response, converts the response into a string, and displays it. So this allows the AI agent to provide a well-structured answer based on the available documents, ensuring an informed comparison between the two datasets. So it has started generating the response. And then the last step is making the AI agent analyze and compare the two research papers, that is the long LORA and the LOFT queue. The query function sends a detailed question, making the agent to first analyze the approach used in each paper and then compare and contrast them. So the agent retrieves relevant information using the object retriever and processes the response using the language model. So the generated response is stored in the response variable. Finally, the retrieved and analyzed answer, if you run this, can be printed or used further. So this setup helps in extracting the insights from the research papers efficiently, making it useful for their academic research, technical analysis, and AI-driven summarization. So down the line, let's conclude this course. So guys, throughout this journey of building the Agentic RAG applications, we have explored how to enhance AI's ability to retrieve, process, and reason through complex informations dynamically. We started with an introduction to understand why agentic reasoning is important in retrieval augmented generation and how it improves AI's ability to handle diverse queries effectively. We then explored the router query engine, which helps the direct queries to the right sources, making retrieval more efficient. Moving forward, we implemented the tool calling, enabling AI agents to interact with the extract tools and enhance their decision-making capabilities beyond simple text generation. Now, the next crucial step was constructing an agent reasoning cycle where we developed a system that allows the AI to process information iteratively, improving its responses based on new insights. Finally, we created a multi-document agent which enables the system to pull and synthesize information from multiple sources, ensuring more comprehensive and accurate results. Through both detailed explanations and hands-on demos, we saw how these components come together to form an intelligent agentic RAG system capable of making decisions, retrieving relevant information, and interacting with tools to enhance its functionality. The potential of agentic RAG is vast, from personalized AI assistants to automated research tools and context-aware decision-making systems. So by mastering these techniques, you are now equipped to build and refine your own intelligent AI applications, taking retrieval augmented AI to new heights. As AI continues to evolve, integrating reasoning, retrieval, and the tool interaction will be a key to developing more capable, autonomous, and adaptive systems. Now it's time to take what you have learned and experiment with building your own agentic RAG solutions to push the boundaries of AI. So guys, congratulations on completing the Building Agentic RAG Applications course. You have taken a major step towards mastering the AI-driven retrieval and reasoning systems. Now it's time to put your knowledge into action, experiment with agentic RAG, refine your agent's decision-making abilities, and explore the innovative ways to enhance the automation and the contextual understanding. Keep pushing the boundaries of AI and making the most of what agentic RAG has to offer.
So in this course, we will take a practical and in-depth look at how to create videos using the latest AI tools, starting with the basics and building up to the advanced technique. We will begin by laying a solid foundation so you understand how AI video generation works. Then we will get hands-on experience with Google VU, where you will learn to create impressive high-quality videos with ease. After that, we will explore Sora AI in details, unlocking its feature and creative possibilities together. To wrap up things, we will go beyond just creating and look at how to turn your AI generated videos into real income. Whether you are here to learn, create, or grow a business, this course is designed to give you the tools and confidence to do it all.
So welcome guys to this AI video generation course by Simplilearn. So first we will understand what is AI video generation. So AI video generation refers to the process of using artificial intelligence to create, edit, or enhance the video content. So AI can take raw input like the text, voice, or even images and turn them into fully developed video clips, often with the little to no human intervention. So this technology leverages deep learning, natural language processing, and computer vision to produce video content from scratch or enhance existing videos. So then we will see the types of AI video generation. The first we have is text to video. So you can input a script or a text and the AI will generate the complete video, often incorporating text to speech and the AI generated visuals to match the narrative. Then we have video enhancement. So AI can enhance existing videos by adding special effects, improving visual quality, or generating synthetic backgrounds. Then we have deep learning. So AI systems like the generative adversarial networks and the autoencoders are commonly used for generating realistic video content, learning from a massive pool of existing data to produce convincing, lifelike video clips. So then we will understand the core technologies behind this. The first we have is generative adversarial networks. So, these are a form of deep learning used in generating realistic images and videos. So, GANs consist of two parts: a generator that creates video frames and a discriminator that evaluates them. So, over time, this process improves the output. So, then we have natural language processing, that is the NLP. So, the NLP enables AI to convert the written scripts to the text descriptions into the video, synchronizing the dialogue with the generated visuals. So, for instance, tools like Synthesia take your input text and create a video with the human avatars delivering your script. Then we have voice synthesis, that is a TTS. And this is AI powered tools convert the written text into natural sounding voiceovers. Tools like Google Cloud, text to speech, and Amazon Polly help generate lifelike voices for your videos. So let's now move on to understand the popular AI video generators. The first example is Kling AI. So Kling AI allows you to create high quality AI videos by converting the text into engaging video content with realistic visuals and voiceovers. It's designed for creating marketing content, explainer videos, and more. Then we have Leonardo AI. So this AI tool is known for its versatility in generating videos from text, images, and scripts, making it great for both content creators and businesses. So Leonardo AI helps users generate creative video content without needing advanced video production skills. So then we have Agentic AI. So with Agentic, you can generate AI-powered videos using avatars or text-to-speech models, enabling easy creation of educational or promotional videos. It provides a simple interface for generating lifelike videos without professional video editing tools. So while these are a very few popular tools in the space, there are many more available. So in this video, we will focus on exploring some of the widely used AI video generation tools, including Kling AI, Sora AI, Agentic AI, and Render Forest. So then, let's move on and understand why is AI video generation important. So then the first point is cost-effective content creation. So creating videos traditionally requires expensive equipment, studios, and a team of professionals. So then AI reduces this cost significantly by automating the production process, allowing content creators to produce videos at a fraction of the cost. Then we have time efficiency. So AI drastically cuts down video production time. What would take days or weeks to shoot, edit, and finalize, AI can accomplish in hours or even minutes, making it perfect for the fast-paced industries like marketing, education, and entertainment. So then we have scalability. So AI allows for the rapid creation of content in bulk. So whether you are making dozens of training videos for employees or creating personalized ads for thousands of customers, AI can scale video production without compromising the quality. Then we have personalization. So AI enables content creators to tailor videos to individual users. For instance, an AI can personalize educational videos or create dynamic advertisements that resonate with different audience segments based on their preferences, geographic locations, and past behaviors. So then we have SEO and audience engagement. So AI video generation can be optimized to target specific audience segments. So AI tools can help generate SEO friendly video titles, descriptions, and even assist in creating thumbnail images. So platforms like the Video IQ and the TubBuddy are perfect examples of how to maximize this engagement by leveraging AI for the YouTube video optimization. So then we have certain key benefits of AI video generation. First one is cost effectiveness. So reduces the cost of production including the equipment and the manpower. Then it is the speed. So it generates high quality videos quickly even in real time. Then the global reach. Personalized content for the diverse audiences increasing the engagement and the relevance. So now let's understand where is AI video generation used. So AI video generation is used in various industries and for different purposes. Here are some common applications. So the first one is marketing and advertising. So AI video generation is widely used for creating personalized ads. Businesses use AI tools to generate the video content tailored to specific customer segments, helping them target their audience more effectively and increase the engagement. So AI can also automate the creation of the ads, saving both time and money. For example, AI-driven platforms can automatically generate the product demos, promotional videos, and social media content. So brands like Coca-Cola and Nike utilize the AI tools for scaling their video marketing products. Then we have education and e-learning. So AI-generated videos are increasingly being used in the educational sector for creating interactive and engaging content. So AI can convert the educational text into video lessons, provide visual instructors, and personalize the learning materials based on the students' need. For example, platforms like Simplilearn and Coursera are experimenting with AI to create dynamic and personalized learning experiences for their users, including the generating content for specific learning pathways. Then we have entertainment. So AI video generation is also making waves in the entertainment industry, whether it is used for creating animated films, video games, and even virtual influencers. So AI tools can generate background scenes, characters, and even entire animations from a simple script. So for example, AI generated avatars and characters are becoming increasingly common in the animated movies, where the AI creates real-time animations from the voice acting input. Moving on, we will understand the corporate training. So companies use AI generated videos to automate the training materials and onboarding videos. So these videos are customized to reflect the company culture, policies and practices and can be adopted to different learning styles. So many organizations are turning to AI video tools to create the training content for employees in various fields including HR, compliance, and product training. Then we have healthcare. So AI video generation is also applied in healthcare for critical medical tutorials, training, and educational content. So AI tools are used to create videos for the patient education, demonstrating medical procedures, or providing healthcare professionals with virtual training materials. So virtual healthcare assistants and AI generated medical tutorials are becoming more common in the telemedicine and the remote healthcare services. So next we have social media and content creation. So content creators, influencers, and bloggers use AI tools to produce engaging videos for the social media platforms. So AI makes it easier to generate the video content in the various formulas from short clips for the TikTok to full-length YouTube videos. Platforms like Instagram and YouTube are seeing a surge in the AI-generated videos as creators look for ways to automate their content production, saving time while maintaining high-quality output. So then we have is how to generate the AI videos. And there are certain steps over here. So let's explore that one by one. The first step is choosing the right AI tool. So choosing the right AI tool for video creation is a key to producing high quality content efficiently. So a good tool should offer flexibility, allowing you to create engaging videos from text, images, or audio. So look for features like customization with the avatars or voiceovers and automation that converts the long form content into shorter videos. So advanced editing options also help tailor the final product for your brand. So the right tool can save time, boost engagement, and ensure the professional results. So coming to the step number 2 is input your content. First one is text. So provide a script or a blog post to the AI tool. So there are many tools that allow for the inclusion of the keywords to ensure your video aligns with the SEO practices. So then we have voiceover. So if you're using AI tools with the speech generation, upload your script to be read by an AI generated voice. So this is perfect for creating explainer videos, product demos, or storytelling formulas. So some AI tools let you upload images or videos that you want the AI to incorporate. You can customize the style or visual elements based on your needs. Coming to step number 3, that is customizing the output. So voice and tone, choosing the tone, gender and accent of the voiceover to match your audience is a great deal. So then there are visual style. Select a template, animation style, or background. Most AI video tools offer a variety of templates that fit different industries. For example, corporate, educational, and entertainment. Then we have music and effects. That is, some tools like Runway ML allow you to add custom music or sound effects to enhance the mood of the video. Then coming to step number 4, we have review and edit. So after the AI generates the video, review it for clarity and engagement. You may need to adjust some elements such as timing, pacing, and visual cues. So add personal touches like intros, outros, or logos to brand the video. Coming to step number 5, we have export and share. Once you're happy with the video, export it to the desired format. Tools like Bittree and Runway ML allow exporting directly to the YouTube, Vimeo, or other platforms. You can also repurpose the video for different platforms by adjusting its length and format. There is a vertical videos for Instagram or TikTok. So in this chapter, we have covered the basics of AI video generation, including its definition, technologies, benefits, and the common applications across the industries. So AI video generation opens up new possibilities for content creation in the fields like marketing, education, entertainment, and more. So let's now, without any delay, let's get into the demo section of the AI generated videos. Hello guys, welcome back to this video. So in this chapter, the first AI tool for creating AI generated videos we are choosing, that is Kling AI. So we will start by logging in to Kling AI with our Gmail account. And then let's first have an overview. So after you have just logged in, this page gonna appear. And for here you can see this is Kling AI. And it's a greatly created visual creative studio we have, that is for video generation, image generation, sound generation, effects, and more tools. Then we have API platform and the capabilities: video generation API, image generation API, and for the intelligent scenarios. Then about us is they have a user guide that can actually guide you through so many features and so many AI tools we have in this Kling AI. And then we have talent network, affiliate program, and finally we have a contact us portion. So let's click on create and then let's move on. So after you have just clicked on create, this is the home section that is visible of Kling AI. And if you see that the page is divided into the first half and the second half. So the left hand side is basically containing the home, explore, assets, then certain AI templates, then subscription, and all the things that were in the first page. And then on the second right hand side, we have this Kling 2.1 is here. So the recent version we are using is Kling 2.1. So greatly improved dynamics, aesthetics, and prompt adherence. And then if you scroll down, you can see basically so many created videos, and these are basically the creatives. So now if you go down and actually explore, if you see, let's see this video. This is so nice video. And you can see the details over here, the prompt over here. You can copy and recreate the prompt itself. See, there is an option available, that is recreate. So then let's move on and actually scroll down and see so high quality videos. It's really nice to see this. So let's create something. So under this home section, you click on experience to experience the awesome field of Kling AI. So here we have certain options for video generation, that is for the text to video one. So for the text to video, you need to write the prompt, or you can actually use any AI tool to enhance it, such as Deepseek they have, and inspiration presets they have. You can even generate the prompt or view the help center for actually a quick start. Then you can even write the negative prompt, like list the type of content you don't want to see in the video. For example, animation, blur, distortion, or you can even want only the particular character in the video. You can actually write that. Then we have standard. Now you can even choose the seconds, 6:9. There's a landscape mode and so on. So then we have this image to video. So just go to any AI tool that can convert your prompts to an HD image. So let's go to the ChatGPT for getting the best prompts. So we will go there and generate an image and then turn it into a video, coming back to Kling AI. Then you can upload an image and then edit it, or you can write a prompt. Anything is fine. So let's go back to image to video, and then we will go back to ChatGPT to generate a prompt for it. So write me a prompt on making a HD image on Harry Potter. So I'm a fan of Harry Potter, and so are you, I guess. And so let's create it. Harry Potter with his cloak and magical stick and Nimbus 2000 and the white snowy owl. Let's write he is standing in front of his university, that is the well-known Hogwarts University. Hogwarts University. Keep the image in HD quality to use it in Kling AI basically, and make it dreamy and magical. You know, how much details you actually provide in the prompt defines how much great the image will be. So that's what is the example of using AI in actually enhancing the prompt. So basically you can copy this prompt, you can ask ChatGPT to actually generate the prompt. You can actually copy that and use it in another AI tool to get the HD quality image. But I want to create both in this only. So I actually support ChatGPT in so many ways. So let's get started. So now let's click this and provide. So it will take some time for ChatGPT to actually generate the image, but then we have to wait for certain time. And in no case, you can actually see that it started making, oh my god, this is actually so nice. So let's write it as enhance it and make Harry Potter wear his glasses. So it will create another picture basically. So let's wait for some time, have some patience, and you can see that it has started creating the image. So let's now download this. So this is it. Let's now go back to this image to video and have to upload the image over here. And I have started uploading the image. So it has got uploaded. And then, so these are basically the hints. You can basically see. So these are the hints that are there. So I want to delete this and actually upload my own version. So yeah, I have uploaded it again. And let's wait for some time. So it got uploaded. And then this is the prompt basically. So it won't be here. So please describe your creative ideas for the video or have Deepseek to generate the prompt. So let's write make the twilight glow, blowing wind and magical particles sparkle around his magical stick. And then basically you can create the motion brush. You can switch. You want the negative prompt anything, and then you can even go to the start and then you can choose what to do. And now you can, for 5 seconds, one output, and you can just click on generate. So it will take some time for you, and then let's see the pricing plans. So here basically we have 4 plans. The first one is a basic that is free forever and it gets credits monthly by logging in. Try member only features monthly by logging in. And then you can have standard that is $79.2 per year. So then you can actually cancel it anytime, and 660 credits per month, that is a lot. Fast track generation, professional mode for videos, watermark removal. So watermark won't be removed for the free plan, but it will remove for the standard plan. Then master shot and video extension, image upscaling, and so much more. And then we have pro that is for $293 per year, and this we have 3000 credits per month. So basically for the creators who are actually using Kling AI to the power of infinity. Then we have fast track generation, professional mode for the videos, again same watermark removal, master shot, image upscaling, and then we have priority access to new features. So the new features, we have a priority to use them. And this is the best offer by Kling AI, and this is Premier, that is $728.64 per year. And you can subscribe Premier yearly, 8000 credits per month. So fast track generation, everything here is the same. So let's now go back and see if it has generated the video. So yeah, it has generated the video. So let's see this. And you can see that it has all the particles falling from the sky, and you can see this is glowing. So this is really nice. This is all I actually wanted in the Harry Potter, because he is actually famous for his Nimbus 2000 and his stick. And this is really nice. It has inspired me a lot. So now you can see I have generated this video previously, and you can see this is the angry monkey over here, and you can see he is getting angry, his actions, and you can see it is a very great quality video. And I have generated this image to video only because actually that creates a lot of great image quality. So this is literally nice. I want you to personally use it and see and explore this AI tool for AI video generation. So let's now move on to the next tool. So before moving on, you can actually see this is have a sound generation as well. So you can even write the sound prompt. Please enter your prompt. The system will prioritize it for sound generation. You can campfire crack or car splash, anything you can do, or you can generate sound for the video and so much more. AI virtual try-on, lip sync. So basically this is a great editor over here. So you can actually see for the free plan, we have a limited credits of 150 only, as I have created 2 videos, this monkey, and you can actually see I have provided a prompt in the same way where what I have did just for with the chat GPT, and then this also I have created in front of you. So let's now move on to the next AI tool. So hello guys, welcome back. Before we jump into the demo, let me quickly share my next AI tool. I'm not using ChatGPT for AI video generation, but yeah, I am definitely using Sora AI as my next tool for the AI video generation. So let me quickly share why Sora AI is worth your attention. So from ChatGPT only, you can have Sora AI. So it's incredibly easy to use and designed to help you create high quality videos in no time. So if you don't have a background in video editing, so whether you are a content creator, marketer, or just someone looking to make your ideas come to life, Sora AI is for you. Sora AI makes the process seamless. So with this intuitive interface and powerful features, you get the creative control you need without any hassle. It's perfect for anyone looking to make great videos quickly and effortlessly. So without further ado, let's get started with Sora AI. So for that, you have just go to Sora AI in your browser and choose Sora AI under OpenAI. Or you can directly go to ChatGPT and find Sora AI. So basically here you have certain backgrounds. Here basically in the left hand side you can see explore, images, videos, top, likes. So you can even go to images and actually view the images over here. It may take some time to show you. You can see how high quality the image is. So then we have this video. That is what we are going to use. And then for this we want the prompts and we are good to go. And for the prompts as usual, we'll go to ChatGPT. So write me a prompt to create a video in Sora AI where a woman, let's specify it by a business woman driving a sports car in the scorching heat of the city and make the prompt classy and in details. So let's give this. So it has again started to create the image. So let's now write I want the prompt only. So this is what the disturbing fact about AI is. A slightest inconvenience and it can't find out. So let's now copy this prompt and paste it over here. Then if you just look down, you can actually change the aspect ratio from here 6:9, or you can do it line is to 16, anything like I'll go for. So basically, let me explain. 3:2 is basically meant for the YouTube videos. This is landscape mode. 1:1 is basically meant for the Facebook posts. 2:3 is the vertical form, useful for Instagram and the YouTube shorts. So basically you have 9:16 and 16:9. So basically we'll go for 16:9. And you can even, so basically before doing this you should select video from here, or else you can even have image or video to again switch from it. I want the video only. Aspect ratio is done. Then you can even change the resolution to a bit slower it would be. So then we have 5 seconds duration and 1 video variation, and you can choose the preset. None is chosen. So let's keep this as normal and only, and then we can just go for creating the video. It is added to the queue. So by then, let's see the Sora AI pricing. And you can basically see the Sora AI pricing. So for this, we have ChatGPT plans. Sora comes with ChatGPT plans as well. So ChatGPT Plus included the ability to explore your creativity through image and video. So up to 720 pixel resolution and 10 seconds duration videos, more everything you get with the ChatGPT Plus. And if you go for ChatGPT Pro, it would be enhanced to 1080 pixel resolution, and that is nice. I mean, the greatest HD quality, and the 20 seconds duration videos, up to 5 concurrent generations, download videos without watermark, and so on. So the ChatGPT Plus comes in $20 per month, and this ChatGPT Pro comes in $200 per month. So this is nice only, finding new ways to create and so on. Then we have Help Center over here, then Sora login, and the features you are already aware of. Then we have Flower, Fire, Staircase, Wave, and so on. So let's now move on to this and see it has created. So let's now view this. And if you can see, it is so nice. And you can see that you can actually view the lady, but then you can edit the prompt. The lady should be fully visible while driving. So then let's generate it again. It's added to the queue. Let's wait for some seconds. So, and in no time, it has created these 2 videos very quickly. So let's see this, and you can see this car driving in the city, and this is the business lady. So this is actually what we wanted to create, and we have got it. So let's now move on to a different feature over here in Sora AI. So let's now create a full story about it. So I want to go back to this ChatGPT, and I want to copy this and paste it over here and write, can you break down the prompts in such a way that it becomes a story type, and add proper scenes and no merging in the prompts, and give this. And you can actually see that it has actually created so many visuals. And so let's go here, and if you go to Sora AI, you can see this storyboard. So if you just click on this, you will get a full video out of it. So I'll just put this, copy this, and I will paste it over here. Then after this, I will go back here and I will copy this and come back to Sora and then paste the prompt over here. And then I'll come here and get it over here. Then I'll come back and copy this. And I will come it over here. And then again I will copy this. Come back to Sora. And paste this. So you can see I have created different scenes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scenes, and I will just click on create. And it will take some time for sure because it will create a video out of it. But then if you just see a sleek, luxurious sports car glides smoothly onto a busy city street inside a confident businesswoman grips the steering wheel and her face, a picture of determination, the car's polished exterior shines, and so on. And you can see it has even given you the timestamps. You can go and expand the caption. You can delete it as well. So let's see what it creates. And in no time it has actually created it. And you can see, as I have already said, that the determination is there and it is so nice. So within no time, Sora AI has actually created this, and it has even given a title of City Drive Elegance over here if you see. And it is 720 pixels and it is so nice. You can actually go and change this, recut, remix or blend it, or you want it in a loop, or you can just edit the story. So you can go ahead with anything and anyone. I liked it really, and I just have explained it. And this is a great time for you to actually stop the video or pause the video and just go ahead and try the Sora AI's awesome feature. Hello guys, welcome to this next chapter, and the next AI tool I would be talking about today is Generative AI. So, I have been using Agent lately and it's honestly amazing. It's one of the top AI video generation tools out there. So what makes it stand out is how easy it is to create realistic videos. So first off, you can just type your script, even choose your avatar or upload your own, and Agent will create the video with the mouth syncing and everything. It feels super lifelike, like watching a real person speak. So it's not just for talking head videos either. It offers so much. It offers the AI avatars, pick from a variety of avatars here available. And then you can even have this text to video option. Just paste your text and it generates the whole video. No filming needed. 40 plus languages, just imagine. It supports a ton of languages so it can reach a global audience easily. Then the script assistant, if you're not sure how to word something, it helps with writing even. And you can even help in cloning, that is you can clone your own voice and face. So it's super personalized. Then you can even have a team collaboration over here. That is great for businesses or creators who work with a team. Honestly, it's like magic for anyone who wants to make content without the hassle of shooting and editing. And it saves so much time. It's been a real game changer for me in creating marketing videos and even training materials. So just go to your browser and type Agent AI. So just click on sign in, and with your Gmail account, you just have to sign in. Then after you have got sign in, they will ask for something like what are your professions, what suits you best, in certain personalized questions. And after answering this, then you are good to go. And then you will basically land over this page over here. So let's now see the overview. So again you can see that it is divided into two parts, the left hand side and the right hand side. The left hand side basically contains your profile, then your create a video or your upgradation plan, home, projects and templates. Then we have assets like avatars, AI voice, brand, uploads, integrations, labs and so on. So then you can even just come to the right hand side and see that create something new, photo to video with avatar 4, then launch AI studio, translating a video, create your avatar, interactive avatar, ppt or pdf to video and so on. It has so much to offer. So then let's create an avatar. So if I go to avatars, you can see there are certain avatars already available over here. There is the expressive one, this is Amelia, Georgia, and so on. So let's now see this so we can actually have an idea. Okay, so we actually need a script over here. So let's now create new avatar. Custom photo avatar or generate. So I'll click on generate. You can even have a name, for example, Lily. I'll give age, young adult, gender, woman, ethnicity, it's white. Then try a sample. Yeah. Portrait, style, keep it as cyberpunk, and you can click on generate preview. So this may take 15 to 30 seconds. So please do not leave this page. It is requesting you to actually stay it out over here and wait for 30 seconds. And yeah, I am impressed to actually see what type of avatar I am gonna get. So yeah, for this free plan, you will have certain limitations, but yeah, so we'll get only one avatar free for it. So then after actually exploring this, we'll see the pricing plans. Now you can see the photo of the avatar. So let's now pick this. Then you can choose a voice for me. And you can see they had created an avatar. I like it. Then add motion. You can even generate the look, and it is generating the motion look. So let's now see what all actually you can create from this. So you can basically create a lot. You can just even create your own avatar over here. So I would just make you see. You can go to this AI voice and actually use this over here, like this is adds natural, middle-aged, and these are the AI voices available over here. Then you can go to this templates and basically see the Hagen library over here. People have created, and it's so nice. So creating templates would actually cost you so much. So let's now see the plan. So basically this is the for one person there is a creator plan, and this is $24 per month. Unlimited videos up to 30 minutes. And I repeat, 1080 pixel video export, fast video processing, 5 minutes of avatar, 4 videos per month. Features, 1 custom video avatar, 1 custom interactive avatar, and so on. And then you have a team plan that is $30, that is maximum 2 seats, maximum 2 people can use it, and $720 billed yearly. Videos up to 30 minutes, 4K video export, and so many things. 2 seats included, 2 custom video avatars, everything is just double. And then we have is enterprise. There is let's talk. You have to actually, this is a custom plan. Basically your company is actually working on it, so you can use it and talk to them. Full comparison over here. So let's now move on. Projects. And so it is again training 5-minute processing time it will take. So let's now wait for some time and see it. So by the time it is actually creating that video, let's now explore this hyper realistic avatar. So let's now see this. So this is not, he is not basically the CEO, but the animatic version of the CEO. So let's get started. Then we have next. Basically, you have to upload your footage. This is for optimal, most realistic results. We recommend uploading a 2-minute video recorded with a high resolution camera. So basically, you need to upload over here. Then basically, or you can record via the webcam, or you can record via phone, drag and drop video, or click to upload. You can just click here and browse your files and upload the video if you have already. You can even paste the URL link over here. Then basically you have to do the consent, because many AI videos nowadays are actually providing this corruption, but then it actually wants your consent that you can actually use it for creating the avatar. Then you can review, and finally you will get your own AI avatar. So let's now move on and actually see what is the status of that video. So after some time this got generated. So I'll just play and actually see. So in the free plan there are some limitations that actually we don't fulfill, but then you can actually edit the script, and you can even give the comments inside and even translate it, or you can even turn on the captions, and then you can particularly download it, and so much more is there. So Hagen is a very must try on app, and you can just create a lot of AI generated videos like the avatars or anything. You can choose from the templates or create your own avatars, and yeah, it is flooded with so much of AI generated videos. So let's now move on to the next AI tool. So the next tool we would be talking about today is the Render Forest AI. So just click on this Render Forest first link and you are over here. So this is basically the site of Render Forest, and you can see the videos, websites, logos, mockups, designs, Explore AI. So you can actually all your designs tools in one particular place for any business by creating stunning videos, animations, branding, mockups, presentations, and so on. And the best thing is you can actually start for free now. So coming to the pricing plan, let me first explain this. So there is a free plan that we would be using today, and take it for a test drive. Use it as long as you want. So HD videos with Render Forest watermark. So obviously you can't expect watermark to be removed with a free plan. 3 minutes of video duration, 4-minute text to speech, 5 AI image credits, logos in low quality, mockups, free AI website hosted by Render Forest, 500 MB cloud storage. And then we have Lite, that is gain access to this with 899 rupees. This is almost 900 per month, and 5 HD 720 videos with no watermark. Premium templates, unlimited video duration, 50-minute text to speech, 150 AI image credits, AI assistant, and so on. Then we have Pro version, that is the most popular over here. So it is 849.5 rupees, and all of the Lite Plus, they have full HD 1080 videos, commercial use, 100-minute text to speech per month, 300 AI image credits, and so on. And then we have business, that is basically for a particular association, that is advanced level solution for the teams and businesses. As I have told, is actually for the business, includes reseller's license, and that is 2,499. So they have so many of the things, and everywhere there would be watermark, without watermark, but then over here in the free plan we will get watermark. So let's now move on. So you can even choose the language you want. Then you have videos, you can have categories as well, like introductions, animation, music, visualization, video editing, YouTube videos, slideshows, video presentation. Then we have featured like the animation maker, YouTube intros, outro animation, world of videos, and so on. So you can even build a website like categories, marketing, tech and apps, music, lifestyle, then so on. We have mockups as well, t-shirt mockup, poster mockup, and these are great business actually. And designs, we have social media, printables, then we have flyer maker, poster maker, and we have AI that is taking over the world. So let's now go to create video. So after you have just get into the create videos, under the video section on the left side, then click on this animated videos, and you can just click on start with AI. So basically here you're gonna write a prompt that will actually enhance it or actually see this. So if I start writing, it will enhance the script. So let's now write something. Write me a prompt, only a prompt to create an image in an animated image of a dog and a cat playing. Make it in HD quality and create zoom in and zoom out with a inside a green forest. And again it has started making the prompt, the image. Write the prompt only. And I want to copy this and paste it over here. And then I'll click on next. And then it will ask me for the animated one or the realistic one. So I'll go for the realistic one. And then language, keep it as English. AI choice, stock videos, go ahead with the stock videos because this is only free. And then you can even go for the screen size, that is 16:9 and so on, and then click on generate. So now you have to basically log in over here. I will basically log in with my own account, and then yeah, I'm good to go. For personal projects, I would say. So let's go for other. Be a beginner. Until 18, thank you. And I can go ahead and now click on generate. So it will take some time for you to actually generate it. So let's now have some patience. And it has now almost done. And you can see your video will be downloaded in 720 pixel with a watermark. To remove the watermark, unlock the higher quality, open it in the editor and export it. So open it in the editor. You can see basically getting an editor type of feeling. It is almost an editor. You can even drag it. Like I want to drag it till here. You can even zoom in and zoom out if you want to do anything. You want to upgrade it, you can do it as well. You can go to this text to speech. You can go to this font if you just upgrade it, my watermark or anything like that. So I will go to export and free export. So basically, Render Forest is preferred for the AI video generation due to its ease of use, offering a user-friendly interface with a customizable templates. So the platform leverages AI technology for features like automatic scene, transitions, and text-to-speech, which helps streamline the video creation process. So moreover, Render Forest offers a flexible pricing plans as well, including a free option, making it accessible for both the individuals and the business. Its versatility goes beyond the video creation, also offering tools for the logo animation, website creation, and more. So let's now see this. So let's play this.
Animated image of a dog and cat playing in a forest. The dog is full of energy, chasing a ball. The cat, agile and playful, jumps to catch it. Beams of sunlight filter through the leaves, illuminating the scene. A joyful, carefree moment unfolds in nature. This animated adventure brings together the best of nature and animal play.
And you can see it is a great thing, and getting so much of thing in just free is really awesome. So it is a must try tool for you, and it is a great time to pause the video and actually try your own thing. You can actually download it with a HD 720 pixel with it, and this is really awesome with so much of templates, so much of AI, and it's really awesome for the video publications. So that's it. Congratulations on completing your journey into the AI video generation. You now have a clear understanding of what AI video generation is, why it is so important, and how it's being used in the various industries. You have explored the exciting possibilities of this technology and how it can revolutionize the content creation. So along the way, you have learned about the powerful AI tools like Kling AI, Sora AI, Hagen, and Render Forest, which are helping creators, marketers, and businesses bring their ideas to life more efficiently. So as you move forward, use this knowledge to experiment, innovate, and create videos that stand out in the AI-driven world. Your journey in AI video generation has just begun. Keep exploring and let your creativity flow.
Google introduced its new video generation AI model, Veo, capable of creating stunning cinematic shots in various visual styles from simple text prompts. So this model aims to compete with OpenAI's Sora, launched earlier this year. So here is a summary of what Google Veo can do and when it will be available. So Google highlighted that Veo gives creators unprecedented creative control over their projects. The AI model generates high-quality 1080p videos in a wide range of cinematic styles, accurately capturing the tone and details of the user text prompts. We understand cinematic terms like time-lapse and aerial shots of a landscape, creating realistic and coherent footage where people, animals, and objects move naturally. So here are some glimpses of Google Veo. Veo is designed to make video production accessible to everyone, from seasoned filmmakers to aspiring creators and educators. It unlocks new possibilities for storytelling and education. So here are some capabilities of Google Veo. First one, greater understanding of language and vision. To create a coherent scene, generative video models must accurately interpret a text prompt and blend this information with relevant visual references. With an advanced understanding of natural language and visual semantics, Veo generates video that closely follows the prompt. It captures the nuance and tone of phrases accurately, rendering intricate details in complex scenes. So here is an example. The second one, controls for filmmaking. When provided with an input video and an editing command such as adding kayaks on an aerial shot of a coastline, VO can apply this command to the original video and produce a new edited version. So here is an example. Third, consistency across video frames. Maintaining visual consistency can be challenging for video generation models, as characters, objects, or entire scene may flicker, jump, or morph unexpectedly between frames, disrupting the view experience. Vue's advanced latent diffusion transformer minimizes these inconsistencies, ensuring that characters, objects, and style remain stable and realistic, just as they would in real life. So here is an example. The fourth one, long form content. The model also creates video clips that extend to 60 seconds and beyond. It achieves this either from a single prompt or by using a sequence of prompts to tell a cohesive story. So here is an example. Sora is here. OpenAI has introduced Sora, an advanced AI tool for creating videos now available at Sora.com. Earlier this year, Sora was launched to turn text into realistic videos, showcasing exciting progress in AI technology. Now, OpenAI has released Sora Turbo, a faster and more powerful version available to ChatGPT Plus and Pro users. Sora lets users create videos in 1080p quality up to 20 seconds long and in different formats like widescreen, vertical, or square. It includes tools like a storyboard for precise control and options to remix or create videos from scratch. There is also a community section with featured and recent videos to spark ideas. ChatGPT Plus users can make up to 50 videos per month at 480p resolution, while Pro users get access to more features like higher resolution and longer video duration. While Sora Turbo is much faster, OpenAI is still working to improve areas like handling complex action and making the technology more affordable. To ensure safe and ethical use, Sora includes features like visible watermarks, content moderation, and metadata to identify videos created with Sora. Sora makes it easier for people to create and share stories through video. OpenAI is excited to see how users will explore new creative possibilities with the powerful tool. So welcome to the demo part of the Sora. So this is the landing page when you will log in Sora. So let me tell you, I have the ChatGPT Plus version, not the Pro version. So I have some 721 credits left. Okay, later on I will tell you what are the credits. Okay, so let's explore something here. So these are some recent videos which I have created or tested, you can say, and this featured version is all the users of Sora which are creating videos, so it's coming under featured, so we can learn or we can generate some new ideas like this, okay, like this parrot and all. Like, this is very cool for learning, and these are some of the saved version, and these are all videos and uploads like this. So let's come into the credit parts. Okay, so you can see I have 721 credit left. So if you will go this help openai.com page, and this page you can see what are the credits. So credits are used to generate videos with Sora. Okay, so if you will create 480p square 5-second video, it will take only 20 credits. Okay, for 10 it will take 40, then this, then this. Okay, for 480p this much credit, 25 credit, 50 credit, like this. 720 is different, 1080p different. Okay, so here it is written, please note that the requesting multiple variation at once will be charged at the same rate as running two separate generation requests. Okay, so here this plus icon you can see. So here you can upload the image or video. Okay, so you can also do like this, you can upload the image and you can create the video from that image. Okay, and this is choose from library, your personal library, this library, right? And this option is for the variation. Okay, like these are basically presets like balloon world, stop motion, archival, film noir, or cardboard, and the paper. Okay, so this is the resolution. Okay, 480p, this is the fastest in video generation. Okay, 720p will take like 4x slower, and 1080p 8x slower. I guess 1080p is only available in ChatGPT's pro version. Got it? Okay, so we are just doing. I'm just showing you demo, so I will choose this fastest version only. Okay, so this is the time duration, how long you want, like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 and 20 seconds is available in pro version, okay, of ChatGPT. And this is how much versions you want to take. I will select only 2, okay, because it will again charge more credits to you. Okay, and these credits are monthly basis, I guess. Okay, these credits are monthly basis. Okay, see again, recut, remix, blend, loop to create content. This will take again more credits. Okay, see here, ChatGPT Plus, up to 50 priority videos, 1000 credits. Okay, per month, I guess. Yeah, per month. Up to 720p resolution and the 5-second duration. And ChatGPT Pro, up to 500 priority videos, 10,000 credits. Unlimited relax videos, up to 1080p resolution, 20-second duration. Download without watermark. Here you can download with watermark, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. About everything, okay, ChatGPT. But ChatGPT Pro is $200 per month. So, yeah, it's expensive, right? So yes, let's do something creative. So okay, I will write here. Okay, polar bear enjoying on the Sahara desert. Okay, Sahara desert. Yeah. Okay, you can do a storyboard as well, or you can create directly videos. Okay, so let me show you the storyboard first. Yeah, so frame by frame you can give different what to say, prompt. Okay, here you can give different prompt. Okay, polar bear with family, okay, playing with sand, like this. Okay, and later on it will create a whole the video. Okay, third, you can describe again, you can add image, like this. Okay, this is a story created by the ChatGPT. Okay, let's create. Okay, add it to the queue. Okay, it's very fast actually. Almost done. Yeah, see, with family, you can see playing with the sand. Okay, so these are the two variation. Okay, you can choose either this or either that one, or either that one. Okay, I'm feeling this much as, yeah. So here you can again edit your story, recut, you can trim or extend this video in a new storyboard. Okay, so basically recut features allow you to creators to pinpoint and isolate the most impactful frame in a video extending them in either direction to build out of like complete scene. Okay, if we'll choose recut, okay, this thing, fine. Then remix. What remix do is like the remix features allows user to reimagine existing videos by altering their components without losing that essence of the originality, you can say. Okay, you want to add or remove certain things. Okay, what if I want to remove that this polar bear or like this. Okay, or you can say we can change colors, or we can some tweak visual elements. And this blend, so this blend feature allows you to combine with different video. If I want to upload some videos, it will blend both the video, this video particular with that video which I will upload. Okay, right. And the last loop, by the name, loop features feature make it easy to create seamless repetition of the video. Okay, this is one option is ideal for background visuals, music videos like this. Okay, so this is how you can create video in 2 minutes, I can say, just by giving prompt. Okay, this one is favorite, you can save it for the favorite. And this you can sharing options are there, copy link or this unpublish, and you can download. See, I told you without watermark is available in only pro version. So I have this with watermark, you can download. See, download a video in just a click, or you can download as a GIF as well, right? And add to a folder. Okay, fine, this is the notification activity on, right? So let's create one. Okay, monkey with family driving car on the space. Yeah, so okay, I will choose this times 16 by 9. Like, it takes more credit of mine, it's okay. Yeah, add it to the queue. If you'll go to favorites, it will come this one because I chose it. Okay, and if you will ask how this Sora is working, so it's like text to image generative AI models such as like DALE 3, stable diffusion and Midjourney. So Sora is a diffusion models. That means that it starts with each frame of the video consisting of the static noise. See, oh, it's cartoonish, but yeah. See, if you want Lamborghini, you can add that I want Lamborghini or Tesla, whatever. So this is how you can generate videos with Sora, in a quick 2 minutes.
Have you ever seen those animated cartoon story videos that get millions of views on YouTube? What if I told you that these videos are made entirely using AI and not only capturing massive attention but are also making their creators lakhs of rupees every month? Today, I'm going to show you how exactly you can use and start creating videos just like that and start earning money too. These AI-generated videos are everywhere, from animated stories to trending topics. Creators are using AI tools to create content that's engaging and viral. What's even better, you don't even need expensive equipment or even your own voice. Just a few smart AI tools and you can start producing videos that pull in views and money like crazy. Now, you're probably wondering, how can I do this too? Well, I'm about to show you step by step how these creators are making viral videos that brings in huge millions of views and how you can start doing the same, all in a matter of minutes. And trust me, it's much more simpler than you can think. With powerful AI tools, you can quickly create professional animated videos, storylines, and voiceovers all with ease. These tools will help your ideas turn into engaging content that people love to watch. And the best part is, it's fast, simple, and scalable. No need for animation skills or equipment, just a few clicks and you're good to go. So let's get started and turn these ideas into a viral success. So your first step is you need to head over to ChatGPT, and from there you can just brainstorm any ideas, any animated story. So you just need to provide to ChatGPT that I wanted to provide me scene planning, prompt creation to create a 3D animated video. So first I need an idea so that I can create characters of the video using AI. So I have told him to provide me 5 scenes, and then I'll be using tools like Kriya to create images, and then I'll be using the prompts to create the video as well. So after you have given the prompt, it will give you some video idea like this and some scene by scene plan with the prompt ideas as well. So you can see the prompt from here. It's very simple. So let's suppose I like this story of mine, which is the brave little tiger finding its roar. So you have the prompt here to generate images for your video. So now the next step is you need to go to the Kriya, and then you have to just give the prompt a young tiger cub sitting quietly in a dense jungle, and then it will create images like this. And just look at the quality. It's really good. Make sure you have 4K resolution selected, and you can just select the style from here as well, and the aspect ratio. So I want to keep it 2:3, and these are the 4 variations it has given to us. So from here I'll just simply download this image. And after I've downloaded this image, I'll just go to my next AI tool, which is runway.ai. So after I've been to runway.ai, I'll just drop my image from here and just click on the image which you have selected. And then it will create a video like this. We'll just look at the video. Yeah, so it has created a video, and I've given the prompt as well for this video, and just look, it's really good, right? And now that your video is ready, now our next step is generating voiceover for this video. Now you can ask ChatGPT for the prompts for the voiceovers. And so here you can see this is the voiceover script for my prompt, and I'll just copy this voiceover from here. And the next tool I'll be using here is 11 Labs. So I'll just head over to 11 Labs, and I'll just select on text to speech from here. So now that I've selected text to speech, I'll just copy paste my voiceover script, and then I'll just click on generate speech, and you can just select the voice, whichever voice you want.
A young tiger cub feels unsure, wondering if it will ever find its roar.
And so we'll just download this voice from here. And then what we will do is we'll just go to Canva, and from there we'll just click on edit a video. And then we can just upload our files from here, the videos which we have already created. So this was our first video, and I'll just attach this video here. And the voiceover, just look at this video quality. It's really good. And to select the voice, you can just again click on uploads from audio, and then you can select this voice.
In the heart of the jungle, a young tiger cub feels unsure.
And we'll just select this and just look.
In the heart of the jungle, a young tiger cub feels unsure, wondering if it will ever find its roar.
So like this, you have to just generate scene by scene images using Kriya to generate your pictures, and then we can use Runway for generating our videos. So now that I have generated all my videos and my pictures using these AI tools from here, as you can see, these are the videos which I have generated. So now what I'll do is I'll just attach each scenes here, and I'll just give the voiceover of that particular video as well from the 11 Labs. So you can just simply download from there. Now let's have a look at what we have created. So I have actually merged all the scene by scene pictures and animations here. So let's have a look now.
In the heart of the jungle, a young tiger cub feels unsure, wondering if it will ever find its roar. But wisdom walks softly. A gentle elephant shares words of strength and patience. With encouragement from friends, the cub begins to believe in its own power. On a sturdy rock, the cub takes a deep breath and lets out its very first roar, filled with...
So as you can see, the quality of the video, it's really good. The only one thing is there, which is the watermark. I mean, you can remove it using the paid version, but then just using the AI tools, I have created this whole animated story. You just do not need any voiceover or any video editing. Just simply use AI and create such stunning animated videos. And then you can upload these on YouTube channel or your Instagram, and then you'll get millions of views and you can earn money through that. Today we are diving deep into an exciting AI showdown. Claude 4 versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. I've spent hours testing both the models head to head, and the results are absolutely mind blowing. In this video, we are going beyond the usual articles and benchmarks to see how these models truly perform with real world applications. We will compare coding abilities, handling real production tasks, features, and pricing. And trust me, you will be surprised by some of the findings. So stick around as we test these two AIs in real projects and tasks. So let's get started. Before we dive into the comparison, let's talk about the real world testing. While many articles test AI models with just a few selected questions, we will test Claude 4 and Gemini 2.5 Pro with actual production tasks. We are talking about building games, debugging code, and creating features like you would do in a real project. And after all, the true test of an AI model is how well it performs in real world applications. So at first, we'll start by testing Claude Sonnet 4 and Gemini 2.5 Pro against each other on the SWE benchmark. So you can see right over here, in terms of agentic coding, the SWE bench verified is given 79.4 for Claude Opus 4, and for Sonnet 4 it's around 80.2. And if we compare it with Gemini 2.5 Pro, then obviously it lags a bit behind because it's given 63.2%. Since it's in the preview mode, we can't be expecting much. But then now let's talk about the agentic terminal coding. So again, it has got around 43.2 to around 50%, and Sonnet 4 has got around 35.5 to 41.3%. And again, Gemini 2.5 Pro has got 25.3%. Now, the next we're going to talk about is the graduate level reasoning. I mean, the reasoning questions. So again, you can see here Opus 4 has a good percentage benchmark, which is around 83.3%, and Sonnet 4 has the same, and I think the Opus 4 has a bit higher, which is 79.6. And now Gemini 2.5 Pro doesn't lag behind in this. It's really good at reasoning. So it has been given 83% again, which is almost the similar. Then we have agentic tool use, and again for Opus it's around 81.4%, and there is no such SWA bench verified percentage for Gemini 2.5 Pro. Then we have multilingual QA, it's not given anything, it's not there, it's blank. And for visual reasoning, we have it actually competes better than the Opus and the Sonnet, the Gemini 2.5, because it stands around at 79.6%, and Claude Opus 4 and Claude Sonnet 4 has around 76.5 and 74.4. Just it lags behind by few numbers, but here I can see that Gemini 2.5 Pro outperforms. And then we have high school math competition. Here we have 75% to 90%, and the Sonnet has 85%, 70% to 85%. Again, this Gemini 2.5 Pro has around 83%, which is quite higher than the Opus 4. And yeah, so in terms of visual reasoning and high school math and graduate level reasoning, I think Gemini 2.5 Pro actually outperforms. So we will be taking this in action, and we'll be testing with some coding prompts and tools and see how it really performs. So here we have Gemini 2.5 Pro, and it is available in the free version. So you just have to try it in the Google AI Studio from here. So now in the chat mode, as you can see, we've got this navigation bar where we have this option of stream, generate media, build history. Now, if you want a complete tutorial on Google AI Studio, you can find a full video I have attached in the card section, so you can just find it from there. So right now, let's give it a prompt. So I've given a prompt to generate a simple HTML and JavaScript game where a character runs endlessly and checks for collisions. So I'll just run from here. Also, you've got this run settings option where you have this thinking mode, set thinking budget, tools, code execution. So yeah, it has a lot of features. So here we have Claude 4. So we'll just compare it parallelly. We'll be running the prompts and commands and see which one actually performs better. So here we have Sonnet 4 and Opus 4 as well. But then the Opus is in the Pro version. For this, you have to pay, which is around yearly $200 and monthly $20 plus tax. So this will be your plan, your Pro plan if you purchase the Opus Pro. So I'll just continue with the Sonnet 4 and check. So here is my prompt given to create a basic HTML and JavaScript game that includes a character running endlessly with a collision detection feature. Alright, so from here you can search with the tools also, web search and all of that. You have this feature. So yeah, we will just hit on this enter plan. So we are using the free plan now, remember. So as you can see, it is creating the code for the game as here. And yeah, it's really fast as compared to Gemini. So here, as you can see, meanwhile, this Gemini 2.5 is also giving us the code faster. So it's written here that you can just copy this code and you can save it as game.html, and then you can open it in your web browser to play this. So we'll just open this, and this is the game which it has generated for us. So you can see from here, press the space bar or click on the jump. And I think it's pretty basic. It doesn't include much. And now you can see Claude has also given us the game, and you can just press the space bar. You can click on jump to check this. And just look at the UI, guys. I think this is much more better, because if we compare it with the Gemini 2.5, then it has given us a simple basic game. Maybe we have to make some changes out there. We'll also check it soon, but then just look at this, the UI and everything, the code it has generated, the control buttons, everything is just so good. So you have the score and high score option as well, and you can just press the space bar, you can click on jump. So I'm really impressed by Claude 4 Sonnet, and I think it really outperforms. So I would rate it 4 out of 5, and if I compare it with the Gemini, it doesn't really perform that well. So I would rate it around maybe 2 out of 5 or 1, because this is pretty simple basic. So now again, I'll be giving a second prompt, which is to create a 3D car simulation game using JavaScript and WebGL. Allow basic car controls like forward, backward, and tuning. You can also modify your prompt, like make the UI really attractive. And so I've given more of the modified prompt here, and I'll just again hit run. So it will take a bit of time to generate. Now, in the meanwhile, I'll just head over to Claude from here, and again, I'll just give a prompt to create a 3D car simulation game using JavaScript and WebGL. Allow basic car controls like forward, backward, and touring. So you can see it's much more faster compared to the Gemini. And here the Gemini has also created. The code is being given to us with all the stylings and everything. So now I think I've got the code from here, so I'll just download it. So here we have the 3D car simulation of the Gemini 2.5 Pro. And here you have the game option to enable the shadows, camera view is follow. You have top down also. So if you do the top down, it will appear something like this. And yeah, you have plenty. I think this one is pretty good if we compare it with, let's see how actually Claude does this now. But this 3D version is better than the before, the prompt and the game it had generated for us. And for the controls, you have this forward, backward, left and right. Now let's see what Claude has given, and just see, guys, the UI again outperforms here, and it's really amazing. It's really amazing. Just look at the UI features and the game controls as if you're actually, running a game and you're just playing a game in this thing. And yeah, you have plenty of options here. So you have also this car controls features added, and I found it really good. I mean, if we look at the UI wise, so the 3D models look intuitive here in this case of Gemini 2.5 Pro. But then again, in the Claude here, I would say it ranked a lot. And again, if I had to give ranking, then I would give around 5 out of 5. And for Gemini 2.5 Pro, I would give around maybe 3 out of 5. So it's good, but then it lacks a bit of more features and modifications, But in this case, we have a lot of features, and the UI is also very tempting and appealing for any user to play this game. So yeah. I would say that Claude Sonnet 4, the free version is really good. Again, you need to, if you want to try the Opus one, it will be obviously good. So according to me, the Claude 4 really performed well. So next, we'll also check the debugging performance and which one actually fixes the bug faster. So I'm here in my Gemini 2.5 and I've been given a prompt to actually debug my this code. The project was working fine, but there are a few bugs and I wanted to fix it. So let's see what times and how much time does it actually take to fix these bugs. So it's taking a bit of time and it's refining the bug dissections. So you have this thinking budget options also from here. So it's taking a bit of time. Meanwhile, we'll just head over to Claude and just check the speed from here. So again, I've given the same prompt to Claude also. The project was working fine, but here are a few bugs and all. So let's see how much time does this take. So you can see the response is really faster as compared to Gemini. And again, Claude here outperformed. Yeah, it takes a bit of time. I mean, comparatively, just a bit slower and lags a bit behind of Claude 4. So yeah, it takes a bit of time now. Talking about the unique features, AI agents and the browser controls, one of the coolest features Claude 4 Sonnet offers is the ability to control your browser and even your laptop using the AI agents. You can ask it to research news, navigate websites, and complete the task. Just from here, you have this option of the search tool. You can use the style also, normal, concise, explanatory. So you can see you have this plenty of unique options here. So I've tested and according to the pricing wise, however, if you want a cheaper, solid option, you can still handle general tasks like debugging, adding features, and understanding the code, and you're not doing hardcore coding tasks, then I think Gemini 2.5 Pro is your best bet. But then if you want some bit of, heavy lifting of coding, then I think Claude 4 actually stands out. But then if you really want some basic features and basic coding and everything, then this Gemini 2.5 is better. But then personally, I liked Claude 4. So to sum it up, I would say Claude Sonnet 4 is fantastic for coding, but if you're just looking to get the stuff done without breaking the bank, to Gemini 2.5 Pro also does a great job.
So today we are going to build the free AI web scraper. Now let's begin with understanding what exactly is web scraping. Web scraping is an automated process of extracting data from websites that involves using software tools or scripts to access a web page, read its HTML content, and retrieve specific pieces of information such as text, images, links, or structured data like tables. All these days in data analytics, web scraping was common. For example, Tableau, Power BI, Excel, and many more, they used to have an API attachment or they used to have a connection established with websites and they used to scroll over the web page and then extract the HTML content. But what if you had to build your own? It would be a time-taking task, but with AI, it is really simple. There are multiple AI tools like Browser AI, AI Scraper, Firecrawl, Octascrape, Crawl4AI, and many more. Today, we will be using the LLM-friendly tool, which is Crawl4AI, and it is completely open source. Now, let's switch to the demonstration part of it. So let's get started with the demonstration. We will proceed with one of the most popular open source tool, which is Crawl4AI. So you just need to search for Crawl4AI, and you will be having the first two links, which are the GitHub link, and the next one is the official documentation of Crawl4AI. So as you can see, this is awarded as the top repository from GitHub. So you're on the front page, the quick start page, which will explain you the installation procedures. So the basic installation, you just need to run some pip commands, and you can also find the same in the GitHub page as well. Let's go through a quick walk around. So the basic installation and the initial setups, diagnostics, which is nothing but checking the version or something like that and verifying the installation. All basic and simple techniques, and advanced installations in case if you're going with the additional functionalities. You just go through the entire documentation, and you also have some feature called as Ask AI. So they've got their own chatbot where you can ask some questions regarding installation or any other questions if you have about Crawl4AI. And now to the home page. Now, if you see the GitHub page, you also have the similar approach, the same procedures, open source web crawler, web scraper, ranked as number 1 on GitHub. So here you have some basic why you should proceed with crawl for, and also the installation steps as mentioned in the official documentation, pip install command and everything. Everything is similar. There you go. Verified installation and everything else. And you might also need some additional tools like Playwright and all the other things, and Python environment, virtual environment, everything. So you just, all the things are mentioned below as similar to the official documentation. Now we will proceed with one of the IDEs. So I'd recommend Cursor AI, because Cursor AI will help you regarding any of the errors in the practical demonstration. Start everything from the fresh, open a new project. We'll also create an entirely new file together. So we'll name it as, that's a trial 1. We'll eliminate that. We'll delete that. We'll now create a new folder on the name free AI web scraper or web crawler is good. Yeah. Enter. Select the file location. So you just have to copy paste the templates from the GitHub page. So this particular GitHub page will only have the sample documentation, not an exact, code documentation. You just have to copy this and paste it on Cursor AI. So what Cursor AI will do is it will go through the entire detailed procedure. It will go through the sample code, so that if you just give it a command that I want to prepare something similar to this, and you're the one who's going to handle everything, so it will just understand it and then it will build you one. So we've pasted the entire documentation from GitHub. But before we enter it to the agent of Cursor AI, we'll be writing a small prompt, and the prompt will be really simple. Create me a multi-URL crawling project, which takes homepage of a website and then crawl up to 20 found pages using crawl for AI. Also allows .csv downloads and solves all the previous downloads in cookies section of the browser. That's it. And now, apart from the GitHub page, to just add a few more details, we'll go to the home page of crawl for AI, and here we'll go to fit markdown. So why fit markdown? So you already know whenever you are working on a web page, you'll have a mix and match of HTML, CSS, and all those things, right? So we don't want to focus on all those things. We just want to focus on the markdown part of it, the major details which are included inside the comments, right? The markup language. We just want to focus on that so that it minimizes the processor effort. So we'll just copy this and paste it back on the web page. But before that, let's also go to another file, which is also the multi-URL. So you can also copy this and paste it on the prompt. And first, let's paste the beginning one. And let's now copy and paste this as well. In case if you want, for right now, we're working on one single URL. So for safer side, I'll just go with one input as well. But if you're working with multi-URL, then you can copy and paste it as well. And also, you can also proceed with LLM. In case if you don't want the LLM to be functioning there, then you can also go ahead with that. So here you can see the key benefits as highlighted. Back to introduction. Yeah, that's the one which I was talking about, LLM free strategies. So in case if you don't want LLM to be functioning in the background, why you should avoid LLM being for the basic extraction? These are the few reasons. So yeah, that's the one. So one of the crawl force AI is more faster. That's the reason you can choose the crawl for AI instead of any other LLM. Now let's go back to Cursor AI and continue with our prompt. Just enter, and it will automatically create all the classes and all the code documentations for you, along with a README file which includes all the requirements and everything and the steps that you're following. Right? You already got the requirements.txt, which will have all the requirements that you need to execute this project. Now let's create the main crawler script. So it's writing a Python script for you. In the meantime, it will also give you some recommendations to follow. Here you can see that it wants to uninstall the existing Python, and it wants to reinstall a new one and restart Cursor all by its own. You can see it is also generating the HTML template. There you go. You have the crawler.py ready and requirements.txt ready. You can see it also created a README file. That's the one. And now it's writing a few more codes that are responsible in or play a key role in execution of this project. So that's your main code, crawler.py. It has the main functionalities that this particular project should go ahead with. The post, get, and other functions that you regularly have on the web page. And this is your README file. And here you have the requirements. So you'll be needing crawl for AI and other requirements. So this is your HTML file. I can just proceed and run. And obviously you will face errors because this was just a templatized code that Cursor AI has created for you based on the documentation that you gave to it. But worry not. Whenever you run the code, it will give you the requirements which are needed to execute, and it will automatically install those for you using the pip commands. And by the end, it will automatically fix everything for you. Now it's running, and you can see it already has set up a user interface on the local host. Just click on the link, open. Yeah, so your first error, the web page or the local host is not responding, or maybe that's an internet connectivity issue. You can just copy this particular error or try to refresh. So let me write down a prompt. Can you check the warning errors and fix them all? And next, run the entire project. Now it goes through each and every file that it created and also cross-verifies the requirements and then executes everything. Let me delete this terminal. Yeah, so it found it needs a couple of templates. Okay, the templates directory exists, but we need to ensure it's properly set up. There you go. It's trying to relate every single file and fulfill the requirements that we need to execute this project. And the following changes are applied. You need to accept the file, accept the modified file, and then now it is installing the requirements. Python pip install our requirements.txt. If there are any requirements, it will do and it will automatically install. Yep, there you go, the playwright, right? So we did not manually install it. It identified the blank space there and it identifies it as an important prerequisite. So it is installing it. And it is also asking for an interpreter path. So we'll be going with Python 64-bit version 3. And is also installing Chromium. And if you see on the left hand side, it is also creating a virtual environment, creating when we upgrading PIP. You can see the status on the left hand side as well as on the right hand side. So crawler.py is our main file. It has started executing it on localhost back again. So the best part about using Cursor AI is you will have an agent which you can work with. So we are currently working on the Cursor AI's AI. If you want, you can switch from Cursor AI to ChatGPT, Claude, or any of the LLM of your choice, and you can get started with it. Now let's try to run our localhost once again. Okay, so let's copy the error this time and paste it there. Now what this does is Cursor AI's agent will try to analyze what could be the problem and tries to decode or debug the entire problem and improvise the code and fix it for you. Now it says that it has understood the issue and it tried to fix it, and now it wants to run the file once again. Just click on run and check for yourself. It's a type of trial and error, but I'm sure it will help you work it out. So I've done it once and I'm doing this once again. It's not a big deal at all. There you go. Okay, it has found a little bit of error. Now it wants to install the requirements once again. Okay, Ginger. So I think we missed out on Ginger. So Ginger is like a pre-version of Crawler for AI, and you can consider Crawler for AI as an advanced version or evolution of Ginger 2. So this is also one of the requirements. So I think Cursor AI wants to make sure that it works in parallel with both, so that it doesn't have to find a hiccup while running and executing this project. There you go. It's downloading a few other requirements it needs: tokenizers, Hugging Face, fspec, file lock, and everything. Meanwhile, let's go through the libraries that Cursor AI has imported for us. So it has UV, con, logging, async, JSON, everything else. It is also taking date and time. And here we have basic config. And apart from that, here we have the main file, which is crawl manager, and save caches for the prompt request that we have placed to save the previous downloads and everything in the browser cache. And crawl URL is where you paste the URL of any random website that you wish to have. And apart from that, here you can see the data frame, which is for the CSV file, which we are going to download. And apart from that, here we have some exceptions. If the crawl was successful or the web scraping is successful or not, it'll let us know. And once everything is done, it'll automatically shut down. And here we have also dedicated the localhost address and the port number for us. So here you can see the files are getting downloaded. We are at 50 out of 68. Might take a little while, not to worry. There you go. I think we're at 66. A little more time and we are done. I think 67 and one last file. We are done. So it's also installing the Chromium, which is required for us, the browser, or the browser interface at least. I think now we are ready to run our main file, crawler.py. There you go, the event already got started, and you might want to refresh our local host. Let's check the status. Just click on the link, and we should be redirected to the link. Or you can also copy paste the address, localhost colon 8000, which is the port number. I think it's not working, or there might be a little connectivity issue. This is common, but don't worry about it. If it's not executing, you can manually write down the address as well. So earlier we had copied the error, right? You can just paste the same error and just remove all the stuff and keep the URL. Or let's try once again. Some loading error, not a big deal to worry about. Let's go with the manual way. I'll erase everything else apart from the address, the localhost address. I'll have the HTTP. So we have the page here. This is where we paste the URL, and maximum pages as we described, it is 20. Let's say you have opened the Amazon website, right? So like I have opened here the Flipkart website that we will be dealing with, and also I have opened the Simplilearn's website as well. Now, before we get started, I want to explain you something about CAPTCHA. Now, this is a straightforward web crawler that we have designed. But in case if you want to crawl through some web pages, like if you log in to incognito mode without logging into your account, let's say Amazon.in, then in that scenario, what happens is it will not have the user address or anything. It'll just go to the login page and it'll ask you to log in with a captcha. So here you can see the captcha code, right? So this particular web crawler that we have designed is not designed actually to crack the captcha things. So for that, you might have to do some additional coding, or you can just write a prompt to the Cursor and it will get it done for you. So so far so good. We will just paste the URL and let's see. I am guessing that we have an error. So don't worry if you didn't get any errors. So few parameters, you can see the max pages, right? That particular parameter is not properly defined here. So in that case, you can just copy paste the error. It'll automatically, Cursor AI will automatically go through the error and the entire code, cross verify it and change the file name. So you can see it already fixed it, right? Accept the changes, and there you go. The code is automatically updated from its end. Accept the code. And now we are ready to run the code again. You can just refresh the local host, copy the address of the web page and paste it there. Okay, just refresh it. Sometimes you just face this connectivity issue, but not to worry. Once it establishes a connection, it will automatically reload. Okay, I think we missed out on HTTP. No. Let's just keep on refreshing it. Yeah, there you go, you found it. Now we will paste the URL that we earlier copied. So let's say you have about 20 to 30 web pages, right? It'll automatically crawl to the end of the page and then it chooses the next page, something like that. But in few scenarios, it might end up in the first page as well. We might never know. So just have to check the code for it and optimize it, and you will be fine with it, right? Let's see. I think we might face, okay, a small error again, another parameter, max depth. So you might face a couple of such errors down the line. You just have to copy paste them on the terminal or on the prompt. It'll automatically go through the code and fix it for you. Just a couple of more. The max pages has been fixed, as you can see here on the left hand side of the code file. Now we are dealing with the max step. It'll also help you fix that, right? It's still going on a search mode to fetch a solution this online, and also after that it'll implement the solution to the code. Yeah, it found the solution. Is already started to build the solution. Let me apply this fix for you. Accept the suggestion. Done. The code is fixed. You can restart, or you can just click on the localhost browser. Run. Or let me just click on the link, right? It'll automatically redirect me there. There you go, multi-URL crawler. Let's give it another trial. Small errors. Even in the first trial, I went through such errors. It was not a big deal. It'll take like 4 to 5 iterations, so max to max 6 to 7 iterations to fix all the errors in your code. That because this particular code was created by AI, right? So it'll take a little time to understand and go through the process and fix itself, and then you'll have a fully functional project. Okay, the code has already corrected now. Restart the server. I think it's asking, okay, in a few scenarios, if you're constantly facing such issues, don't worry much about it. It might be related to, some settings which might have, some configurations which might have been requiring a restart of the application altogether. So if you even do that, it'll fix it. Okay, now we're back on the web page. So I think make sure there are no references to max step. Okay. So I think it's a better option to try a restart of the application altogether. So I just close it. Now let's go to Windows and type down cursor here. That's the app. So the app got restarted once again. Okay, it's now asking for a confirmation. Would you like to make this edit for me? Okay. Let us write down, yes, please confirm. Yes, confirm. Let's see if it gets done. So I have my web pages that I want to scroll or scrape. Let's run the code once again. Python crawl.py is getting executed. That was my first website, a Flipkart website and Simplilearn website. It's taking some issue again. It's not able to reload. Okay. We'll copy paste the same website. Okay, now deep crawl was the error. Okay, it's again downloading some requirements. I see some new crawl results on the left hand side. I think these were the results from the previous executions. Starting all crawls. Let's check the crawl results. Okay, complete. Data scraped. There you go. We can see the output here. Status success. Okay, we have successfully scraped the websites and the data has also already been downloaded. So here you can see on the left hand side of the editor, you can see some scroll or crawl results. So let me write down a prompt. Open in a local browser. If it can load the local host or web user interface to see the results on the web page with a proper user interface, that would be better. But we can practically see the results on the left hand side, and it already shown us the execution report on the terminal. Give me the link to user interface UI. So we tried to install the requirements again. Okay, let me close this shell or terminal. Let's check the requirements once again. Yeah, let it download the requirements. What I was thinking is, let's check the crawl results. So here you can see the first website, which was Simplilearn website. So it has downloaded some data. It is in the format which an LLM can read, but turned out you can see the Flipkart website as well. Every bit of data, the phone details, name of the phone, the display size, camera size, everything has been successfully scraped, and it also has been downloaded. So you can see an actual replica. The iPhones that we have filtered out, it has successfully downloaded, and even the link to each and every particular product from the website. So these are the scroll results, or the scraped results. Crawl or scrape, you can call it both. And this is the previous one. So this is the first one which it scraped out for us. The Simplilearn's official website of generative AI courses and few other websites as well. There you go. This was the Simplilearn's data. Let's open this in the form of CSV, which it is supposed to do actually, right? Once the data has been downloaded, it should be supposed to be represented in the form of a CSV or tabular format in Excel. So do you want to install the recommendation for Rainbow CSV? Yes, install. I think we can have a look at the downloaded data in CSV format in downloads. So here we are on the download section. So these are the CSV files that we just scraped or crawled. Results 1 and results 2. So let's open this file. So here we have the data from Flipkart. I think it scrolled through just one web page. Not a problem. So this was the web page that we were talking about. So I think it started off from the first entry and went all the way up to the last entry of this particular web page. I think it took a snapshot of this particular web page starting to the end, and then tried to scrape the data and enter it into the form of a CSV file. Not bad. Let's go back to this. There you go. And now let's go back to downloads and check the data for simplilearn.com for generative AI courses. Yes, I think some missing data. Okay. So it missed out on a few date and times of cohort dates. So here it also has the URL for the particular course name. So we have about 14 courses available. Apply generative AI, specialization, few professional courses and executive courses, and some certifications related to data analytics with generative AI. And it also scraped out the URL links to that particular program, and it also cared for entering the UTM parameter, the source generative, event name, mega meaning, right, everything. And it also has entered the duration of the course, which is pretty good, how many number of months or years, and the cohort date. A few of them were unable to get scraped off, but rest of them, we have got them right here, the cohort date. And it also has a fee in INR for this. For some reason, I think it couldn't scrape it off. And also the partner university. So here we have Purdue, and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati, Kanpur, Purdue, and a lot more, right? So far, so good. So that's how you can build a web crawler or web scraper using AI, which can automatically scrape the website for you and download the data in terms of CSV, .csv or Excel format.
In this video, we are going to learn how to automate Google Sheets using NA10. It is a very powerful workflow automation tool. We will start by setting up a webhook trigger to receive data from external sources, then connect it to Google Sheets to automatically store and update data in real time. By the end of this tutorial, guys, you will be able to capture form submissions, automate data entry without manual work, or set up live workflow that runs seamlessly. So whether you are a beginner or an automation pro, this tutorial is must-see for you. First, understanding what exactly is NA10. So I'm at the official website of NA10, and NA10 is an open source workflow automation tool that allows you to connect various applications like APIs and databases without writing extensive code. It provides a visual editor where you can create workflows by linking different nodes. Think of it an alternative to Zapier and Apache Airflow. But this tool has more control and flexibility, and also it has self-hosting capabilities. Now, if you see, the key features of N8N are as follows. It has this amazing visual editor where you can drag and drop nodes to create workflows. No complex coding is required. It has over 350 plus integrations, and it supports APIs, databases, messaging apps, AI tools, and cloud services. For example, you can think of like Google Sheets, Slack, Telegram, OpenAI, AWS, GitHub, MySQL. So it has integration to these tools. And apart from that, it has self-hosting and cloud options. You can run it on your own server for data privacy, also available as cloud service. It has also conditional logic and data transformation. It supports if condition loops, branching. You could also modify API responses, filter data, and perform calculations. And guys, this feature is very amazing. For real-time automation, it has webhooks. So N8N can receive data from webhooks to trigger instant actions. For example, when a form is submitted in Typeform and send an email via Gmail. So it can automate in real time. Now you'd be wondering, how does N8N works? Now let us try to understand how N8N works exactly. So you can think of N8N as a digital assistant that automates your task without requiring you to write complex codes. It basically works by connecting different applications, services, and database into a sequence of steps called workflow. So if you go and log in to the creators.n8n.io.dashboard, if you register for this N8N, you're going to get a workflow template. Okay, you can go all over here. And you can share your template with the template name and give a description about it. And this could be your template code, whether it is free or paid. You can just click on this. And after that, I have reviewed my submission guidelines of N8N terms and services. And then you can click this workflow. Now, let us try to understand what exactly is a workflow. But before that, let us try to understand nodes. Okay, so nodes are tiny workers that do specific tasks. You can consider this something like that. And workflows are a sequence of nodes working together to complete a job. Like for example, let us say we are sending an email when you get a new form submission. Imagine you have a Google form where people can contact you. So every time someone builds the form, you want to automatically send them an email. So in N8N, you can create a workflow like this. So a Google Forms node collects the new response and Gmail node sends an automatic email to the person who submits the form. So this is something like this. We'll be doing a one hands-on tutorial also to elaborate more about it. So this is one of the way how it works. Next, there is a concept of triggers. So there are trigger-based execution mode also, how to start your workflow. So you have to also understand, guys, that N8N workflows don't run all the time. They only start when something happens. So there are three ways to trigger a workflow. So the first one is trigger-based execution, okay, which is basically called as an event-driven. The workflow automatically starts when a specific event occurs. For example, let's say a new row is added to the Google Sheets. Now the workflow starts to run. Or you can think about it something like that. When a customer fills out a type form survey, the workflow runs. Think of it like a doorbell. When someone rings a bell, like for example submits a form or updates a database, the workflow wakes up and does its jobs. Next one, we have the schedule execution, or we call it as cron jobs. Now here the workflow run on schedule, like daily, weekly, monthly. For example, every Monday at 9 a.m., a report is generated and sent via email. Or every hour, N8N checks for new tweets and saves them. Think of this like an alarm clock. You set it once and it automatically rings at the right time. Now let us discuss about the workflow components, which are like the brains of the system. So every N8N workflow is made up of different types of nodes. And each node has a special role, just like team members working on a project. So whenever we trigger the node or start the workflow, so what happens exactly? First, there is a webhook node, which starts someone when, like for example, someone is sending a data to your API. Then there is a scheduler node, which starts at a specific time, like every morning at around 8 a.m. And then there is a type form trigger node, which starts when someone fills out a type form survey. So we'll try to cover all these things in this today's tutorial. Now, there are some also nodes, like we call them as action nodes, which basically perform tasks. So these nodes do not actually work in your workflow. For example, let's say send an email node or send an email via Gmail or Outlook, or there is a HTTP request node which fetches the data from an API like a weather update or something. Then there is a Google Sheet node which like adds a new data to a spreadsheet. So these are called as action nodes, which basically performs task. Then you could also understand a bit about, let's say, logic nodes, which adds intelligence. So these nodes allow you to add conditions and decision in your workflow. For example, let's say if node checks a condition is met, like for example is an email from a VIP customer, you can imagine something like this. Then there is a switch node which routes the workflow based on different cases. Like for example, the payment example is the best one. Like if the payment is failed, send a reminder. Otherwise, if it's successful, send a confirmation. And then you could also find out the loop node, which repeats an action multiple times, like sending a follow-up email every 3 days. So guys, these were some of the logics nodes which basically adds intelligence. And finally, we have the data nodes, which store and retrieves the information. These nodes basically help you save and manage data. For example, like Google Sheet node, which helps you to read and write data from my spreadsheet, or MySQL node, which stores customer data in a database, or Airtable node, which basically updates information in a table. Think of it like filing cabinet. It organizes and stores important documents or data for future use. So putting up all together, let's say you run an online store and you want to notify your team on Slack when a new order is placed in Shopify. So here is how your init and workflow would look like. There is a trigger node, like Shopify will trigger, like it is going to detect a new order. Then the action node is going to come up, which is going to fetch order details from Shopify. Then there is a logic node. If the order is above $1,000, it marks it as a high priority. An action node which basically sends a Slack message to your sales team. So this is like the entire process which runs automatically, saving your time and effort. Now guys, you would be wondering, why should you use n8n? See guys, there is no need for coding skills. You can just drag and drop nodes. It saves a lot of time by automating repetitive tasks. And it works with hundreds of apps and APIs like Google, Slack, Shopify, ChatGPT, etc. It also has self-hosting option which ensures privacy and full control. And finally, it is free and open source, unlike some other tools which have some strict limits. Now we are going to move forward and do a small hands-on to make you more understand about this platform. So guys, now let us create an automation using n8n. So first click on the first step. And let's say we want to use a trigger, let's say on a webhook call. So basically when we will be sending any HTTP request like get, post, put or delete, it is going to trigger our webhook on n8n. So just click on this and you could see our method is, let's say, post, and we want to post a data on using this post request. And after selecting this guys, just click for listen for test event. Let's test our webhook API. Copy this and then you can go to this online tool which is called as Recuben. Okay. And it is just a very simple tool where you could just do one thing. You could paste the same URL which you have copied it from here. Okay. Now after going all from here, what are you going to do? Just click on the send request. Now you could see we have got a successful message that the workflow has started. But how to be sure of that this thing is working? Because in the output section, you will be seeing these kind of output. Okay. So our webhook API is working very much fine. Now, what next thing you could do? So the next thing, let's say, let us add a node all over here. So for example, let's add a Google Sheet. Okay. And let us trigger an API. Okay. Let us say append a row in a sheet, or we want to update a row. So now you could see all over here, we have this option called append or update a row from this list. And let's say we have this document called monthly expense. And you could also choose it, let's say from expense, and we want to add these properties, what values to send. Suppose name, we could say the name as Neil, and all over here, that's one thing. Okay. Then what we could do, we could add another option, like what would be the cell format, and we could add the next property, let's say as email, let's say .com. Okay, now we could test these steps. Okay, now you could also say let's add a column, okay, to name. Okay, and let's say we could add just one value, then we could add another column, let's say email. Okay, let's okay, we could write the name of another column. Okay, so we had only two columns that I have actually created all over here, name and email. So that's why our workflow is showing the same. And also, guys, there is one point to note. You have to also connect to your given applications. Okay, so I'll just show you how you could do it. But first, let us try to test this step. Okay, so okay, fine. We can choose it, match each column manually. And let's test the given step. Let's wait for the output. And if I open my Google Sheet, you could see, we can see, the name, email, and it's already mentioned here. So this is like how you are basically creating your workflow. So if you go back to your canvas, you could see our workflow has been created using the webhook call. Similarly, you can trigger a lot of, in a very different way. Suppose you could add a next node, like you could add AI and all those things, and you can create this automation using n8n. Guys, this is a very amazing tool, and this automation tool is definitely going to save a lot of time for you.
Something big is happening in the world of AI, and it's shaking up the industry. No, it's not another ChatGPT update or a new release from OpenAI. This time, it's a brand new player on the scene. Deepseek R1, an AI model that's already outperforming the best known models in ways that have experts seriously been talking. But why is this causing such a stir? Well, it's because Deepseek R1 doesn't just answer questions like other AIs. It thinks. And I mean really thinks. It breaks down complex problems step by step, showing you exactly how it arrives at the solution. You just don't get an answer, you get the entire process from start to finish. That too in real time. This is the kind of AI that doesn't just solve problems, it solves the way we do. Now, here's the twist. Deepseek R1 isn't from one of the usual AI giants like OpenAI or Anthropic. It was developed by High Flyer Capital Management, a hedge fund that's quietly been making waves in the AI world. In fact, their new Deepseek R1 Lite preview is already making headlines for its stunning performance on tasks like mathematical reasoning, logical inference, and real-time decision making. Areas where even the best of the OpenAI's models often fall short. But why is this model such a game changer? It's because in 2024, the world is demanding AIs that can think logically and reason through problems. DeepSeek's ability to show its work is what sets it apart. While other AIs give you answers, DeepSeek lets you watch its thought process unfold. Think of it as the AI that doesn't just solve problems, but teaches you how to think like it does. And if you think that's all just a hype, let me tell you, Forbes isn't the only one buzzing about it. Even experts across the industry are pointing out that DeepSeek is outperforming model from heavyweights like OpenAI and Anthropic on tests that measures complex reasoning. It's already winning in some major AI benchmarks, and it's only going to get better. So why is Deepseek R1 such a big deal right now? And what does it mean for the future of AI in 2024 and beyond? Well, in this video, we will explore Deepseek R1 starting with its unique capabilities and how it stands out from the other AI model. We'll also test its math reasoning and problem-solving skills, comparing it with models like OpenAI. Then we will examine the real-world application in fields like finance and tech. So let's dive in and see how it's shaping the future of AI. So at first, let us understand what is exactly Deepseek R1 Live Preview. As you can see this tweet post, so Deepseek R1 Live Preview is an AI tool which is similar to ChatGPT, and is created by a Chinese company which is known as Deepseek. The company announced this new model on X on November 20th and shared a few details. So I'll show you the documentation page over here. So this is a documentation page of Deepseek API, and Deepseek Our Life Review is meant to be really good at solving problem reasoning in maths, coding and logic. It shows you how to think step by step so that you can understand how it comes up with answers and which help people to build trust more. So you can try out me on their website, and the website name I'm going to show you. So you just have to simply go to Google and type over here chat.deepseek.com. As soon as you enter this, you'll be redirected to Deepseek's page. So simply I'll just log in with the Google account, and here you can see this is the interface of our Deepseek Our Life model, and here we will enable this Deepthink preview, which is a new feature over here. And now let's start with our test and start testing whether Deepseek, this model, is really that effective or worth the hype or not. So first we'll be doing the strawberry test, okay? So let's see what exactly is the strawberry test. So let's start with a very simple question, which is how many times does the letter R occur in the word strawberry? So this is our question over here, and let us just check what would be the answer. So I didn't expect such a long reasoning process for what seems like a straightforward task. I thought that after counting the letter R and identifying the position of the word, it would have stopped there. But what's interesting to me is that it didn't stop. It double-checked the counting a couple of times and even considered things like how people might pronounce or spell the word differently, which I think is a bit of redundant, especially the pronunciation part. But then that's how it does show how careful and thoughtful it is. So it just explained us every step by step and what process we can go through it. So let's move on to our second question, which would be a mathematical reasoning question. So our next question would be if a triangle has sides of 3, 4, 5, what would be its area? So let's just check. So as you can see here, the Deepseek Our model is getting our answers, and it performs the checks I predicted, although in a different order. But then it's using all the steps and all the formulas and what would be the best to go with this question. So both the explanation and the output are particularly clear and easy to follow, which makes me think that this would be a fantastic model to embed in math students' assistant. For example, this is a particular use case. Maybe the thought process could be shown first and the student could interact with acknowledging whether they understood it or not. So that's a pretty fast answer. Let's move on to our third question. So now let's ask a Deepseek model a geometrical type of question, which is a bit tough, and let's see what answer would it generate for us, and how is it taking the logic building and the process. So as you can see, it is taking all the formulas and also it is considering the other probabilities as well. So we'll just wait a few seconds. So as you can see, it has written data messed up in a denominator. So it is even checking what mistakes has it generated, which is really good. It is just like as if somebody is solving this mathematical problem, but then in the form of AI. So that's really interesting. So now as you can see, it has given us the final answer and also step-by-step approach, which is well-known geometric formulas and applied them directly, which makes the reasoning very easy to follow. So the output is very clear and easy to follow, and across all these examples, it's been impressive to see how it consistently double-checked calculations using different methods. The thought process is always detailed, logical, and very easy to understand. So for somebody who wants to actually learn or go through these mathematical problems, this model will give a very detailed explanation. So I would highly suggest using this. So let's now move on to our next question, which would be a coding test. So the first question would be implement a function in Python that finds the longest palindromic substring in a given particular string. The function should have a time complexity better than O, n raised to the power 3. They go of n to the power 3. So let us just see what is the time complexity. Will it generate the answer for us? The code. Let's just check it out. So as you can see, it has given us the solution code here and also the explanation part, and whatever the function it is using, it has briefly mentioned the explanation about it. And I think that the model did a very great job solving the problem and finding the longest palindromic substring. The approach was smart, efficient, and clearly explained. So instead of just brute force method, every possible substring which would be slow, it used a very clever expand around centers technique. And this method handled both odd length palindromes and even length palindromes as well, which was really clear and effective. So that was for the coding part. So now let's move on to a logical reasoning type of question, and let's see what answer does it generate. And we will also compare it with the OpenAI model here as well. So let's quickly check it out. A question here is: a man has to cross a river with a wolf, a goat, and a cabbage. His boat can only carry himself and one other thing. If left alone, the wolf would eat the goat and the goat would eat the cabbage. How can he get everything across safely? So let's quickly check out the answer. So as you can see, it's thinking of the end of reading the answer for us. Also, for the Deepseek messages, you can use 50 messages free per day. So we have already used 5 texts and we have 45 messages left for today. So as you can see, it has given a clear, detailed explanation and it solved the problem really very well. I think it carefully went through the rules and checked different possibilities. It understands that some pairs like the wolf and the goat or the goat, the cabbage can't be left alone. It also reviewed the constraints at the starting. It also reviews the constraints at the start. Starting from this, it looks at what would happen if the man takes each item across the river first and works out if it creates any problem. What I find really nice is about how the model adjusts its plan when something doesn't work. For example, when it tries taking the wolf first, it realizes talking to the wolf first, but realizes at the same time that it causes trouble and then rethinks the steps. This trial and error method feels very similar to how we as humans might solve the puzzle ourselves. So in the end, the model comes up with a very right solution and explains it in a very clear and step-by-step way. So as you can see, I've given ChatGPT this question and this is the answer it has generated, but then it wasn't that detailed as compared to Deepseek model. So here I would rate Deepseek model more because it gave me a very clear explanation with all the details set. You can clearly see the difference out here. So for anyone who wants to understand from depth, this Deepseek model would be a great help. So let's quickly have a look on the Deepseek Hour Live Preview benchmarks. So we have tested the model in real world conditions, but how does it stack up against other AIs on benchmarks like AIME, math, and competitive programming languages? So you have this on the screen. We have compared it with AIME, math, GPQA Diamond, Codeforces, Live Code Bench, and also Zebra Logic. So according to the benchmarks, Deepseek Hour Live Preview blows the competition out of the water when it comes to math and logic problems, with a pass rate of 52.5% on the AIME 2024 challenge. It is really ahead of OpenAI's O1 preview and far surpasses models like GPT-4 on complex math tasks. So with this, we have come to the last part of the section, and here we will be comparing that who really wins. At first, you have seen that we have compared with the OpenAI model. So let's just quickly test some questions and just check it out that with OpenAI, which one performs much more better. So now we will compare Deepseek versus OpenAI O1 model with some command prompts to see who really wins in different categories. So here I have this Deepseek model. So my first command for this test is a math problem, and it says solve for x in the quadratic equation 3x to the power 2 plus 5x minus 2. So let's quickly see this, what answer is it giving, and we will be comparing it with the OpenAI O1 model as well. So as you can see, it is giving us all the available solutions using different methods as well. And see the first method, the second method, quadratic formula. It's basically giving you the full overview of all the methods which you find easier, and you can use that. And here is our final answer. So let's compare it with the OpenAI open model as well. So here I have this question and I'll just check for the answer. It's taking a bit of time, but let's wait for a minute. So as you can see, it has only used one formula, which is the quadratic formula. And here we have the answer for this thing. But what I found is it provided a correct solution, but then it lacked, whereas our Deepseek model, it provided much more detailed explanation. So I think Deepseek wins for this maths question as well. For the second comparison, I have a coding problem. So let's check for both. First, we will be checking for Deepseek model. And the coding problem is write a Python function to check if a given string is palindrome or not. And I'm waiting for the answer here. So as you can see, Deepseek our live review model has provided us a correct solution along with a detailed breakdown of why each part of the code works as it does. So let's check for the O1 model as well. So now as you can see for the coding task, the O1 model has given us the solution, but then it provides a working solution with clear code, but it doesn't explain the logic behind it. Whereas the Deepseek model had provided the logic and also the solution with each detailed breakdown. And I think for this also the winner would be Deepseek Our Life Review because it provides better and clearer explanation. Now let's move on to the third test, which would be the logical reasoning. So here is my question. The logical reasoning, which is if a man has 5 apples and gives 3 away, how many apples does he left with? So let's check for the Deepseek model. So now you can see it has given us the answer and also the correct answer, but it has explained each and every logic to go through this question and why have we used this particular logic as well. So that's a pretty breakdown detailed step-by-step explanation. Let's check for the OpenAI O1 model as well. So here I have my question. Let's wait for the answer. See, it has given us a straightforward answer, which is approx 2 apples. But then it hasn't mentioned the logic behind it. Same as it was same for the coding task. I think since both of these models have provided the accurate correct answer, but here also the winner would be Deepseek because it has provided with a lot of explanation and transparency as well. So this is the wrap up of the video today. And if you're looking for an AI that excels in reasoning, problem solving, and transparency, it's definitely a contender. While OpenAI and other models are fantastic, Deepseek brings something unique to the table. Step-by-step logic, clear explanation with an edge when it comes to math and coding challenges.
In this session, we will learn how to run Deepseek locally in Windows command prompt. But before that, let's take a look at the Deepseek and all the hype about it. Deepseek, the latest in generative AI, is making waves with its advanced reasoning and problem-solving capabilities. With global AI adoption accelerating, Deepseek emerges as a powerful contender, seemingly outpacing its rivals in efficiency and depth. Built on cutting-edge architecture, it excels in complex reasoning, coding, and multilingual understanding. AI is the new genius, and Deepseek is pushing its boundaries further with unmatched performance. Its ability to handle intricate prompts with precision makes it a game changer. Unlike traditional models, Deepseek leverages superior contextual awareness for human-like responses. Its efficiency in real-world applications refines productivity and automation. Businesses and developers are rapidly integrating it for high-level decision making. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icons to get notified. Now, before we get started, we need to check the space first. Let me explore the file explorer once. So you can see the downloads is almost full. Now we have another volume D which has a little bit of space. Let's use that. Now let's change the location of downloads to drive D. For that, go to downloads, open properties, and here go to location. Maybe if you want to create a new file, that's also okay. Let's try that. So here, let's create a file. And I'll name this as temporary downloads. Maybe you can also use underscore to avoid confusion. And this might ask for some permissions, like let's say you already downloaded an application or something like that, and you set environment for that, right? So let's see, that's the one. So automatically the computer will change all the environment variables for you, just in case if you have any other applications running from downloads directly. Meanwhile, while this particular files are copying, let's wait for a moment. Let's minimize everything and open a new tab on Google. So to run Deepseek locally, we might want to use a few things. Firstly, LLaMA. So let's download LLaMA. Go to the LLaMA thing in the third link. That's the one we need. Now we need to download LLaMA into our local system. For that, let's explore the models. So this is the first one, the first link. This is the one we are looking for. So before downloading that, let's enable LLaMA. For that, we need to download and install LLaMA. Download for Windows. So the downloading and installation might take a little bit of time. Don't worry about it. And we have started the download. Now we will explore the Deepseek before all this download thing settles down. Let's explore a little bit about the Deepseek models. So here you can see we have 7B, 1.5B, 8B, 14B, and let's also view all. So the B stands for billion parameters. So Deepseek has a lot of modules based on the learning parameters, right? A couple of them have 8 billion. 671 is the highest, I guess, 400 GB. And because of space constraints, we will go with the first one, which is 1.5 billion parameters one. You can choose the model based on your space in your computer. So I'll go with the 1.5B1. So just click there and you'll get all the drop down options. Go with the one you want. And for that, just copy that code there. LLaMA run Deepseek -R1 1.5B, right? That's the one. And let's open the command prompt. Okay, before that, we need to install LLaMA first. So the file has been downloaded successfully. Navigate to the downloads location. Start the setup. It might take a couple of time. Once the setup is completely done, then we will open the command prompt. And then copy paste that particular code. Then everything will be automatically downloaded and loaded for you. So Deepseek will be ready to run locally on your CMD. So what's the benefit of running Deepseek locally? Basically, when you want to communicate with your generative AI, you might want the internet connection with you. If you are able to download and set the generative AI, in our case, Deepseek, in your computer, then it is beneficial for you so that it can run without the internet connection. It might take a little time, don't worry. Once the setup is done, look at the bottom right corner. You'll get a slight notification, a smaller notification which says LLaMA is set up and running. Similar to that, you can just get LLaMA is running now, something like that. Just a couple of moments while the final settings are done. There you go, the setup is done. Close it. Now check the tray there. Should be having an LLaMA logo present right there. There you go. That's the notification we were looking for. LLaMA is running. Now to check, you can also check the logs of LLaMA which are presently in your computer just for cross verification. Also, make sure that to copy that LLaMA run Deepseek R1 code there to run it on your command prompt. Just press Windows icon with R to have the run command, and you can type CMD to execute the command prompt. There you go. Now make sure to copy that code. Once the Windows command prompt is active, you just have to paste it and hit enter. Command prompt is loading. It might take a little glitch. Let's wait until it shows up. Let's try again. CMD, hit OK. Let's wait for a moment while the command prompt pops in. Let's check if there are any other activities. There you go. We have multiple prompts. Let's close all the other ones which we don't need. I think it's still loading. Let's close this as well. Let's give it a retry. CMD, OK. And let's wait. So here is the log file which we were looking at earlier. Let's close the log file which we don't need it. Yeah, the command prompt is active. Paste, enter. Now you should be getting something called manifesting. So that means the package is getting downloaded, pulling manifest. There you go. So based on the model that we chose, which is 1.5 billion parameters, it's typically a smaller version of the Deepseek that we were looking at. The biggest one was 675 billion parameters, which is close to 400 GB. If you have enough space in your PC, then you can go with the highest version. So due to space constraints, I'm going with the smaller one. The procedure is same. You just have to paste the code and run. So at the last where you have 1.5B, right? In place of that, you'll be having 675B. That's the only difference. It might take a little bit of time to download based on the package you're using. If you're going with the higher package, a bigger package, then the download time might even end up more than 24 hours. And if you don't have enough space, it might collapse in between. So I'd recommend select the one which suits with your memory space. Now the files are downloading. It might take a little time. Let's wait for that. The first one is downloaded, second, third. So I think it's downloading in terms of packages. So we have the fifth package, verifying. There you go, successfully downloaded. Now we can type in a message. Let's say, let's type hi Deepseek or hello Deepseek to verify. So hi Deepseek. So you can see when you open the prompt, you'll have that thinking mode, right? You can see it is also thinking. Now let me type my request here. So it also said as hello, how can I assist you? So my request is I wish to learn neural networks. So you can see that when you open Deepseek on Windows browser or Google browser, Firefox, any of the browsers, it'll show you the thinking process, right? Here also you can see that thinking process, start of think and end of think. The only thing is unable to display the thought process over here. But fine. Now let's continue with the command prompt, which is I wish to learn neural networks, and hit enter. Now let's say it will help you to learn neural networks in a stage-by-stage process in the learning order. What exactly is neural networks? What are the key components of neural networks? Neurons, activation, weights and biases and everything, right? Similar to ChatGPT or even other competitors in terms of generative AI. And it is also giving you procedures and sample codes here, right? If you wanted to execute these codes on Jupyter Notebook, then you can just import NumPy as NP from TensorFlow, etc. And also you have some sample codes for generating a model, how to execute that, everything. So I guess that's the end of the line for the prompt. Now, this was the trial run on how to run Deepseek locally on your Windows command prompt. Now, you can also develop a completely new user interface and experience for your Deepseek to run on locally. So far, so good. For the sample purpose, this is good. Now, let's type in buy and see how it responds to the text. There you go. It might be confused, but it might give you an alternate approach. Yeah. So it looks like your message got cut off. Okay, could you clarify?
Today we are going to talk about Meta's new AI development called Llama 3.2, a new family of AI models designed for various tasks. And we will also see how to install Llama 3.2 and run it privately. The smaller models with 1B and 3B parameters are optimized for the mobile devices, handling tasks like text summarization and translation without draining your battery. The larger models, the 11B and 90B vision models, can process both text and image simultaneously, making them ideal for complex data analysis and industries like medical imaging. Llama 3.2 is multilingual out of the box, supporting 8 languages, including English, Spanish, and Hindi. Meta rigorously tested these models across 150 benchmarks and is releasing them as an open source, allowing developers to customize them to their needs, much like how Linux operates. In addition to AI models, Meta is advancing in augmented reality with its upcoming Orion glasses, aiming to overlay digital images onto the real world. While these are expected around 2027, their Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses are already popular, indicating a strong interest in wearable AI gadgets. Overall, Meta is pushing the boundaries of AI, AR, and VR technologies, making them more accessible and customizable for everyone. It's an exciting time for tech enthusiasts as these innovations shape our digital future. So, welcome to this demo part of how to install Llama 3.2 privately on your system locally. So first you will okay, I will give you this LLaMA link. All this the link I will give to you on in the description. You can check. So first you have to install this Lama. Okay, you have to install LLaMA. So please select your this OS. So my OS is Windows. I have already installed it, but again I'm telling you the steps. Okay, you can download it. Once this setup you install, I have already installed, so I'm pausing it. So once this setup install, after that you come into this website. Okay, this is the step 2. Here you can see there are many Llama models, or you can see LLM models. Mistral is there, okay, and Code AMI is there, Command R is there, Llama 3.1 is there. The latest one is Llama 3.2, okay, with 1B and 3B models. Okay, these are the basics ones. So just click on this. So you will get this command, Llama run Llama 3.2. Just copy it, open your command prompt or PowerShell. I'm using PowerShell, just paste it. So this thing I have already installed. Okay, press enter. It will take some times. Okay, it will of like 2 GB or 4 GB something. So it will install. So I have already installed, so it will see send a message. Okay, so I can write here, how are you? It will respond me. I'm just a language model, feeling our emotions like human do, these things and all. Okay, I will write exit, or I will write quit. Okay, so leave this. Okay, after this our Llama 3.2 is done. Okay, we have installed, but we will launch it with the Docker. Okay, so I'm closing this again. After that, come to this Docker. Okay, this is the docker.com. You come here, download Docker desktop app. So don't download this ARM64 as of now because it is in beta version. Okay, download this AMD64. Okay, so it's starting getting download. So again, my Docker desktop is also installed. Okay, so I will open it directly. So after installing, it will ask you for the email address and the password to sign in, not sign in, sign up, like this. So there one option will be there, skip. So you can skip. See, I have also skipped. That is why it is asking for me sign in. Okay, after skipping, this thing will come. This dashboard, container, image, volumes, build, and Docker. So after this, don't close this Docker. Okay, just minimize it. After that, our last step is coming to this website, open web UI. I will give you the links. So here you can just copy this. If LLaMA is on your computer, Docker run this. Just copy this, open your PowerShell, paste it there. I have done this process as well, and enter. Okay, it's done. So when you will open your Docker, this will come. Okay, localhost. See, last started 5 seconds ago. So open this port. See, after opening that port, this will come. Sign in to open web UI. So here you can sign up. Okay, all right. See, after signing up, so this came. Again, you can see we are in local host. Okay, you can select a model. See, 3.1 and 3.2, the latest one. Okay, you can set as default. Okay, default model set. Here you can ask anything to Llama 3.2. Okay, any questions. Okay, here are some suggested, like, okay, give me ideas. What are the 5 creating things I could do with my kids art? Okay, press enter. So you can see Llama 3.2 latest. So there are 2 more models of this, 11B and 90B, which are multi-models which use for big things. Okay, so this is how you can run Llama locally into your systems. You can ask anything, you can create scripts. Okay, wait, I'll do. I want to start my Instagram. Okay, I will write I want to build community on Reddit. What should I do? Okay, it will give answer. So here you can see gave me these things, these 5 creative things. Okay, it's thinking, I guess, or something it's doing. So this is how you can run Llama 3.2. See, it took time, I know, because we are running locally. That's why. See, building community on Reddit can be rewarding experience for this. This is choose the right subreddit. And the second thing, create high quality content. So like this. So this is how you can run Llama 3.2. Okay, you can use Llama 3.2 in this terminal as well. But if you will, run locally, deploy with Docker, so it will give you the good UI as well. See, good UI. Okay, you can sign out settings and these things.
Imagine you are a robot in a maze, and every step you take brings you closer to the treasure or into the trap. But here's the catch. You don't have a map. So how will you figure out the best path without any guidance? This is where Q-learning steps in, one of the most exciting branches of reinforcement learning. It is like teaching an agent or a robot to play a game of trial and error, learning to maximize rewards and avoid penalties, all without knowing the rules in advance. In this tutorial, we will dive into the core concepts behind Q-learning, from understanding how an agent explores its environment to making smart decisions that leads to victory. Now, before we move on and learn more about Q-learning, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon for further updates. So let's start by understanding first what is Q-learning. So Q-learning is a type of reinforcement learning which is basically used in machine learning algorithms to find optimal action selection policy for any given problem for reinforcement learning. Now you'll be wondering what this type of technical jargon means. So let me tell you in easy words what reinforcement learning exactly means and how Q-learning is a part of it. So let us consider a scenario. Imagine there is a robot whose task is basically to clean the room, a kind of vacuum cleaner robot. In that room, there would be obstacles like furniture, and there are dirt scattered around. The goal of this robot is to learn how to clean the room efficiently. Now, there are certain points. So, this is called learning by rewards. So, we have +1 for positive reward if the given vacuum cleaner cleans up the dirt. We have -1 or negative reward for bumping into the walls or any furnitures. And we have the higher +10 reward for this robot when it completes the cleaning of a room in a shorter period of time. Now, if we talk about this kind of learning, how this robot is learning, so suppose this robot starts up to cleaning the room. Now, after it has started to clean the room, it found some obstacle and it got collided with this. So it learned that it is getting -1 for the same. So next time when it encountered any obstacles, it just ignores it, or it just changes its direction. And this is called learning by rewards. So in this scenario, we have the agent as robot. The environment which we have is room full of dirt, furnitures and wall. Now if I talk about actions, then we can say the robot can move left, right, backward or forward. So this is a scenario that we have set up for our robot. So by trial and error, the robot learns a strategy or a policy that maximizes its reward by avoiding obstacles, prioritizing areas with more dirt, and move efficiently to cover the entire room. Eventually, after enough learning episodes, the robot vacuum develops an optimal cleaning strategy, navigating the room without getting stuck and cleaning it in the shortest time possible. But this is the scenario for the reinforcement learning. And under this comes the Q learning. So, in the simpler words, if I have to say, then Q learning is basically a machine learning approach that enables a model to iteratively learn and improve over time by taking the correct action, which means the optimal action selection policy. So as we have seen in the example, how this robot has maximized its total reward by avoiding obstacles, prioritizing areas with more dirt, and moving efficiently to cover the entire room. So this is one of the examples of reinforcement learning. So this is basically a Q learning approach. Okay, so this is a part of machine learning. Now let us move ahead and try to understand the components of Q learning. Now if I talk about Q learning, guys, so now discover the key components of Q learning. The first one that we have all over here is state, action, and rewards. So basically Q learning revolves around it. Now let us dive deep into it and understand more of the key components. So if we talk in depth about the key components, so we have the Q values or the action values we have. So if I talk about Q values, guys, Q values are basically defined for states and action. So it is written as QS of A, which is an estimation of how good is it to take an action at a given state S. And this estimation of Q of S of A will be iteratively computed using the TD update rule, or we can say temporal difference update rule, which we are going to see in our given example. So if I talk about rewards and episodes, so we can see all over here that an agent, like throughout its lifetime, starts from a start state and makes several transitions from its current state to the next state based on its choice of action and also the environment the agent is interacting in. So at the every step of transition, the agent from state takes an action, observes the reward from the environment, and also then do the transition to the another state. So for example, if at any point of time the agent ends up in one of the terminating states, okay, that means like there are no further transitions possible. So this is meaning that it is completed one episode. So this is rewards and episodes for the same. The next that we have all over here is temporal difference. So the temporal difference update rule. Now if we talk about temporal difference, it could be written something like this. So you can see an equation all over here. So this shows the temporal difference equation, where we have Q of S of A, and this is being redirected all over here. So Q of S of A plus an alpha R plus gamma Q of new values of SNA and minus Q of SNA. So what is this basically? So if we talk all over here, this is basically an update rule. Okay, I'll write all over here. Now, this update rule basically what it does, guys, that it is applied at every time at the step of agent's interaction with the environment. Now, you would be wondering what S and A are. So S, if I talk about S is, so if I talk about S, S means the current state of the agent. And if I talk about A, it is according to the current action picked according to the policy. Now, if I talk about the changed S dash, so it is means the next state where the agent ends up. And if I talk about A dash all over here, so it means that next best action, okay, to be picked using the current Q value. So these are the certain definitions all over here. And if I talk about certain other variables all over here, so we have also seen in this equation, we have R, alpha and gamma. Let us discuss about R, alpha and gamma. Okay. Now, if I talk about R, guys, so R here is, the current reward, which is basically observed from the environment in response of the current action. Okay. So if we talk about R, guys, R means current reward observed. Then if I talk about gamma, okay, so gamma here means there are two conditions. Either it should be greater than or equal to 0, okay, or it can be less than equal to 1. Now, this is basically a discounting factor. This means that gamma is a discounting factor. in our given determination of the Q values. And this is basically for future rewards. So future rewards are less valuable than the current rewards, so they must be discounted. Okay, so this is a logic for it. And since Q value is an estimation of expected rewards, okay, so here from a given state, the discounting rule also applies all over here. So for the same purpose, we'll be using gamma. And if I talk about alpha all over here, so alpha is a step length basically. Okay, let's remember it. Alpha is a step length which is here taken to estimate the update estimation of Q of S of A. Okay, so this is basically a step length, how much steps it takes to update, how much this given state of the robot is, updated. Basically, the step length taken to update the estimation of this factor or this Q of S of A. This is the alpha. Now, we have understood the temporal difference, how we have calculated using this formulation, okay, and what are the mathematical variables involved in this step. Now, finally, we have exploration and exploitation. So basically, exploration and exploitation comes under selecting the course of action with a greedy policy, which is basically a simple method for selecting an action to take based on the current estimates of the Q value. So here the greedy policy applies. Now if I talk about exploitation all over here, it means the superior Q value action. So we have the probability all over here that there will be certain probability and the factor epsilon all over here, it should be less than that. Now exploitation means all over here that to use its current knowledge, and explore means try new things. So here the e-greedy policy helps the agent to decide what to do, whether to exploit means to use its current knowledge or to explore, try new things. So let me tell you the mathematical formulation for the same. So if I talk about exploitation, so here most of the time there is a probability of 1 minus e, okay, so it is basically epsilon, and here the agent will pick the action that has currently the highest quick value. So if I talk about exploitation, guys, it means that it is using the current knowledge and most of the time with a probability of 1 minus e or 1 minus epsilon. So here the agent will pick the action that currently has the highest Q value, and this is called exploitation because the agent is using its current knowledge to choose what it thinks is the best for the action. If I talk about exploration all over here, it means trying new things. So here we have the small probability E, okay, the same E that we are using all over here. Now the agent will take up a random action instead of the best known action, and this is called as exploration because the agent is trying to discover if there are better options available or not. So by balancing the exploitation and exploration, the agent can learn better over time. If it only exploits, it might miss discovering the better strategies that are available. And also, if it explores too much, it might waste a time on bad actions. So the e-greedy policy, okay, which helps us to decide what agent should do, basically combine both exploitation and exploration. So this is a method which helps the agent to find the right balance between doing what it knows is best and trying new things to improve its knowledge. Now if I talk about determining Q value, then here we have the two techniques. But what is Q value exactly? Q value is the metrics that is used to evaluate actions at a specific state. So as we have discussed in the given example of the robot, so there can be a various state for a robot. So we have to calculate the metrics which will be helping us to evaluate what action should be taken at this specific states. So there are two ways to calculate the Q values. The first one is the temporal difference that we have discussed. The second one is Bellman's Ford equation. Q of S of A, R of S of A, gamma max, Q of S of dash and A. Since we have discussed all about it, okay. Now, if I talk about temporal difference, it is calculated by comparing the current state and action values with the previous one. And Bellman's-Ford equation is a recursive equation, okay, which is basically a formula invented by the scientist Bellman-Ford, and it is used to calculate the value of a given state and determine its optimal position. It provides also a recursive formula for calculating the value of a given state. So in a Markov's decision process, so it's a mathematical term that we use for the stochastic processes, and in particularly it is very influential, or you can say very much important in the context of Q learning and optimal decision making. So this equation that I have shown you earlier is also very important in determining the Q value. Now similarly we create the Q table. So Q table is a repository of rewards basically, which is associated with the optimal actions for each state in a given environment. It basically serves as a guide for the agent, which helps it to determine which actions are likely to yield the best outcomes. So agent will always be interacting with the Q table and dynamically update the reflected agents in the evolving understanding and also enabling more informed decision making. Now, let us try to implement the Q learning environment. So there are certain steps that we have to follow. The step one will be defining the environment. So let us type step one, that we have defining the environment. So here we have to set up our environment parameters, including like number of states, action, and initialize the Q table. So let us mention all over here that we have like number of states, okay, we have actions and initializing the Q table. Now in the next step, all we have to set up the hyperparameters. Now if I talk about setting up the hyperparameters, so with respect to the Q learning algorithm, we have to include the learning rate, okay, we have to also include the discount factor, we have to include the exploration probability, we have to also train the number of training epochs. So this is the parameters that we have involved in the second step. Now in the step 3, we have to implement the Q learning algorithm. So we will be performing Q learning algorithm over multiple of epochs. So each epoch will be involving selecting the action based on epsilon greedy strategy and also updating the Q values based on rewards received, and also that will help us in transitioning to the next state. Now, so you'll be wondering what epochs means, okay? So in a machine learning algorithm, an epoch is basically a complete pass of a training data which is set through an algorithm. So it means that it is a single pass of the entire training data set. So the model updates its internal calculation after each epoch, means the entire training data set that we have taken, to study basically for our given model. So that is an epoch, the single pass. So when all the training data is used at once and it is defined as a total number of iterations of all the training data in one cycle for a given training, then for that machine learning model, it is called an epoch. Okay. So I hope so you would have got an idea regarding epochs. Now let us try to code this in Python. So you can see all over here. So this is a given code for our Q learning algorithm. So here I'm importing numpy as np, okay, that is our library that we'll be using. Then here we are defining the environment, okay. The first one is number of states, okay, say n equals to 16. Then number of actions, so number of possible actions that we have discussed for a given robot, so up, down, left and right. And what is the goal state? Okay, so this is our environments that we have set up. So we have states, action, okay, and goal state. Now we'll be initializing our Q table with 0. So for the same purpose, we'll be using numpy. So np.zeros, and here we have n states and action. So we have initialized our Q table. Now we are defining the parameters all over here. So we have the learning rate at 0.8, discount factor, we have given certain value, exploration probability, and epochs. So I have told you about epochs, guys. So epochs here means that when all the training data is used at once and it is defined as the total number of iterations for all the training data in one cycle for a training. So that is epoch, and that we have set to 1000. Now for the Q learning, so we have taken this epoch, okay. So for epoch, in the range of epochs, this is iteration. So we are setting the current state, okay. So we are using np.random, and it is taking a random integer. It is starting from any random state all over here. This line means that same. So now we are using the conditional. So while the current state is not equal to the goal state, okay, this is our goal state that we have to achieve, okay, that is 50. So choose an action with the epsilon greedy strategy. So here we have applied the logic for the same. So if np.random.rand is less than exploration probability, then our current action is set to np.random.randint, and here 0n action. So if I talk about n action, means number of possible actions that can go up, which can be up, down, left and right. So it is choosing the best action with the epsilon greedy strategy, or else we are putting the action as np argmax, and now we are updating the Q table with respect to the current state. This is the exploitation. So based on your Q table, choose the next state. So this is like selecting, what should an agent do? It should explore or exploit. So for exploitation, it is using the Q table that we have initialized earlier, and for exploration, it is using the np_random.randint, and it is choosing the action up, down, left and right. So based on the probability of epsilon, the exploration action is also going to happen. Now we have to simulate the environment or move to the next state. So here the next state is set to current state plus 1 modulo n states. Now you can see we have initialized the n states as 16, so number of states available total, okay, consider it as a grid. So based on that, now here what we have done, defining a simple reward function, okay. So here if the goal state is reached, so you will be given 1 point, otherwise the probability will be 0. So reward is 1 if the next state goal equals to goal state, otherwise put it up as 0. Now we have to update the Q value. So all over here we have updated the Q value. So Q current state and action plus learning rate multiplied by reward plus discount factor multiplied NP max, and in parentheses we have Q table and the next state minus Q table current state and action. So this is basically the formulation which I have told you how the updating Q value happens with the help of Bellman-Ford's equation. Okay. Now I'll write all over here. Now finally you are moving the current state to the next state, and after training you are printing the learned Q values. Now let us try to run this. Make sure that your server is connected. So you can see we have got the learned Q table. So we have all the possible values all over here, okay, and in this way the agent is going to select from this Q table, okay, which action should take. So based on the given data that we have given, we have successfully created our Q table with the help of NumPy. So this was a very simple example to showcase you how the robots in our present scenario, like which are learned robots, which can tackle the obstacles and also learn which step to take next. So this is one type of the reinforcement learning, and I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding this algorithm.
So we will be discussing about what exactly is Langchain, Langgraph, Langflow and Langsmith, and where can we use them and what makes them different from others. So this is the major agenda for today's session. Let's begin with Langchain. So what exactly is Langchain? Langchain is an open source framework designed to help developers build applications powered by large language models by providing tools and abstractions to simplify the process of integrating LLMs with external data sources and workflows. Now, imagine you're building an AI application where an LLM model like GPT-4 is needed to generate an initial response to your query. LLaMA 3 or other versions to refine that response. A custom-built AI agent to decide whether it can answer the query without a hiccup or if it has to fetch external sources to generate a response. Most importantly, a solid memory to store all previous user interactions. Without Langchain, managing all these components manually would require extensive coding. You need to write a custom code snippet to handle API calls to your LLM like GPT, Lama, create and maintain a dedicated memory space, and most importantly, a fully customized decision-making capable AI agent. Yet in scenarios where you can see an opportunity to scale it up, the possibilities are questionable. This approach leads to a lot of boilerplate code and makes the system complex. Langchain simplifies this by providing an open source framework that helps developers build applications powered by large language models. It enables training prompts, interacting with external data, and adding memory for contextual understanding. Now, let's discuss some of the key features of Langchain. Firstly, LLM support. It works with both closed source GPT-4 and open source models like Llama 3 with simple API integrations. Prompt templates. It allows dynamic prompt customization instead of hard coding queries. Third one is chains. It helps connect multiple tasks like querying an LLM, retrieving data, and processing responses in a seamless workflow. Fourth one is indexes. Supports document loaders and vector databases to pull in external data. Fifth one is memory. It enables applications to retain past interactions, improving contextual awareness. And lastly, the agents. It uses LLMs as reasoning engines to dynamically decide the next step in the workflow. With Langchain, developers can efficiently build AI-powered applications without reinventing the wheel. You can have a detailed briefing on Langchain on the official website. Also, should you wish to try it out, take a quick look at Quick Start page to steps to follow to set up the environment and run Langchain in your local system. Now, let's proceed with the next one in this tutorial, which is Langgraph. So what exactly is Langgraph? By definition, Langgraph is a library within the Langchain's ecosystem. It is a framework for building and managing complex stateful multi-agent LLM applications by modeling workflows as graphs, where nodes represent tasks or states and edges represent a transition between them. Now, let us imagine this. You are in a situation where you need to work with not one, but multiple agents in parallel. But Langchain can just assist you with one. You need much more enhanced platform for this. That's where Langgraph comes into the picture. Langgraph is built upon the existing Langchain and designed for managing agents and multi-agent workflows. While Langchain is excellent for chaining prompts, Langgraph excels at handling structured interactions between multiple agents. If you are building a system where multiple agents collaborate, such as a research assistant or an automation workflow, Langgraph is a great choice. So let's discuss these core components of Langgraph. First one, state. A state is a shared data structure that stores user inputs, agent outcomes, and workflows history. Now, the next one is nodes. You can have one node or also multiple nodes. These nodes are individual components or actions that execute LLM calls, run functions, or interact with external tools. Now, let's go to the third part, which is edges. Edges are nothing but connections between nodes that define execution flow. Unlike traditional directed graphs, nodes in Langgraph can dynamically decide which node to call next. That means the control flow can go in both ways. Langgraph is ideal when you need agents to interact in cyclical workflows or collaborate on complex tasks. You can have a detailed briefing on Langgraph on the official website. Also, should you wish to try it out, take a quick look at the quick start. Using Langgraph is straightforward. You just need to install the package, import it onto your project, and then using the provided classes, you can straightly access Langgraph. Now, let's proceed to the next one, which is Langflow. Now, what is Langflow? Langflow is a visual, low-code framework built upon top of Langchain, enabling developers to easily design and test AI applications, especially those involving multi-agent systems and retrieval augmented generation or RAG. Now, imagine building AI-powered applications like chatbots or data processing tools without writing any code. Langflow makes this possible with the drag and drop interface. Langflow is built upon top of Langchain and provides a visual interface for designing Langchain workflows. It is perfect for prototyping LLM applications, allowing users to quickly design workflows, chains, and agents and test them. However, it is not intended for production use, but it is excellent for MVPs, which is minimum viable products. Langflow is designed to simplify AI-powered app development by providing a drag-and-drop interface. It enables developers to visually design, experiment with, and test Langchain-based workflows. Now, what makes Langflow different from Langchain and Langgraph? Why use Langflow? So, there are three major reasons. Firstly, no coding required. Perfect for prototyping AI applications without having to write any code. Second one, visual workflow builder. You can easily design chains, agents, and integrations. Thirdly, quick prototyping. Best suited for MVPs, experimentation, and non-production use cases. So there are two main ways to use Langflow. First one, via data stacks, a paid cloud-hosted option. Second one, self-hosted. Install locally or on your own cloud server. So once deployed, Langflow provides a UI where you can drag and connect various components, enabling you to build and test AI workflows seamlessly. You can have a detailed briefing on Langflow on the official website. Also, should you wish to try it out, take a quick look at Quick Start to work on setting up Langflow in your local environment. You just need to install the package, import it onto your project, and start using the provided classes. Now, let's move on to the last one, which is Langsmith. So what exactly is Langsmith? So Langsmith is a platform developed by Langchain, designed to streamline the development, testing, debugging, and monitoring of LLM applications, offering tools for observability, evaluation, and prompt engineering. The LLM Gen AI agents, all the hype was a huge hit. Everybody is interested in developing a custom AI agent to automate and optimize all the redundant CRM tasks and much more. But building an LLM based application or AI agent is just the beginning. Monitoring, testing, and optimizing are equally crucial. Langsmith is designed to help developers at every stage of an AI application's lifecycle, from prototyping to production. Now, why use Langsmith? So there are three important reasons. Firstly, performance monitoring. It tracks API calls, token usage, errors, and latency. Second one, debugging and evaluation. It ensures models return expected results and avoid unnecessary API costs. Lastly, independent framework. It works with any LLM framework, not just the Langchain-based ones. If your application requires extensive monitoring, debugging, or optimization, Langsmith is a great tool. However, for simple applications without complex tracking needs, it might not be necessary. To integrate Langchain, install the package, set up the environment variables, and use traceable annotations in your code. The Langsmith dashboard provides insights into performance metrics, including token usage, call trends, and error rates. For more details on Langsmith, visit the official page of Langsmith. Also, should you wish to try it out, take a look at the quick start to work on setting up Langsmith in your local environment. You just need to install the package, import it into your project, and start using the provided classes.
Imagine waking up in the morning, checking your phone, and seeing that your AI agent has already applied to 50 jobs for you, automated your business operations, generated YouTube videos, and even invested in stocks, all while you were sleeping. It sounds futuristic, right? Think again. The AI gold rush is here, and those who take advantage of it right now will be the ones profiting the most in the next few years. AI agents and Deepseek AI are transforming how people earn money, build businesses, and also create passive incomes. And the best part is, you don't need to be a tech genius to take advantage of this opportunity. So, whether you're a freelancer, entrepreneur, or content creator, or even investor, or someone looking for passive income, this guide will walk you through step by step on how to make money using AI agents and Deepseek AI, even if you have zero experience with AI. So in today's video, we are diving deep into AI agents, what they are and why they are the future, how they work in real-world scenarios. You learn how to spot profitable AI agent opportunities before they go mainstream and also explore multiple ways to make money with AI. So whether you have coding skills or not, we'll break down 6 proven methods to earn using Deepseek AI and discuss smart investment strategies to help you back AI projects while avoiding scams. I'll walk you through building an AI-powered passive income business and creating AI video avatars to monetize YouTube using Deepseek AI. Finally, we will cover the strategies to scale your AI business and maximize your profits in this growing industry. Make sure to watch till the end. These live demos could be your game changer. You need to start earning with AI today. So let's get started. Before we talk about how to make money using AI, let's first understand what AI agents are and why they are such a game changing. So if you have used ChatGPT, Google Assistant or Siri, you already know that AI can generate text, answer questions and assist with tasks. But AI agents can take it a step further. They don't need to just provide answers, they take real world actions on your behalf. AI models are the brain versus AI agents are the brain plus body. To break it down, here's the difference. AI model, which acts as the brain, these include ChatGPT, Claude, and DeepSeek AI. They generate text, answer questions, and provide insights but do not take real world actions. AI agents are the brain plus body. AI agents go beyond just thinking. They click, type, automate workflows, and make decisions. They act just like a human assistant would, but 100x faster and more efficiently. So let's get started. Okay, so now let's look at a real world example of an AI agent at work. Let's say you're looking for a job, but you don't have the time to apply to multiple positions manually. Here's what an AI agent could do for you. It will automatically log into your job portals like LinkedIn, Indeed, ZipRecruiter, and it will find the job listing matching your skills and experience, and then it will automatically apply to all the related jobs. So let's look at one such tool over here, which is auto apply. Let's see how it does it. Alright, so here as you can see, you can just simply write your description over here, whatever job description you want to, and then you can just select on this click resume. So it will create a resume in such a way that you can apply in different job posting, autofill application, submit them automatically. So, okay. So this is how autoapply.com works actually. Let's look at the another tool on our list, which is aiapply.com. Okay, so this is another tool known as AI Apply Dashboard. From here, you can just simply upload your resume. So as you can see, I have just uploaded my resume here, and it will actually analyze my resume and it will create a base template. And then you can just simply provide all the essential information you want to. And see, here we are redirected to this page over here, and you can also create your customized cover letters for each job posting. You can also track responses from recruiters and notify them for interviews. See, here is an option known as auto apply. So it will also maintain a track. Okay, for this you have to actually pay by subscription. So we're looking for the free tool over here. So I haven't saved anything, and you can also save your job. We have another option as Interview Buddy, which is a Chrome extension which will help you answer questions confidently. So this is why AI agents are the future. They save time, effort, and money, making them a powerful tool for earning income. So now let's talk about how to spot the next big AI agent opportunities before everyone else. So now that you understood what AI agents are, the next step is to find profitable AI agent opportunities before they go mainstream. Many people miss out on early stage opportunities simply because they don't know where to look. So basically, you can just go on Google Trends, and from there, you can actually search for terms such as, let's suppose you're searching for AI agents from here. And we will just see what is the situation of this particular term, how many people are searching for this for the past 12 months, or maybe for the past 7 days. Let's check the graph. Okay, so this is the graph for the past 7 days. As you can see, it is at all-time high here, February 17. See, this is at 9:30 a.m. All right, this is February 13. Okay, let's suppose we are checking for the past 30 days. So this is the graph for this thing and how many people are searching for this thing. Alright, so terms such as AI agents, autonomous AI automation on Google Trends, Twitter, this topic is growing rapidly. That means this is a very hot topic and you can get started with all of these new technologies. Second of all, we're talking about is using AI agent tracking platforms. You can use tools such as Waifu, Cookie.fun, Sentiment Market to see which AI agent projects are gaining traction. So let's suppose we have one website which is Cookie.fun. So let's see what this web page will do. So basically it has all the new AI agents listed on this page over here. See, as you can see, the agents listed, top AI agents by mindshare for the last 24 hours. And these are the top AI agents we have today. So basically you can use this to create AI agent projects. You know how many people are investing in this thing. You can just get a track of all these particular AI agents. Also, GitHub and white papers, real AI projects have publicly source code and frequent updates. So if you see an AI project with zero updates, that means it's a red flag. Alright, so you can just simply check for a particular project if you want to. Let's suppose you're searching on Google on AI agents project. So let's suppose this is our AI agent project, and we'll just copy paste it from here. And then you can just simply ask ChatGPT whether this project is really running or not, whether this is true or fake or just uploaded in the internet. So just check, is this project really working? And then ChatGPT will just check if this project have the actual public source code or not, or frequent update. So let's see. That curates a comprehensive list of AI autonomous agents and agent building framework. So it means that, yeah, this code is really working, so we can get along with this thing. So once you find a promising AI agent project, the next step is to turn into a money-making business. So now let's look into how you can make money with AI agents. So now we have come to the most exciting part, which is how you can turn AI agents into a money-making machine. There are multiple ways to make money with AI agents, and I'm going to break down the best strategies step by step. So the first strategy is build and sell AI agents as a SaaS business, which is software as a service business, which is your passive income model. So one of the most profitable ways of making money is by creating an AI-powered automation tool and selling it on subscription model. How it works is basically it will identify a problem business face. Example, let's suppose a customer support or lead generation or resume application. So it will identify this particular business problem, and then it will build an AI agent that automates this particular task. And then it will access the AI agent as a monthly subscription. For example, imagine a company that receives 500 customer emails daily. So instead of hiring a customer support team, they can use your AI agent to reply instantly. For this, you can charge them for like around $100 a month per user. So if 50 businesses sign up, you can make around $5,000 per month passively. So building an AI agent that can automate customer support is a good way to go. So the best platforms where you can build AI agents would be Crew AI, Agency Form, or OpenAI API. Also, we have one more video on this, how you can leverage ChatGPT for customer support, how we are creating an agent to that. So we have a separate video for that. It's mentioned in the link there. So you can just check it. All right. So let's talk about the second strategy, which is you can tokenize your AI agent and then you can monetize it. That is the crypto model. So this is another innovative way to profit by attaching a cryptocurrency token to your AI agent. So how it works is basically you can create an AI-powered platform. Users will pay with crypto tokens to access your AI services, and then you can earn a percentage of every transaction. For example, an AI-powered trading bot that buys and sells stocks or crypto based on market trends. So users pay in tokens for AI-powered trades. You can also earn a percentage of every particular trade. So as we have already discussed, see, these are the top AI agents: Virtual Protocol, Chain, Humans.ai, and I think we have gone through this Cookie.fun. So basically, Cookie.fun, as I have already told you before, is a platform which will track and rank AI agents using metrics like market capitalization, social engagement, token holder growth, and also impressions. Now moving on to our third strategy, which is you can invest in AI agent projects, the venture capitalist strategy. So just like a venture capitalist, how they invest in early stage startup, you can also invest in an AI agent project before they go mainstream. So what are the steps how you can invest in AI agent tokens? The first step would be you have to find early stage AI agent projects. The second step would be you have to research their legitimacy, you have to check GitHub, white papers, social activity, and then the third step would be investing before they gain mainstream transaction. And the fourth step would be sell when demand and price will increase. So the best platform for such AI agent investments would be the first one on the list is Dex Screener. So just simply click on this link, Dex Screener, and here it's a website that will track trending AI agent coins. As you can see, these are the trending Grok 3 AI, the agent coins, and these are the volume makers, how many people are making money by investing on these coins. So basically, Dex Screener is a popular analytical tool, once again, just like Cookie.fun, for decentralized exchanges, and it will help users to track trending AI related cryptocurrencies, including AI agent coins, and it will also provide real time data on price movements, trading volume, and liquidity across various blockchain networks. So basically, this platform is especially useful for investors and developers looking to identify emerging AI agent tokens in the crypto space. Okay, so next on the list, we also have Sentient Market, which will measure the AI agent projects over here. See, we have the agents. And so this is a platform that will analyze the engagement and adoption levels of AI agent projects. And it will evaluate user activity, interactions, real world usage to determine how well these AI systems perform. So by tracking engagement metrics, Sentient Market help investors, researchers, and also enthusiasts gauge the potential and credibility of AI-driven projects. So now let's understand whether you have to be a really a tech coder to make money for AI agents or not. So even if you're not from a technical background, you still can earn money by making AI agents. You don't need to be a coder to profit from AI agents. So first of all, you can also sell AI automation services. So instead of just building AI agents, you can sell AI automation solution to businesses. For example, you can automate social media marketing, customer service, or email responses for small businesses. So as you can see, you can use AI in customer service automation also, machine learning for customer experience, multilingual queries. We have so many options from here. The second step is you can start an AI consulting business. So businesses need guidance on how to integrate AI. You can charge for AI strategy sessions and consulting services. You can also create AI content and monetize it. This is very important because content creators are making thousands of rupees per month just by educating people about AI agents. You can start a YouTube channel, review AI tools, you can sell AI tutorials and courses, you can monetize AI content with sponsorships and also affiliate marketing. Now let's look how Deepseek can help to make money. Deepseek AI is another powerful tool for making money online. Here's how you can earn profit. First of all, you can create AI generated video avatars for YouTube. So you can use Deepseek to generate video scripts, use platforms like Agent to create AI avatars that present your content. You can also monetize videos through YouTube ads and affiliate marketing. So here we have this Deepseek model, and we'll just see how whether it is good for content creation or not. So we'll just simply write me a video script on topic generative, let's suppose generative AI in 2025. And let's see what type of content does DeepSeek actually generates for us, since it is very efficient in creating content, building and monetizing websites also as well. So as you can see, the script is designed to be engaging, informative, and visually dynamic. So I've just given one prompt, and then here it has already, given me all the script. It knows how to make a script that I don't have to again write, make it engaging or informative. So I think it's really cool. Second is you can also build and monetize AI generated websites using Deepseek. So Deepseek AI can generate SEO optimized content, monetize your site using Google AdSense and affiliate marketing as well. Websites created with AI have earned around $21,000 plus in passive income. So you can proceed doing these things. Third is leveraging social media for AI generated content. You can create AI generated Instagram reels, TikTok, Twitter threads. You can also monetize social media accounts through brand deals and sponsorships. Fourth one is you can also sell AI generated services on Fiverr as well as on Upwork. This offers AI powered copywriting, marketing, or business automation services. AI freelancers can charge around $500,000 plus for per project. It can offer AI automation for small businesses. You can also help business automate content creation, customer support, and email marketing. You can charge monthly retainers for AI automation. The sixth one on the list is you can combine SEO with AI generated video content. You can rank both on YouTube and Google by using Deepseek for blog content plus AI video scripts. Double traffic will give you double income. So as you can see how AI agents and Deepseek are the future. AI agents and Deepseek are changing the way people make money online. So whether you want to build and sell AI agents, invest in AI agent projects, use AI to automate and scale your income, or leverage Deepseek for content and marketing, this is now your time to start. So let's talk about the very first top AI tool, which is Skillora.ai. This AI tool aims to provide the best AI-driven mock interview experience. You can take mock interviews for any job roles and subject, receiving instant constructive feedback. Skillora's AI interviewer listens to your responses and asks dynamic flow-up questions to test your depth of knowledge. With the Essential plan, you gain access to 6 AI mock interviews per month. You'll receive instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports, helping you upgrade your skills for just $8 per month. The premium plan allows you to enjoy 15 AI mock interviews per month. You'll get the same instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports along with priority support, maximizing your learning for only $15 per month. Next up, we have Visco's. Visco's advanced AI coach is designed to elevate your job interview skills, harnessing insights from over 10,000 companies. It offers tailored sessions that simulate real interviews, providing personalized feedback and performance analytics. It transcribes your performance and delivers a conversational experience akin to an actual interview. It also offers customized feedback and performance analytics, helping you refine both your answers and communication skills. During practice session, you can craft questions specific to your desired role and industry, ensuring relevance and depth in your preparation. Supporting various interview styles. The price for AVA services are available for free. Next up, we have interviewing.io. Interviewing.io is an AI-powered platform that provides candidates with simulated technical interviews. The platform uses machine learning algorithms to assess your coding skills, problem-solving abilities, and communication style. You can get 4 simulated technical interviews for $225. Next up, we have MockMate. MockMate is an AI-powered tool that allows you to practice answering common interview questions. This tool provides feedback on your answers and gives tips on how to improve your performance. The service is available for $29 per month. Moving on to ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an AI chatbot that can be used to practice answering interview questions in a conversational setting. The chatbot can be customized to simulate the style of an actual interview, and it provides feedback on your answers. The free plan allows you to get started with writing assistant, problem solving, and many more. You will have limited access to ChatGPT 4o mini, including data analysis, file uploads, vision, web browsing, and custom GPTs. All of this is available at no cost. Then we have the Plus plan, which is for $20 per month. The Plus plan amplifies your productivity by offering early access to new features, access to ChatGPT 4, 4o, and GPT 4o's mini, up to 5x more messages for ChatGPT 4o. You can access to data analysis, upload files, vision web browsing, and DALL-E image generation. You can also create and use custom GPTs. Then we have My Interview Practice. My Interview Practice is an AI tool that allows you to practice interviews in a simulated environment. The platform uses AI to generate interview questions based on your chosen field and provides instant feedback on your responses. This tool is particularly useful for those who want to practice their interview skills in low-pressure environment. The Plus plan is for $49 per month. You get 1 month of access. And the premium plan is for $57 per month, and you will get access to additional features and many more benefits. Next up, we have Udly. Udly offers real-time interview coaching using AI. It analyzes your speech and body language, providing feedback on how to improve your performance. Udly services are available for free. Now you might be wondering how AI tools can help you ace your job interviews. AI tools can assist in several ways. At first, we have research companies. AI tool provides information about companies' website, news articles, and social media, helping you tailor your answers to the interview's question. Practice questions. AI tool help you practice answering common interview questions, boosting your confidence and preparation. Feedback. AI tool offers feedback on your answers, highlighting areas for improvement and refining your responses. Personalized advice. AI tools provide tips and advice on improving your interview skills, giving you an edge to your next job interview. Choose the right AI tool and select an AI tool that fits your needs and preferences. Use the tool consistently, starting a few weeks before your interview to maximize its benefits. After practicing with the AI tool, get feedback from others to identify areas for further improvement. Dress professionally and be punctual for your interview to make a positive first impression. Show enthusiasm and confidence during the interview to leave a lasting impression on the interviewer. AI tools can significantly aid in interviewing preparation. By using them effectively, you can enhance your chances of success in your next job interview.
Now that's a wrap on our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.